Part 0 Prologue. Daily Quest is now available. An articulate voice of a young female. This was definitely not a game. Of course, it wasn't a dream either, but her voice definitely resounded within my head. Hell, I could even see the quest window floating in midair, too. Could it be? Even today. While fervently praying in my head, I cautiously opened the information window. Teetering, daily quest, preparations to become strong. Press up, 100 times, incomplete 0 100ths. Sit up, 100 times, incomplete 0 100ths. Squat, 100 times, incomplete 0 100ths. Running, 10 kilometers, incomplete 0 tenths. Warning: incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. As soon as I got to confirm the contents of the daily quest, I began cussing out reflexively. Just how many days has it been already? Part 1, Ranky Hunter, Sung Jinwoo. No matter where he went, this title always followed him around. Jinwoo's overall strength was almost the same as a regular human being. With the exception of being a bit stronger and his wounds healing slightly faster, Jinwoo was about the same as regular people in every other aspect. It was par for the course then, that he'd always end up getting injured. He nearly died several times, too. Of course, it wasn't as if Sung Jinwoo liked being a hunter. The work was dangerous, others made fun of him, and to confound the matters even further, the pay was pretty pathetic, as well. If it weren't for the medical aid paid out by the Hunter Association to the hunters in their payroll, he'd have turned in his hunter license and quit by now, and live his life like a regular person. And fortunately, someone like Sung Jinwoo, in his mid-20s and lacking in any tangible job skills, there was no other way but to remain as a hunter if he wanted to pay for his mother's hospital fee of millions of won every month. Should one say that he had no choice in the matter? That was why, even though he didn't want to, he simply had to participate in the raid supervised by the association. Hunters operating within the same area tended to know each other pretty well. In the event of a gate opening up, all the hunters in that district would be asked to come. That's why. The hunters who had arrived early sipped on the cups of coffee handed out by the association's employee and shared cordial greetings with each other. "Oh, hey, Mr. Kim, over here. Hi. Mr. Park, what are you doing here? I thought you were giving up on being a hunter." "Well, my wife is pregnant with our second child." "Hey, haha, is that so?" "Yeah, for a hunter to run big in one go, participating in a raid is the best, isn't it?" Mr. Kim jovially burst out in laughter. Mr. Park followed suit with a sheepish chuckle, before asking Kim, "By the way, why do I feel like that the association is calling on us less and less nowadays? Did the number of gates decrease or something?" Of course not. That's only because the guilds are getting all worked up over clearing the gates. It's got nothing to do with the association. I hear that various guilds are jumping in with both feet since there is big profit involved in this whole thing." "Well, in that case, since this raid is being supervised by the association, it should be safe, no?" Mr. Park took a glance around as if he was getting nervous. If a guild was not involved today, that meant there wasn't enough profit to be had. And if there wasn't enough profit to be had, then that could only mean that this particular gate's difficulty would be low. Of course, nothing in this world was 100% absolute. It wasn't just Mr. Park. Other hunters were nervously glancing around as well. I wonder. Mr. Kim finished the rest of his coffee while avoiding answering his friend, before spotting a certain someone, and raised his hand in happiness. He's here? Hey, Mr. Sung. Other hunters also displayed joy at discovering that young man. Hello. It was none other than Sung Jinwoo. Jinwoo performed a simple nod of the head at the joyous Mr. Kim and walked by. After making sure Jinwoo was well out of earshot, Mr. Kim began sniggering while confidently speaking up. "So, Jinwoo showed up. Then it's going to okay today, too." Mr. Park's eyes widened up, and he hurriedly asked Kim, "What was that? Is that Hunter Sung Jinwoo really strong?" Right, of course. You wouldn't know who he is." He's a hunter who started working shortly after you left, you see. However, every hunter here knows who that kid is by now. He's really that strong. Wait, why is he working for the association, then? Why not for a guild or as a freelancer? Kim sniggered some more before narrowing his eyes. You know what that guy's nickname is? How should I know that? Come on, man, just tell me already. Humanity's weakest weapon. Weakest? Not something like the ultimate weapon. Dude, that's the nickname for the rank as Hunter Choi Jongin. That kid is the weakest weapon. I'm pretty sure he's the weakest hunter in the Republic of Korea. Really? Park began frowning deeply. Why would other hunters greet this Sung Jinwoo if he was really that weak? After all, didn't they need someone to trust their backs if things went south? Park couldn't really understand the reactions of other hunters. When Park's head tilted this way and that, Kim chuckled and poked the side of Park with his elbow. The raid Sung Jinwoo participates in will only have low difficulty because he's so weak. The association would never entrust him with a tough job. Don't you get that? They don't want to see him get killed, right? Only then did Park's expression brighten up. Alright, yeah. His wife was deeply worried about him since this would be his first raid in quite a while. Honestly, even he himself was worried too. However, now that he listened to Kim's words, he felt like a weight was lifted off his mind. Kim continued on. That guy, there was a rumor not too long ago that said he got injured participating in a raid of a Rankygate and spent a week in the hospital. A hunter got injured by a Rankygate. That's right. No one expected to see a hunter getting injured during a Rankygate raid, so they didn't even bring along a healer. Apparently. That's why he spent a week in a hospital. Piu ha ha ha. When Park began guffawing too loudly, Kim hurriedly hushed him. Stop it, man. Mr. Seon might hear you. Ego, I didn't think of that. Park cautiously checked Jinwoo's reactions as he continued to giggle. Thankfully, the distance was far enough and the youth didn't seem to have heard them. Of course, they were mistaken. I can hear everything, you geezers. A bitter smile formed on Jinwoo as he tried hard to ignore them. At times like today, he couldn't help but blame his unusually acute sense of hearing. It seemed that he arrived too early and the raid was yet to commence. Did I arrive too early? Jinwoo looked around to while away the waiting time, spotted the association employee handing out warm coffee, and walked closer. Can I get a cup of coffee as well? Seeing Jinwoo hunted him. I'm really sorry, but we ran out of coffee just now. The cold winter breeze brushed past the tip of his nose. Jinwoo quietly wiped his nose with his index finger. What a sad day it was for the coffee to run out as soon as it was his turn to get one. Why do you persist on being a hunter, Mr. Sung Jinwoo? I'm sorry. Jinwoo lowered his head and apologized. The young, beautiful girl using healing magic in front of Jinwoo, Yuruhu showed how unhappy she was with a pouting expression. I'm not trying to get you to apologize. You know, I'm only worried about you. If you continue fighting this way, sooner or later you'll be faced with a truly dangerous situation. Jinwoo glanced past Yuruhu's shoulders and took a look at other hunters fighting over yonder. When one entered through the gate, one would arrive at a place called dungeon. The rank of this particular dungeon should be around D. A dozen plus hunters were taking care of the monsters inside this dungeon without so much as breaking a sweat. And fortunately, for a ranky, such a feat was nearly impossible. Normally, the job of healing the injured hunters from the back fell on the healers. Since he always got injured during raids, Jinwoo was rather well known among the healers. Yuruhu cautiously asked him, perchance, is there a reason why you can't give up being a hunter? Jinwoo resolutely shook his head. He didn't want to reveal anything personal to other people. I'm only doing this as a hobby. If I don't do this, I'll probably die of boredom. Actually, Yuruhu pouted even more. If you continue on with this hobby of yours, soon you'd be raiding a dungeon in the netherworld, you know. Jinwoo was taken off guard from her remark and ended up chuckling out loudly. Thanks to that, Yuruhu's nagging intensified. Oh, don't laugh. Don't. Your injuries might get worse. Jinwoo giggled before asking her. Where did you even learn to say stuff like that? What do you mean, where? It's from Mr. Kim Y over there. Ego, that a juicy really went and did it, didn't he? As they chatted and laughed, his treatment was almost over. It was already too late by then, though. It seemed that the raid was pretty much over now. Jinwoo's expression hardened. I only killed a single monster today, a ranky creature, no less. Sung Jinwoo began fidgeting with the ranky magic crystal in his hand. The lowest grade magic crystal from a ranky monster fetched less than 100,000 won. For something he bet his life to earn, it was a pathetically small amount. TL, just over $88. A magic crystal from a rank C monster can sell for over 10 million won, though. Foot TL of $8,830 plus. Too bad, a ranky hunter such as himself couldn't even attempt to kill a monster with a rank as high as C. Out of the blue, someone shouted out, "UH. Hey, there's another entrance over here." The nearby hunters rushed over there. Hi, it's true. There really is another path. Just as that hunter said, there was an entrance hidden within the dungeon itself. A dual dungeon, is it? So, such a thing actually exists for real. Mr. Song, possessing over 10 years' experience as a hunter, looked into the hidden entrance and displayed how surprised he was. The interior of the hidden, cave-like passage was dark and nothing could be seen. Mr. Song activated his specialty, flame magic, and tossed it further forward into the passage. The flame flew forward and illuminated the interior. The passageway seemed to go on forever. Soon enough, the flame lost its forward momentum, fell to the ground and smoldered for a bit before flickering out of existence. The passage was shrouded in darkness once more. Everyone, gather around. Let's have a meeting. The unspoken leader of this raid, Mr. Song, called for other hunters to gather around. Jinwoo's treatment was over by then, so he and Yuruhu also joined in. Song spoke up while sweeping his gaze over the gathered hunters. As you know very well, the gate will not close unless the dungeon's boss is killed. Since the gate itself is still intact even though we took care of all the monsters here, that can only mean that the boss is beyond that passageway. Sung pointed towards the hidden entrance. Hunters exchanged meaningful glances and nodded their heads. No one could disagree with that notion. Sung continued on. Now normally, we're supposed to relay this information back to the association and wait for their decision first. But if we do that, we might end up handing over the task of killing the boss to other hunters, and our takings for today's raid would decrease by a lot. The expressions of the hunters crumpled. Park's face hardened more than anyone else since he needed a lot of cash for his wife's pregnancy. Postnatal care eats up so much cash nowadays, you know. At this rate, there'd be no meaning behind him risking his life to participate in this raid. That's why I'd prefer if we took care of the boss before leaving this dungeon. So, what do you all think? Hunters fell into a deep contemplation. The truth was, no one here could figure out the current situation and so, their safety could not be guaranteed. However, the difficulty of this particular dungeon proved to be very low. So, the hidden dungeon within it couldn't have been that difficult either. Song coughed to draw everyone's attention to himself. Since we have 17 people here, let's put this to a vote, shall we? Once the decision has been made, no one complains, so, how about it? Others nodded their heads after hearing Song's suggestion. No one was disagreeing with him. I vote for going ahead. Song raised his hand. And then, other hunters began raising their hands one by one. Me too. Count me in as well. Park was the first to raise his hand, followed shortly after by Kim and a few other hunters. Of course, those disagreeing were plentiful too. Let's go back. I feel that it'd be better to wait for the association's decision. The two opposing camps were neck and neck and eventually, the final votes came down to Jinwoo and Yuruhu. I'm sorry. Yuruhu bowed to Song and added her vote to retreat camp. And so, the vote count for go ahead and retreat was at 808. A deadlock, Song asked the hesitant Sung Jinwoo next. And you, Mr. Sung, everything now depended on Sung Jinwoo's decision. Jinwoo's fingers grasped tight the Ranky magic crystal in his hand as he took a glance next to him. Yuruhui was shaking her head at him. It looked like she was deeply worried. Actually, Jinwoo was worried inwardly as well. Now normally, he would never try to take on any unnecessary risk. Not only did he lack the abilities to do so, but he was also not brave enough to. However, Jinwoo had a younger sister who was about to become a university student in the coming months. I've no money saved up. Currently, Jinwoo was 24 years old. He was at an age where he should be concentrating on his academic pursuits, but he gave up on that dream because, well, he had no money. He sure as hell didn't want his little sister to go through the same sacrifice, the same pain as he did. Right now, every cent was precious to him. It wasn't only Mr. Park who needed a big score today. Jinwoo raised his hand up high. I vote for going ahead. It was then he heard a soft sigh of resignation coming from his side. Part 2, the dual dungeon. The passageway went on and on forever. In front, Mr. Song and other strong hunters had taken the lead. Song had summoned a small flame on top of his palm to illuminate the way forward. Mr. Kim asked him as he walked alongside Song, "We've walked really far, haven't we? Shouldn't we consider the time we need to escape from here as well? How long have we been walking?" Kim looked at his wristwatch. Around 40 minutes. A gate shuts down completely 1 hour after the boss is killed, so we have a window of 20 minutes left or so. If we can't see the boss in the next 20 minutes, I suggest that we should just give up. I guess so. Song nodded his head for a while, before pointing to his back with his thumb. Mr. Kim, it's dark out in front, so why don't you position yourself behind me? Kim stared at Song's flames for a second or two, before he wordlessly pulled out his smartphone and switched on the screen. And then, the passageway got illuminated rather brightly. Song alternated his gaze between his flame and the smartphone, before he wordlessly began searching for his own phone. The very back of the group was the spot reserved for Sung Jinwoo, who was injured pretty badly not too long ago, and Yuruhui, who didn't possess any combat skills whatsoever. Jinwoo scratched the back of his neck. Pardon me, I'm really sorry. About what? About, dragging you here against your wishes. I'm fine with it, so you don't need to mind me. Jinwoo cautiously studied Ruhui's expression. She definitely did not look fine at all. Jinwoo tilted his head this way and that while trying to read her mood better, before he asked her again, even more cautious than before. Are you really fine? That prompted Ruhui to shift her gaze towards him. Of course I'm not. Are you of a sane mind? If you were stabbed a couple of inches higher, you'd have a hole in your heart by now. And what about those injuries on your arms and legs? I worked so hard to heal you somehow, yet you wish to throw yourself into yet another dungeon. Plus, you don't even know where we're going to. She spoke so quickly that Jinwoo felt like his mind was getting numb from hearing her. However, she was right about everything. If it weren't for the presence of the outstanding healer rank B, Yuruhui, Jinwoo wouldn't have been able to carry on living unaffected, never mind working as a hunter. It was a small wonder why such high-ranked and hard-to-find healers were valued so greatly within the halls of the association. Wait, now that I think about it, I miss Ruhui a lot, don't I? Ruhui was a healer-type hunter, a rarest of the rare breeds. Not only that, she was a genius ranked at B as well. The association always asked her to heal the injured hunters whenever a gate opened up. And whenever Jinwoo participated in a raid, he'd almost always end up sitting down next to her. Are you in pain? Please hold on for a little while longer. Haven't I seen you before? By any chance, are you the person from the last time you're injured again? It's like we're running into each other quite often nowadays, isn't it? You said that your name is Mr. Jinwoo. Well, is it going to be alright? Maybe, this life of a hunter doesn't really suit you. You're here again. Show me your arm. No, not that one. Use bandages on that arm. I meant the other one with the bone fracture. At the moment, it was way past the point of Jinwoo feeling grateful for everything she had done, and firmly into the territory of him being apologetic for inconveniencing her. When Jinwoo looked dispirited, Ruhu also felt a bit bad about scolding him just now, and her attitude softened up considerably. "You're really sorry." "Yes, I am." Ruhu fell into a deep contemplation for a bit, before she began gazing at him with the corner of her eyes and her lips slowly arched up. "If you're really sorry, then how about you buy me dinner sometime?" Now that was a totally unexpected offer. Jinwoo looked at her with an expression of surprise and found a teasing smile etched on her face like a teenage girl. A teen girl, hell. The truth was, Ruhu was still a young girl who had barely entered her 20s. Didn't she say that she'd be 21 next year? If her long hair was replaced with something shorter, and her current attire was swapped out for a school uniform, she'd completely look like high school senior. His wandering mind pictured the image of Ruhu in a school uniform and his face reddened up somewhat. When Jinwoo hesitated with his answer, Ruhu's cheeks began puffing up like a balloon. "What the? You don't want to buy me dinner?" It happened, right then. Suddenly, it became quite hectic out in front. "We found it. It's the boss chamber." Jinwoo and Ruhu's gazes automatically shifted to the front, and they saw a huge stone door blocking the passage. Hunters immediately surrounded this door. "What is this? Why is there a door at the end of the cavern? Have we ever encountered a boss chamber with a door before? This is definitely the first time, I'm sure of it. Doesn't this feel strangely dangerous?" Hunters began to express their doubts and fears one at a time. Since their own lives were on the line here, they had to be cautious and meticulous. However, if one were to become too cautious, one would end up failing to grasp the heaven-sent opportunity in the first place. Mr. Song figured this was one such case. "Are you all planning to return empty-handed after coming this far?" Song placed his hands on the door. "If that's what you want, knock yourselves out. I'm pushing ahead, even if it means I'll be going alone." Song was a rank C hunter with 10 years of experience. If it weren't for his age, which was over 60, he'd be making a killing in a big guild by now thanks to his excellent skills. And when a hunter like that voiced his opinion with such confidence, others began to feel less anxious than before. Wait a minute. A couple of hunters began recalling rumors of dual dungeons. "I heard that there are incredible treasures hidden within dual dungeons." "Yeah, I heard that a certain small to medium guild found a dual dungeon and grew into a large guild almost overnight. Monsters inside a dungeon always possess roughly the similar ranks no matter where they are located, so the hunt itself should not be too difficult. What if there were incredible treasures hidden with the dual dungeon just as the rumors said, and the monsters beyond this door were about the same difficulty as the rank D creatures they fought until now? I can't let that old man monopolize all the treasure. No freaking way. Postnatal care, the school fee for the firstborn kid, and let's not forget, this month's rent is almost due too." The opinions of the hunters were now on the same page. Jinwoo, too, healed himself. "I can't return home with just a single ranking magic crystal. At a bare minimum, I gotta kill a rank D. No, one more ranky monster. It didn't even have to be a monster, too. If it's treasure instead, treasures or rare loot found in a dungeon would normally be divided equally among all the participants in a raid. It was quite a different way of sharing the rewards where one could only take possession of magic crystals one procured by themselves. If we score big today, then things might improve at home for a while." Jinwoo nervously swallowed down his saliva. Ruhu saw his determined expression and asked him, "Is that how the expression of someone who's a hunter as a hobby looks like?" Jinwoo shrugged his shoulders. Who'd bet their lives in their main line of profession nowadays? Unless it's a hobby, obviously. Just as a dumbfounded expression formed on Ruhu's face, Song pushed the dungeon's door and it creaked open. There must have been some sort of mechanism installed on the heavy-looking door, since the physical strength of a 60-year-old man was enough to easily open it. Slam! Now that the door was wide open, the huge open interior revealed itself. Hunters hurriedly rushed in. "Let's go in as well." Jinwoo feared that he'd fall behind, so he grasped Ruhu's hand and took the lead. Double quotes. Ruhu's face reddened slightly as she followed after him. As soon as hunters set foot inside, flames erupted on the numerous torches packed tightly on the walls all at the same time. Thanks to that, the interior brightened up considerably. What's the heck? The lights came on by themselves. First time seeing a dungeon like this one. Something's different about this place. Hunters cautiously studied their surroundings. The overall atmosphere of the place was similar to that of an ancient temple. Not only that, an old and somewhat decrepit temple, something that might be buried and hidden beneath the ground. Moss and weed could be seen sporadically on the floor, walls, and the ceiling. Several hunters shrunk back and shuddered slightly. It's a bit creepy in here, isn't it? Doesn't it feel like we're being watched by someone? Leaving behind the scared hunters, the three, for strongest of the group went in deeper. Tisk, don't say something that might jinx us, will ya? Let's end this quickly and go home. The interior was nonsensically huge. The chamber was shaped like a giant dome. It was as large as several Olympic stadiums. The one found in Seoul were put together. No, maybe it was even bigger than that. However, one couldn't help but feel that it was still inadequate. The reason for that was rather obvious. That thing over there. And no freaking way that thing's the boss, right? In the deepest part of the dome, something so logic-defyingly humongous sat on a throne just as big as itself. It was none other than a huge stone statue of a god. Oh my god, wow, shocked gasps leaked out from the hunters. The first image popping up in Jinwoo's head was of the Statue of Liberty in New York. If that statue sat down on a chair, wouldn't it be as big as that statue of the unknown god? Well, Liberty was a woman, while the one sitting on the throne was a dude, though. No, hang on, maybe it's even bigger than that. Hunters began nervously swallowing their saliva near the foot of the god statue. The taut and heavy apprehension and anxiety were clear to see on their faces as they worried about this statue being the dungeon's boss. However, the statue did not budge an inch. What a fortunate thing that was. Whew. Even Sung spat out a sigh of relief. Okay, everyone, spread out. Now that they found some leeway, hunters split among themselves and began searching around the vicinity. I don't think there's a single monster in here. You think so, too? Never mind a monster, I can't even see a single bug, too. The chamber of the stone god statue might have been massive, yet its actual inner structure was on the simpler side. On the walls, countless torches could be found there. And in front of these walls, more stone statues, slightly taller than a human being, stood tall and unmoving. There were lots of them here as well, found at a certain distance from one another. They are all rather beautiful, aren't they? It's like they are works of art, no? Objects held by each of the stone statues were varied and different. Some held weapons, there was one with a book, some carried musical instruments, and even torches. It's as if they are like statues of a holy temple or something. Song finished what Kim wanted to say, ma'am. Then, Song found something beneath his feet. Isn't this a magic formation? He found a magic formation that he had never seen before located in the middle of this temple. It was then, excuse me, Mr. Song, did you see? Something's written here. Can you come over here and take a look? One of the hunters discovered a statue that was different from others and called out to Song. Song stopped studying the magic formation and got up from the floor. Other hunters all gathered around the statue Song was headed off to. Only this statue featured a pair of wings and carried a stone slate. What the hunters focused on was the letters carved into this slate. Song took a sweeping look at the slate and muttered to no one in particular. It's rune alphabet, the rune alphabet. Words that could not be found anywhere on Earth, and found only within dungeons. Only the hunters who had awakened the magic-related professions could decipher them. The laws of the Karutenon Temple. Song read the very first verse. With a deeply nervous face, Jinwoo listened to the contents of the slate, as read out by Mr. Song. However, someone suddenly tugged at his arm. When he looked back, he spotted Ruhu and her deathly pale complexion. Ruhu's complexion was incredibly poor. Sung Jinwoo was deeply taken aback by this sight. What's wrong? Are you ill somewhere? There. Over there. Jinwoo's eyes followed Ruhui's trembling pointing finger. She was pointing at the giant god statue. More specifically, she was pointing at the god statue's face. Jinwoo could only tilt his head in confusion because it looked pretty much the same as before. Ruhu stuttered some words out. The eyes. The eyes of the god statue moved towards us. Just now. Pardon me. Jinwoo looked again several times, but nothing seemed to have changed. There was no visible change to the god statue. I'm sure you've made a mistake. However, it seemed like Ruhu didn't hear him. Her head stayed lowered, and as she held onto Jinwoo's arm, her entire body trembled even harder. Hang on a sec here. Even Jinwoo picked up on this strange but ominous sensation now. The world was eerily quiet. So much so, it felt just too bizarre. No sounds. Even the sounds of the flames burning on the torches could not be heard anymore. First law. In the meantime, Sung's voice continued on as he read the contents of the slate. Worship the god. Second law. Exalt the god. Third law. Prove your piety. Those who do not keep to these laws shall not leave this place alive. It was then. Slam. Jinwoo had been paying attention to the god statue only. He was stunned by the shout and hurriedly turned his head to take a look at his front. It's not a statue with an instrument. He belatedly realized that the thing that looked like a musical instrument from afar was actually a shield, instead. And sure enough, the statue mercilessly stabbed down with its shield. Hyok! Jinwoo hurriedly threw himself to the side. Kyak! Ruhu screamed. Jinwoo rolled on the ground, and when he came to a stop, he raised his head to see the god statue standing right in front of his nose. It's one thing after another. His forehead must have been torn from him rolling on the ground, because blood was flowing down and blurred his vision. His view was restricted, and he couldn't look too far away. Jinwoo quickly searched around his vicinity. An instrument. An instrument. However, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see a single statue holding an instrument nearby. The area above the hunter's neck suddenly vanished. The headless body powerlessly collapsed to the ground. Kayak, Uak, hunters began screaming their heads off. The stone statue that smashed a human's head apart with a steel mace returned to its original spot next to the door, as if nothing important had happened, its body completely covered in fresh blood. That thing can move. What the hell? Does that mean every statue in here can move, too? We gotta fight against these things. I couldn't even see that damn thing swing the mace, so how can I? And like others here, though, Jinwoo knew the truth. Their troubles only had just begun. Didn't Ruhu say it earlier? The eyes. The eyes of the god statue moved towards us. Just now, if what she said is true. A chill rapidly ran down his spine. Jinwoo forced his stiff neck to turn around so he could look behind him. Oh, shit. The stone statue of the god was looking down at him. Part 3, Commencement of the Attack. It was then, the god statue's to black eyes changed to red. Was this the instincts of a hunter? No, the instincts of a living being were sending out urgent warning signals. Something was coming, something none of them could contend with. Jinwoo turned towards the other hunters and cried out as loudly as he could, "Get down!" Almost at the same time, red beams of light shot out from the eyes of the god statue. Jinwoo hugged Ruhui and threw their bodies to the floor. The beam shot right by the spot Jinwoo had been standing. A tenth of a second. No, he survived by 1/100th of a second. That was definitely too close for comfort. And fortunately, not everyone was as lucky as Jinwoo. Uak. Those who were swallowed up by the red light evaporated where they stood. Only the ashes of what used to be human hunters remained where the beam flew past. The screams came not from the dead hunters, but those who witnessed their final moments from the sidelines, actually. What the fuck was that, you? How can such a thing even be? The remaining hunters began freaking out. Out of the 17 hunters, only 11 survived. Not one of them had ever experienced such a powerful attack before in their lives. I barely made it because he told me to get down. if it wasn't for Mr. Seung's shouts. Hunters stared at Jinwoo while nervously swallowing their saliva. Jinwoo turned out to be their unlikely savior. Without his timely warning, they could only imagine what would have happened to them, and that thought sent chills down their spines. While still lying prostrate on the ground, Jinwoo glared at the god statue. Its eyes were still glowing in red, but it did not attack again. Is the attack over? Jinwoo looked underneath him. The scared silly Yuruhu was trembling in his arms. This was the reason why she worked for the association and not for a big guild, and participated in simple raids like this one, even though she was nominally an excellent hunter with a rank as high as B. Ruhui's breathing was getting rougher by the second. He couldn't let her be like this. He had to do something. Jinwoo was about to raise his body up, thinking that he gotta do something here, but then, someone grabbed his shoulders and pushed him back down, hard. Don't get up, it was Mr. Sung, somehow next to the youth before anyone had noticed it. Jinwoo was flustered, but still did as he was told. Sung then shouted at the other hunters. Nobody move. Stay exactly where you are. Sung looked around before focusing on Jinwoo. Only those that moved got killed. Those who listened to you and got down survived. It seems that way. Sung tilted his head slightly. I thought you warned us because you figured something out. No, well, I just felt something dangerous was coming, so. A flash of light brushed past Sung's eyes just then. His instincts are pretty good, in other words, he's a ranky hunter. If only his abilities were a bit higher. Just as Sung stared at Jinwoo with a rueful expression, Jinwoo found a little bit of leeway to check out the older hunter's condition. And the youth's eyes opened up wider after finding something pretty terrible. A juicy, your arm, this is nothing. I can still hold on, but still. Jinwoo swallowed down his saliva. Sung's other hand that wasn't pressing down on Jinwoo's shoulder, his left arm, was gone. Sung studied Ruhui's conditions for a bit, before he took off the t-shirt he was wearing, and while not even showing the enormous amount of pain he must be feeling, he wrapped up what was left of his left arm. Help me tie up the end, please, it's difficult to sew with only one hand. Jinwoo could only nod his head then. They were able to somehow stop the bleeding for now. Rather than a scream or a pain moan, Sung let out a long sigh. It was a sigh containing 10 years' worth of experience as a hunter. Phew. Now that the first aid was over, Sung's gaze became a level sharper as he studied his surroundings. Although the god statue stopped attacking them, their situation hadn't improved in the slightest. And like so, seconds continued to tick by, sob. Just why do we have to suffer like this? Double quotes. A few hunters even began shedding tears now. We can't stay like this forever. The patience of the other hunters was running out as well. Jinwoo agreed with that sentiment, though. Right, we can't stay here forever, but what could he possibly do here? If Sung's suspicion was correct, then the moment they moved, they'd get attacked. And, even if they got lucky and managed to evade the beams and reach the door, there were the two stone statues guarding the doorway to worry about, as well. They were a big problem too. Actually, the movements of the doorkeepers were so fast that he couldn't see it with his eyes. Could he or anyone else open the door and escape before those statues attacked them? It sounded completely impossible. Which meant that the annihilation of the hunters was just a matter of time. Wait, a matter of time. When his thoughts arrived there, a strong sense of disharmony filled him up. An event that couldn't have happened, but it happened anyway. But no one else seemed to have picked up on it yet. We missed something here. Without a doubt, the answer to their salvation hid in that something. It was then, "Don't move," Sung shouted at Mr. Yo, who was at the far end of the group. "Shut up. Who knows when that thing will start attacking us again?" "But you want me to stay here and wait." Mr. Yo was a close combat type hunter. These types of hunters possessed far superior physical abilities than regular human beings. On top of this, Yo was about to sign up with a big guild after his skills were acknowledged by them not too long ago as well. "I'll not die here today." While keeping low to the ground, Yo put all his strength down to his legs. His aim was at the doorway. The muscles on his legs were swelling up fast. Damn it, Sung could only mutter out to himself. Right then, you kicked the ground and exploded forward. Meanwhile, Jinwoo hurriedly turned his head to look at the god statue. Just as he suspected, the eyes of the statue were fixed on the back of Mr. Yo. And then, the chilling red ray shot out from those eyes. Buzz, the beam slammed on the back of Mr. Yo. Gyaok, the female hunter screamed at the top of her lungs. She must have developed a leak, because a puddle of yellow liquid formed where she was squatting on the ground. The expressions of the hunters froze hard. Oh my god. Mr. Yo no longer stood where the red beam flew past. Only the pair of ownerless ankles could be seen now. One of the men with a weaker constitution began emptying the contents of his stomach. Be blurred. Jinwoo's expression also crumpled as well. As expected, the god statue could easily finish them off if it felt like it. It'd be easier than stepping on squirming bugs, actually. If that's the case, then why hadn't it? It could kill them, yet it hadn't done that. This was a completely different pattern of behavior compared to the monsters that attacked as soon as spotting human hunters in their vicinity. These statues only moved if certain conditions were met, the doorkeepers that only attacked if someone approached the door. The eyes of the god statue firing that red beam if someone moved. It was like a game with a set regulation. Hang on. Could there be some kind of rules in this chamber? It was here that a piece of puzzle found its place in Jinwoo's head. He began recalling the contents of the stone slate Sung was reading not too long ago. That was why. The laws of the Kurutanan temple, was it? Regulation was rules, and rules could be laws as well. The key to their safe escape from this chamber had to be buried within those warnings found on the stone slate. Worship the god. That was the first law. Did you just say something? If that's the case, then why hadn't it? It could kill them, yet it hadn't done that. This was a completely different pattern of behavior compared to the monsters that attacked as soon as spotting human hunters in their vicinity. These statues only moved if certain conditions were met, the doorkeepers that only attacked if someone approached the door. The eyes of the god statue firing that red beam if someone moved. It was like a game with a set regulation. Hang on. Could there be some kind of rules in this chamber? It was here that a piece of puzzle found its place in Jinwoo's head. He began recalling the contents of the stone slate Sung was reading not too long ago. That was why. The laws of the Kurutanan temple, was it? Regulation was rules, and rules could be laws as well. The key to their safe escape from this chamber had to be buried within those warnings found on the stone slate. Worship the god. That was the first law. Did you just say something? He nearly died just then. The moment the statue's eyes met his, he thought he was going to die for sure. He somehow did dodge it, but his legs wouldn't stop shaking from the fear. Still, he learned something important just now. It's not attacking someone who's moving around. As long as he was squatting low to the ground, he could go anywhere he wanted to and the statue's eyes would remain still. However, if one stood up, then the red beam would be fired without hesitation. The damn thing only attacks if we breach a certain height. That was why Jinwoo bet his life on proving this theory right just now. And now, he was sure of it. The meaning behind the first law, that was. Jinwoo shouted out towards the rest of the hunters. Everyone, their attention shifted towards him in an instant. Jinwoo spoke as he met their gazes. You must kowtow towards the god statue. Hunters began tilting their heads after hearing him. Kowtow? You want us to kowtow to that statue? Hunters exchanged glances with each other, before loudly cussing out at Jinwoo. Fuck you. What bullshit tea are you spewing here? What the hell? How can you say something like that under the current circumstances? Have you lost your mind, Sung Jinwoo? Kim's face became boiling red as he began snorting like a bull. I had no idea you, Mr. Sung, would be like this. If I could move, then I'd have punched you in the face already. Jinwoo bit on his lower lip. 6 of their comrades were killed by the god statue. So, it was rather obvious that the surviving hunters would cuss him out when he told them to kowtow towards that abominable thing. It wasn't hard to understand what these hunters were feeling at the moment. And the most important thing was, he had no logical evidence to back his theory up. He only had his gut feelings. Indeed, that was the only way to describe it. However, "I'll do as you say." That voice came from Jinwoo's back. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted there. It was Mr. Song, effectively the leader of this group. "Mr. Song Ajusi, you are going to kowtow to that fucking statue." Just as other hunters began to freak out, Song looked straight at Jinwoo. "Young man, you've discovered something, haven't you?" Jinwoo resolutely nodded his head. "Is it your instinct again?" Yes. For the time being, I see. Just now, 11 people survived thanks to Jinwoo's instincts. Well, with the death of Mr. Yo, there were 10 now, but still, if it was Jinwoo's instincts, then wouldn't it be worth believing it at least once more? That's what Song thought. When Song knelt down and kowtowed towards the god statue, the mood had become solemn and silent. He's really doing it. Seizing upon this opportunity, Jinwoo shouted out once more. "Everyone, I beg of you, please kneel before the god statue. We might be able to get out of here alive. Might be able to get out alive." The impact those simple words carried was quite explosive. We might live. We can get out of here. With just one kowtow, the hesitant hunters began to plop down to the ground, as if they were really kowtowing. The number of them performing the act gradually increased. In the end, even the complaining Kim bowed his head towards the statue. However, there was no visible change to the god statue. Indeed, those chilling red lights still shone from the eyes of the statue. Jinwoo felt his heart go cold. Was I wrong? It was here that his gaze shifted to Ruhu next to him. No matter how generous one was, it was difficult to describe her posture of squatting on the ground shivering, while holding her head in her hands as her kowtowing. What if? Jinwoo carefully grasped Ruhui's wrist. She raised her head like a scared cat. Seeing her, Jinwoo wordlessly nodded his head. Only then did she relax her muscles somewhat. With that, Jinwoo was able to slowly change her posture. Done. There was only one person remaining now. And that would be him. Jinwoo knelt down towards the god statue, placed his hands on the ground, and slowly lowered his head. Finally, something began to change. Hunters who had noticed the change first raised their voices. The god statue. Look at the statue, its eyes. The red light buzzing in its eyes was gradually weakening. What the hell? Is this really going to work? Eventually, the red light completely vanished. Oh, hunters began rejoicing loudly. The red light is gone, we made it. The excited hunters began standing up one at a time. Even then, the statue didn't fire the red beam. Jinwoo belatedly raised his head and spat out a sigh of relief. Whew. Just as he suspected, this chamber operated strictly within the set regulations. If that's the case, then this game was far from over. Two more laws still remained. The second law, exalt the god. And the third law, prove one's piety. It was then, rumble. Accompanied by a goosebump-inducing noise, the entire chamber began to shake. Jinwoo's expression hardened immediately. As I thought, his suspicions proved to be correct once more. Things were only getting started. The humongous god statue was slowly rising up from the stone throne. Ow! Hunters were hugging each other while shedding tears of joy until then, but when they realized this turn of events, they all froze up like statues themselves. What the hell? It wasn't over yet. This can't be. None of them could articulate what they wanted to say. Despair rapidly dyed their expressions. Soon, the god statue completely stood up from the throne. The creature swept its gaze around once and began walking towards the hunters. Thud, every time the god statue stepped on the ground, the whole world seemed to shake. Thud, it was so tall that its head was almost scraping against the chamber's indescribably high ceiling. Thud, even when the hunters were overwhelmed by the statue's sheer size, the thing was gradually closing its distance to them. Mr. Seong Jinwoo. What can we do? The hunters who were cussing at Jinwoo only a short while ago hurriedly began crowding around him. Is there a way out of this? Say something. All these adults were forming tearful expressions as if they'd start breaking down in sobs and wails very soon. Currently, Jinwoo was their only hope. Jinwoo helped the frozen stiff Ruhu up from the ground and began talking about the second law. Exalt the god. That's the key. Wait, isn't that? Kim suddenly butted in as if he knew something others didn't. Isn't that what's written on the slate? Correct. Worship the god. Exalt the god. And finally, prove your piety. We need to satisfy all three laws. Jinwoo began speaking faster and faster. Why? The god statue was already a stone's throw away from them. That? Everyone's complexion paled as the gigantic shadow loomed over them. Let me try something. The young male hunter who usually kept to himself suddenly took a step forward. What are you trying to do? I've been in a church choir. I'm confident if it's about exalting something. The young hunter slowly stepped forward towards the statue while disregarding the dissuasion of Kim. He regulated his breathing while looking up at the god statue before he took a large gulp of air. I come to you, Lord. His clear voice began reverberating within the chamber. Renew my faith once more. Bless me with your grace, Lord. The statue stopped its march in front of the singing hunter. Oh, hunters began gasping out in elation. The god statue didn't move from the spot as if it was absorbed by the singing. All the other noises in the room vanished. Only the young man's voice could be heard in the chamber's interior. The young hunter was encouraged by this and carried on. All the weakness found in me, through your love, I shall overcome. Among the hunters, only Jinwoo was shuddering from this ominous sensation filling him up. This is wrong. Jinwoo swallowed up his words several times. The chamber featured its own set of rules. But the young hunter was exalting the god statue with the rule of Christianity, not with the rules of this chamber. Thankfully, the statue wasn't moving, but could singing that him qualify as upholding the rules? Jinwoo shook his head. The only reason why he didn't say anything was solely because he couldn't think of a better way to stop the god statue himself. It was right then. Thud, the weighty noise reverberated throughout the chamber. Kak, the female hunter screamed at the top of her lungs. When the stone statue lifted its leg up, bloody mess of what used to be the young hunter could be found on the ground as well as on the bottom of its foot. Other hunters began screaming in panic and shock too. Ayuak. The face of the statue, emotionless until then, was now crumpled in pure rage. It's angry. Run away. Hunters dispersed away from the statue in a hurry. And fortunately for the female hunter, she lost her reasoning and stood on the spot while screaming loudly after personally witnessing the death of the young male hunter. Catch, Kamet, ... single quotes. Jinwoo was running away while carrying Ruhu in his arms, but he turned around so he could go and help that woman out. But then, Sung stopped the youth. But, Juicy, it's too late. As if slapping a fly down, the god statue slammed its palm down at the female hunter. Slam. Kook. Jinwoo inadvertently shifted his gaze away. It was a truly gruesome sight, and he couldn't bear to watch it unfold. There is no time to waste like this. Are you planning to let this girl die too? Song's words sobered Jinwoo up in an instant. It was as he said. Thud, Yuck. Thud, help me. The statue was not walking around anymore. No, it was actually running around and stepping on the humans it found nearby. Whenever the thing stepped on the ground, the entire chamber shook around, hard. Thud, Jinwoo gritted his teeth and began running again. Ruhu squeezed her eyes shut and held onto him for her dear life. Let's split up, yes. Thinking that moving around together was dangerous, Jinwoo and Song ran in separate directions. Jinwoo made sure to run towards the furthest corner from the frenzied god statue. However, there was another hunter who had arrived there before he did. It was Mr. Park. Park was running with everything he had. Tears formed on the edges of his eyes when he recalled his family. Sob. Back home, a son who resembled him so much and a wife pregnant with their second child was waiting for him. He couldn't die here, not like this. Perhaps because he ran with everything he had, he was able to run the furthest away from the statue out of everyone here. Pant. As Park tried to control his heavy breathing in the corner, his friend Kim urgently shouted at him. "Mr. Park." Park raised his head after hearing the familiar voice. "Yeah." Kim pointed at the spot behind Park and cried out. "You're back. Look behind you." It was then something sharp gleamed coldly behind Mr. Park. A slice. Park was sliced in half from the top of his head right down to his groin. His cleanly cut to halves fell to the ground. Park. The stone statue that killed Park with its greatsword returned to its position as if nothing had happened, exactly like how the doorkeeper did before. Kim began tearing up after witnessing this scene. "You sons of bitches," thud. Behind him, the humongous god statue was stepping on and killing humans one at a time, and if you ran towards the corner in order to avoid it, then the stone statues located there would start attacking you. My arm. The interior of the chamber swiftly fell into chaos. Hyuk. Cold sweat dripped down from Jinwoo's forehead. His legs were getting heavier. His breathing was getting rougher and rougher. However, his head was filled with only one chain of thought. Exalt the god. Exalt the god. Exalt the god. The words of the second law circulated in his brain non-stop. The key to unraveling this mystery definitely existed within this chamber. Something within this chamber that they could use. However, when the hunters first entered this place, they had searched every nook and cranny, but didn't find a single contraption nor things that might be some kind of tools. No, back then or now, the only things here that can move are the stone statues. It was then, a thought raced past Jinwoo's brain just then. Only things moving in here are the statues. Damn it, Jinwoo's eyes widened. Why haven't I thought of that before? If the only things that could move were the stone statues, then the only thing he could use had to be them too. These statues activated when humans got near them, meaning he had to take advantage of this rule. What if? Even though he was running short of breath, Jinwoo roared out loud enough to shake the entire chamber. Run towards the statues holding musical instruments. All the hunters still alive heard Jinwoo's voice. Instruments, a ray of hope found its way into the eyes of the hunters. Quite different to back when he told them to kowtow, everyone moved unbelievably quickly. If Jinwoo was wrong about this, then as soon as arriving near one, they would be killed by the stone statues holding the musical instruments. However, no one here questioned Jinwoo's words. Song was the first one to arrive in front of a statue carrying a musical instrument. Song controlled his heavy breathing and raised his head to look at the statue. And as if it was alive, the fingers of the statue moved and strummed on the harp. Clang clang, a beautiful melody flowed out. It's working. Hurry to the statues with instruments. Hunters ran towards the nearest correct statues in hurried footsteps. The statue with a trumpet began blowing it triumphantly. One with a flute began playing with it. The one holding the lyre strummed on its strings. Hyuk. While sensing the approach of his physical limit, Kim somehow arrived in front of the statue that held a bazooka and plopped down to the ground. I don't know what this bazooka could be. Told as is from the raw, and probably either a bazooka or a bouzouki, both from the 1900s. Teetering. As soon as the statue began playing the instrument, the god statue stopped chasing after Kim. He must have been overcome with emotions, because Kim then began shedding tears while he stayed down on his knees. Sob. Meanwhile, the god statue turned around. The creature searched around and soon enough, found its next prey. God damn it, Jinwoo spat out a cuss as his gaze met the god statues. He then began running hard, so hard that his heart might explode. His back was already soaked through in sweat. Why isn't it working? Jinwoo's resentful glare landed on the stone statue in front of him. The statue holding a drum showed no signs of moving at all. Thud. The god statue closed in with frightening speed. He was practically on the other side of the chamber from the damn thing, yet the distance between the two shortened in no time at all. Jinwoo swallowed down his saliva. Could it be that the statue won't play because there are two people here? Me and Miss Ruhuid, he couldn't think of anything else. Why? Because other statues were playing music just fine as soon a hunter stood in front of it. There is no time to think anymore. Jinwoo put Ruhuid down and got ready to run to somewhere else. Mr. Jinwoo. Still terrified out of her mind, Ruhuid clung onto Jinwoo's sleeve. Jinwoo calmly whispered in her ear, "We'll both die if we stay together." Tears began forming on Ruhui's eyes. Her fingers trembled as they held onto his clothes. Unfortunately, there was no time to explain to her in detail. Jinwoo carefully pried her hand away and began running in the opposite direction as hard as he could. Boom, boom, boom. When he glanced back, the statue behind Ruhuid began beating its drum in a slow but steady rhythm. What a relief. There was only one thing remaining now, to run to the other statue without getting killed. Only Jinwoo hadn't received the protection of the music-playing statues. Quite obviously, the rage of the god statue was solely directed to Jinwoo and him alone. Jinwoo did his best to avoid the foot of the thing that rivaled a building in size and crossed the room in a hurry. Thud, thud, he fell and rolled around, but still, he somehow managed to avoid getting flattened by the god statue's foot. Hyuk. He might only have been a Ranky, but he was still a close combat type hunter, so his physique came in handy in situations like this. Just a little bit further, a bit more. Jinwoo kept an eye out on the god statue's movements and ran even harder. His speed increased. And when the distance remaining between him and the stone statue was mere a dozen feet. "No, that's the wrong one," Mr. Sung cried out to him. Jinwoo had been paying attention to the god statue only. He was stunned by the shout and hurriedly turned his head to take a look at his front. It's not a statue with an instrument. He belatedly realized that the thing that looked like a musical instrument from afar was actually a shield, instead. And sure enough, the statue mercilessly stabbed down with its shield. Hyuk, Jinwoo hurriedly threw himself to the side. Kyak, Ruhu screamed. Jinwoo rolled on the ground, and when he came to a stop, he raised his head to see the god statue standing right in front of his nose. It's one thing after another. His forehead must have been torn from him rolling on the ground, because blood was flowing down and blurred his vision. His view was restricted, and he couldn't look too far away. Jinwoo quickly searched around his vicinity. An instrument. However, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see a single statue holding an instrument nearby. Meanwhile, the god statue raised its leg over Jinwoo's position. Hyuk, thud. Jinwoo threw himself again and somehow avoided the foot of the statue again, but he had reached his limit. A powerful dizziness was assaulting him, and for some reason, he couldn't even balance himself. Please, if there was a real god, he thought that he'd start praying right about now. It was then, Jinwoo spotted a stone statue that held neither a weapon or a musical instrument. Jinwoo decided to bet everything on that statue. He crawled on the ground and arrived in front of the statue in question. He then managed to flip his body around and lie down on the ground so he could see the god statue. He no longer had any energy to move. Jinwoo stared at the approaching god statue and continued to roughly breathe in and out. The expression of the god statue was far more contorted compared to before, as if it got infuriated further by Jinwoo's continued evasion. The god statue now stopped in front of Jinwoo. Seeing a creature as big as a high-rise blocking his entire view, Jinwoo felt like he couldn't breathe anymore. Double quotes. Did it think he was nothing more than a cornered rat? The god statue simply looked down at him and didn't do anything else. This is the end. Jinwoo sensed his own unavoidable death approaching closer after looking straight into the eyes of the god statue. However, woo-woo, from somewhere behind him, a beautiful and otherworldly voice came out. Jinwoo turned his head around to see what was going on. Woo-woo, woo-woo-woo. The lips of the stone statue holding a book moved, and whenever they did, a divine song flowed out and filled the interior of the massive chamber. Woo-woo-woo-woo. The crumpled expression of the god statue slowly reverted back to the emotionless state. Soon, all those horrifyingly contorted facial muscles of the statue smoothed out. When the song of the stone statues came to its eventual end, the god statue turned around. Then, Just how other stone statues had done until now, it returned to its throne and settled down as if things that happened until now were nothing but a lie. Thud! The noise of the god statue sitting down on the throne resounded throughout the chamber. Pant, pant, barely made it. A thin smile formed on Jinwoo's lips. Meanwhile, Ruhu began running from her position at the far end of the chamber. Mr. Jinwoo. She ran with all her might and knelt down next to him as tears streamed down on her face. What can I do? What am I supposed to? She summoned all of her magical energy and activated her healing magic. However, nothing seemed to improve. The dispersed hunters gathered around Jinwoo one by one. Every single one of them carried a dark expression. What, Mr. Jinwoo? Even then, only Ruhu was crying in sorrow. Why was everyone acting like this? Jinwoo's lips bobbled up and down. He wanted to ask what was going on, but he couldn't really summon forth his own voice. Sensing that he had no choice, he tried to prop himself up. Then, he noticed the pool of blood around his lower torso. Only then did he belatedly realize the change to his body. Below his right knee was gone. Jinwoo's eyes reflexively shifted toward the stone statue holding the shield. He then saw the trail of blood clearly visible on the end of the shield. And the rest of his right leg was just below that. Drip, drip. Drops of blood started falling from Ruhui's nose. That was the sign of her reaching the limits of her physical stamina. The healing magic from a rank B healer was unable to recover missing limbs. Meaning, what she was doing was basically pouring water into a broken jug. Her stamina rapidly cottoned out in the end. It's fine now, Miss Ruhu. You can stop. I'm going to heal you. I'll fix you as good as new. Hunters stared at the two of them while forming miserable expressions. Out of the 17 who initially entered this chamber, only 6 remained now. And from this group of 6, 2 of them had suffered horrible, grievous wounds. Sung had lost his arm, while Jinwoo lost his leg. They might have survived, but none of them felt like rejoicing at the moment. It was then, yet another strange noise rocked the chamber. Rumble. The middle of the temple, where that strange magic formation could be found, suddenly rose up above the ground. Jinwoo inwardly thought that it had finally come. Prove your piety, is it? He already had a rough idea as to what those words could mean. Part 5 Final Trial. The circular magic formation in the center of the temple began rising up noisily, and only stopped after reaching the height of a couple of steps. An altar. Hunters displayed alert reactions as soon as Jinwoo muttered out. An altar? He just said it's an altar. The person who had rescued them from the 2 preceding crises was not some high-ranked hunter, but Ranky Jinwoo, who used to be the butt of their jokes most of the time. If it weren't for Mr. Seong, all of us would have been. Hunters were thinking this exact same thought. Under the current circumstances, Jinwoo's words were their lifeline. And now, that Jinwoo had muttered out a word altar. Kim always was quick on the uptake, and so, he caught on to the meaning first before anyone else had the chance to do so. I get it now, I see how it is. Kim then unsheathed the sword hanging on his hips. Now originally, this weapon would be used to cut various monsters down. But for now, it'd have to be utilized for a different purpose altogether. Even if I'm a dumb bastard, I can more or less get what you're trying to say here. Hunters nervously swallowed their saliva while looking at the sharp, coldly gleaming blade. Mr. Kim, why are you pulling your sword out like that? Why don't we talk about this first? Let's talk first. The highest ranked member among the group, Rank C Hunter Song, was heavily injured, meaning there was no one here that could potentially stop Kim, who boasted a pretty powerful set of skills himself even within the D rank. Kim pointed towards the altar with his sword. The final law, prove your piety. And there's an altar appearing out of nowhere in the middle of this place. Kim's gaze then shifted to Jinwoo. So, aren't we supposed to offer up a sacrifice, Mr. Seong? Jinwoo slowly nodded his head. That was what the youth thought as well. One of the surviving 6 had to act as a sacrifice. That's what the last law probably meant. Jinwoo came to this conclusion. He sensed more disturbance and raised his head, and realized that the eyes of Mr. Kim as he approached closer did not look friendly at all. A long sweat drop glided down Jinwoo's forehead. Juicy. What? You, young man, don't say anything and be still. Kim angrily shouted out and pointed his sword at Mr. Song, who was squatting next to Jinwoo in order to check out the youth's condition. Just who was it that dragged us to this place? Wasn't it this guy? Yes, it was Mr. Song. So, don't you think it's only right for Mr. Song to take the ultimate responsibility, Juicy? Jinwoo tried to get up in a fit of anger, but then, Song's hand that resembled the bark of an aged tree stopped the youth. Jinwoo looked at Song in disbelief. Song wordlessly shook his head. His eyes were pleading with Jinwoo, asking the youth to not say anything else. Of course, Jinwoo had lots of things to say, but he kept them down for now. Song slowly raised his body up. What Mr. Kim said is right. I should take the blame for today, old man. I guess we are now finally on the same page. Kim used the tip of his sword to point towards the altar. If you get it now, then let's get going already. Over 10 people died here because of you, old man. One of the dead hunters today happened to be Mr. Park, a personal friend to Mr. Kim. Exploring the dual dungeon was decided with the vote involving everyone, but Kim had already erased that memory off his head after losing much of his reasoning. Mr. Song spoke to Kim. I'd like to walk on my own volition, so can you put the sword away? Of course, Kim refused right away. How can I trust you, old man? Stop wasting time and start moving already. Song sighed softly under his breath and walked towards the altar. Kim pointed his sword at the older man's back and followed on afterwards. Jinwoo bit his lower lip while watching the two men walk away. This isn't the fault of Mr. Song. More than half of the group agreed to do it together. Just because things had gone south, blaming Song for everything was simply too cowardly, he thought. But Jinwoo unfortunately did not possess enough strength to stop Kim here. Kim, thought to be one of the best among the rank D, and Sung Jinwoo, easily the worst of the rank E, the difference in their strengths was all too clear for him to see. Not only that, Jinwoo had even lost a leg. If he tried to confront Kim as he was now, there was a chance that him and even Ruhu, who had been focusing solely on healing him, could meet with disaster. Damn it! Jinwoo squeezed his eyes shut. He never hated his own powerlessness as much as he did today. In the meantime, Song had stepped up on the raised altar. Suddenly, a red flame lit up near the outer perimeter of the altar as soon as he did. Everyone nervously swallowed their saliva and observed the unfolding situation carefully. However, nothing else happened. Just a single flame came to life, and that was it. They waited for a while, but there was no visible change at all. Not only Kim, but everyone else got flustered by this situation. Kim quickly turned his head and spoke to Jinwoo. Look here, Mr. Seong, this wasn't it. Jinwoo also shook his head. Even I. He too thought that once a person chosen as the sacrifice stepped up on the altar, the third law of prove one's piety would be completed. It's not about offering up a sacrifice. If so, then it was not necessarily bad news. If the law was not about sacrifices, then it meant Mr. Song could still saved. Jinwoo's expression brightened somewhat. He sweated bucket loads as he tried to stand up, and two hunters nearby quickly lent their assistance. Please take me closer to the altar so I can study it. Mr. Jinwoo, your injuries are. Ruhu also got up from her spot to follow after Jinwoo. Her complexion was rather pale after expending too much of her magical energy. But because she had worked so hard, Jinwoo's blood loss had been temporarily halted, and the pain he felt was reduced to a barely noticeable degree. I gotta hurry up the current condition of Ruhu and Kim's boiling rage, Song's injuries, and the frightened hunters. He didn't have a lot of time here. Jinwoo eventually arrived at the altar with the help from other hunters. Let's climb up on the altar. The two hunters flinched from his statement, but they trusted Jinwoo and stepped up. Then, 3 more flames lit up. Right away, Jinwoo's eyes gleamed brightly. It's the same number as the people on the altar. Mr. Song and Jinwoo, plus 2 others who helped the youth. Indeed, the flames lit up to match the number of people standing on the altar. And it kind of looked like that these 4 flames were drawing a circle outside the altar. If I take into consideration the space between the flames, two more will complete the circle. It seemed that all the remaining people had to climb up on the altar for something, anything, to get started. Jinwoo turned his head to ask Song, "If we wait here, do you think other hunters will come to rescue us?" Song shook his head. "Today is the 7th day since the gate showed up. These things will start moving first before the help arrives. Because it's a gate ranked D, I see that it's been left alone for far too long." Well, that's how the association operates, isn't it? A gate would open up fully after the 7th day. The real meaning of a raid was to kill the dungeon's boss monster and therefore close the gate before that happened. When failing to do so, the monsters trapped in the dungeons would be set free from the dungeon, and they would be able to roam the outside world. Jinwoo looked behind him. The giant god statue was still looking down on them with an overbearing, arrogant expression from its throne. If that thing manages to go outside, then the ensuing chaos would be unimaginable. Of course, before that happened, hunters coming to this chamber to rescue them would all be killed by the statues first. He was now sure of the fact that they could not wait here forever. Jinwoo called out to Ruhu and Kim. "Both of you climb up." Ruhu stepped up on the altar first. The hesitant Kim also followed suit soon afterwards. Two more flames lit up and the circle was now complete. And then, hunters were grandly stunned by what happened next. What the hell? What's going on here? As Jinwoo had suspected, yet another change took place. It's coming. From the outermost edge of the altar, small blue flames floated upwards and began drawing a circle of their own as well. There looked to be at least 30 of these blue flames, placed real tightly next to each other. 34, 35, 36. Jinwoo quickly counted them all as the blue flames completed the circle and he realized that there were 36 of them. The 6 red flames that lit up to match the number of people. And the 36 blue flames that appeared outside them. What could be the significance behind that number? It was then, clang. Without a warning, the resolutely shut door suddenly opened up wide. Hunters reflexively flinched. Yuck! They all wanted so bad to run towards the wide-open doorway, but having seen the final moments of the Choi Boy Hunter, they found it hard to take the first step. If one tried to be the first, just who knew what might happen to them? Everyone's gaze fixed on Jinwoo as if to demand an answer from him. However, Jinwoo's lips remained tightly shut. He couldn't come up with a guess at the moment. He didn't know whether the open door was a trap, or they were now allowed to go out after they upheld the final law successfully. Too bad for him. Just as everyone was looking at Jinwoo, a horrifying noise filled up the entire chamber. Creak, creak. The heads of all 6 hunters quickly snapped around to look. What was that? It's coming closer. Those damn things are all moving now. Hunters' breathing quickened in an instant. The stone statues that had only moved when a person got near were now several steps closer to the group. Jinwoo only needed a short moment to figure out what happened, of course. No, the statues didn't move. It's the plinths below them that moved. That horrifying screech from earlier on most likely came from the plinths beneath the statues grating against the stone floor. They are not moving anymore. Kim wiped the droplets of sweat on his forehead as he spoke. While everyone was still staring at the statues, Jinwoo's focus was on the blue flames. They had been going out one by one, and 3 of them had flickered out of existence already. Kriok! Hearing that screech, someone cried out. What was that? Where did it come from? Jinwoo quickly raised his head. The noise had come from his general direction. The stone statues facing him had moved a little bit closer. Why only my side? Was it because he looked at somewhere else briefly? In order to confirm, Jinwoo closed his eyes. The noise resounded out again. Creak. As soon as he opened his eyes, the noise stopped. What the fuck is going on here? What are we supposed to do about this? Jinwoo quickly shouted at others. Don't take your eyes off the statues, no matter what. When he thought about it, he realized that the statues first began moving closer to the group when others were busy looking at him. They creep closer when we are not looking at them. It was right then, another blue flame disappeared. However, there was still no discernible change to either the group or the statues. Could it be? Cautiously raising his arm, Jinwoo did his best not to take his eyes off the statues while checking the time with his wristwatch. As I thought, at an interval of 1 minute, a blue flame was being extinguished. The blue flames are the timer. It was quite likely that one of the main points of the third law was to stay within the altar until all 36 blue flames died out. In other words, as long as everyone was keeping close watch on the statues, they'd be safe. It was quite possible that no one had to die at this final huddle. Wanting to be more accurate about the remaining time, Jinwoo began recounting the number of blue flames once more. There are 30 remaining. They only needed to endure 30 more minutes. Unfortunately, Jinwoo made a huge mistake just then. While he was counting the number of blue flames, his eyes wandered away for a brief moment, and that resulted in the statues creeping closer. Creak! The man standing on the opposite side screamed and ran towards the door. He simply couldn't hold on any longer as the horrifying screeching noise coming from his back frightened him so much. As soon as he left the altar, one of the red flames disappeared. No! Jinwoo cried out urgently. However, the man running as if he had gone crazy escaped through the open doorway without meeting a grisly fate, which took everyone by surprise. What the hell, Mr. Seong? What's going on? That guy made it out alive, Kim shouted out, flustered. Jinwoo was standing with his back to the doorway so he couldn't really tell what was going on. Did something change? The door. The door has closed just a little. The door's closing. No. After that guy left, the door moved a little bit, but then stopped. Jinwoo then recalled one of the red flames disappearing as soon as that man left the altar. God damn it. He immediately felt his heart go cold. One of the questions that he couldn't quite figure out until now as he stood on top of this altar finally had an answer. How could standing on an altar be a proof of one's piety? Indeed, he now had the answer to this quandary. And that answer was probably the worst one for Jinwoo, who had only one leg now and needed others' help just to keep his balance. That open doorway was a trap, a false hope right in front of one's eyes. If people saw the open door and climbed off the altar at the same time, the red flames would have gone out and the doorway would be closed shut again. And then, the banquet of raining blood and screams would inevitably follow next. On the other hand, the altar was the proverbial promised land. If each one did what they had to do in their positions until the timer ran out, then their survival would be guaranteed. So, it was between the false hope right in front of one's eyes, or the unseen promise of salvation. The third law was a test to see if one could defend one's position without falling into the sweet temptation over yonder while constantly being under the encroaching threat of death. However, two flies in the ointment happened in this situation. The first one was Jinwoo. Originally, the remaining group of people would have ran straight for the open door, but they stopped first to listen to what Jinwoo had to say, and that helped them avoid the trap being sprung in the first place. We got lucky there. Indeed, that had to be the only explanation. Such a thing was only possible because Jinwoo managed to figure out the first two laws all by himself and earn the trust of others. And fortunately for him, the second fly also happened as something he didn't foresee. A deserter had appeared among their midst. How would human beings react when there was a hope of survival right in front of their eyes? It was way too obvious. The man helping Jinwoo up abandoned the youth and bolted as well. Song hurriedly reached out and propped Jinwoo up from his back. Poof! When that man left the altar, yet another red flame disappeared and as expected, the door closed a little bit more. Creak! Ha! Kim dazedly pointed at the second deserter, but just like the first person to abandon them, he too safely escaped past the doorway. Jinwoo confirmed the number of remaining red flames and shouted out, "We must not move any more than this, then it'd be the end. Front, back, left, and right, in order to secure all four directions, for people were the bare minimum required." Jinwoo himself, Ruhu and Mr. Song and finally Mr. Kim. A single person leaving now would result in a gap within the field of vision. Kim wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked urgently, "Mr. Seong, just what is going on here?" Explain it to me properly. We'll make it as long as we wait here. Only until all the blue flames are extinguished. Jinwoo spat out everything he had deduced so far. Kim nodded his head as his ears perked up. Jinwoo quickly ended his explanation and added one more thing at the end. Remember, everyone here can get out of here alive. The laws of this chamber always left open a path for one's survival. The final law would not deviate from that. Jinwoo was certain of no one else needing to die as long as the remaining people trusted each other. Too bad, Kim's thoughts were quite different from the youth's. The older hunter asked hesitantly. Look here, Mr. Seong, you could be right on this one, but could the door close shut instead when the timer runs out? Jinwoo couldn't answer that one. He came to his conclusion after considering several variables, but until the result was in, he couldn't be 100% certain of anything. However, what Kim wanted was a definite assurance. Rather than an uncertain promise of everyone's survival, the definite survival of his own self had proved to be far more alluring in the end. I'm sorry about this, but I don't think I can stay here anymore. Juicy, sorry. With that parting word, Kim stepped down from the altar. He then ignored Jinwoo's urgent calling and ran towards the door. He stopped and looked for a brief moment just outside the door, but Kim did not step back inside the chamber again. Grit, Jinwoo gritted his teeth. God damn it. He had saved the lives of others, but what he got in return was definitely not something like gratefulness or friendship. His entire body shuddered from the pain of betrayal. Just as he suspected, as soon as Kim had abandoned them, a gap within the surveillance had been created. It was impossible for three people to guard all four directions. And so, the statues positioned in the blind spots began creeping closer to the altar. Creak, creak. The encirclement of the stone statue was gradually tightening. Song took a look around and then spoke to Jinwoo and Ruhui. Both of you should leave now. His voice was full of resignation. Jinwoo looked at the old man, but Juicy. Just as Kim had said, I was the one who dragged us all in here. If someone has to remain behind, then it'd be only right that I'm the one, but still. You two with a better future ahead of you should be the ones to survive today. Song began smiling, then. He was thinking of these two young people's hearts as they would have to abandon him here. Jinwoo helplessly nodded his head. He was uncomfortable about this whole thing, but there was no time left to argue back and forth who should remain in here. Song then tried to ask Ruhui to take care of Jinwoo. Miss Ruhui, can you help out Mr. Seong here for a bit? Why yes. However, just as she was about to prop him up, Ruhui plopped down to the floor. Double quotes. Ruhui tried to get up, but then tears began forming around the edges of her eyes. My legs. I can't move my legs. Both the expressions of Jinwoo and Mr. Song hardened in an instant. Ruhui's current physical condition did look terrible even from a casual glance. Her lips were in the shade of pale blue, while her entire body continued to tremble ever so imperceptibly. She was suffering from the side effects of overusing her magic energy when she was already at her physical limit. Because she tried to heal my leg, Jinwoo felt his chest tighten and couldn't say anything. However, they really didn't have any time left now. Creak. The stone statues were relentlessly approaching them without a moment of rest even now. Jinwoo shoved Song's hand away and plopped down to the ground himself. Seeing this, Song's eyes grew wider. Why, young man? Jinwoo spoke up with a determined expression on his face. Juicy, please take Ruhui and get out of this place. I told you, I'll be the one staying behind. In that case, who's going to help Ruhui? It was pretty much impossible for him to take Ruhui, who couldn't even stand properly, and leave through the door within the time limit. Of course, there was the other choice of abandoning Ruhui behind as well. However, Ruhui had saved his life several times already, and the only reason why she was in this state was because she tried to help him with all her might. He definitely did not want to suffer the guilty conscience of abandoning such a person behind in this godforsaken place. There is no time left. Please leave now. Song's expression remained hardened as he helped Ruhui up. She shook her head desperately while tears streamed down on her face. No, you can't. Mr. Jinwoo can still survive, you know. Let me. I promised to buy you a dinner, didn't I? Jinwoo pulled out the Ranky magic crystal from his pocket and placed it in her hand. Please, use this and enjoy one on me. When I get out of here, I'll be coming around to collect the change, you see. A smile formed on Jinwoo's face, prompting Ruhu to cry out in anger. How can you crack a joke in this situation, Mr. Jinwoo? It was at this moment that Jinwoo signaled to Mr. Song with a nod. The older man then lightly chopped on the back of Ruhui's neck. With that, Ruhu lost her consciousness. Song picked up the unconscious girl and placed her over his shoulder. I'm really sorry about this. This is my choice, so it's fine. Mr. Song bowed his head to Jinwoo. With that goodbye, Song quickly left the altar. Creak, creak. During the time the three of them were chatting, the statues had arrived at the proverbial stone's throw away. Jinwoo got on his knees and took several deep breaths. Fuwoo, fuwoo. He spotted the sword Kim had left behind next to him, so he reached out and picked it up. Now that it had come down to this, I'll take at least one down with me. When he looked behind him, Jinwoo saw Mr. Song safely leaving through the doorway with unconscious Ruhu still perched upon his shoulder. What a relief that was, only I'll die here now. He wasn't doing this because of some noble determination to sacrifice himself or anything like that. No, there certainly was an element of him calculating the best possible outcome in his decision. Even if he survived and got out of here today, he would have to live as a cripple for the rest of his life. Obviously, carrying on as a hunter would be impossible then, and it was also questionable whether he'd be able to live normally as well. He was only a high school graduate, and since he didn't have any discernible job skills, he simply didn't have too many options left to put food on the table. Mom's hospital fees, and my sister's school fees too. If that were the case, then he might as well make sure his family would receive a better compensation from the association, even if it was just a single cent more. Was the compensation paid out to the family members 300 million won or 400, when one dies during a raid? TL between $267,000 and $356,000. That was a huge amount for a worthless life of a Ranky hunter. Creak, creak, clang. Finally, the statues arrived. The first one to arrive climbed up on the altar. Jinwoo glared at it and lifted the sword up. Come. Unfortunately, the expected attack didn't come from the front, but his back. Stab, a long spear penetrated into Jinwoo's back and exited out of his chest. Kyok, Jinwoo spat out a mouthful of blood. An unimaginable amount of pain rushed in like a tsunami wave. If you were stabbed a couple of inches higher, you'd have a hole in your heart by now. Ruhui's nagging he heard only a few hours ago slipped past his mind like a scene from a revolving lantern. Yuck. The stone statue lifted up the spear. Jinwoo was lifted up along into the air, still pierced through by that spear. He only got to struggle for a brief moment, though, because the statue slammed him down on the altar. Slam, kyok, sounds of bones breaking could be heard from all corners of his body. He shrunk away from the intense pain. You. As he began trembling, the stone statues slowly surrounded him. They formed an encirclement around him. Jinwoo raised his head and glared at them, his entire being shuddering nonstop. I don't want to die like this. Now that he was facing his final moments, tears pooled on his eyes. He recalled the faces of his family. He even recalled the face of Ruhu, her face full of anxiety and worrying for his safety. I don't want to die. He didn't want to end his short 24 years of life in this place. Step. The stone statue wielding a sword took a step closer without a hint of emotion. Then, it raised its sword up high. Even though he was shaking hard, Jinwoo did not avert his gaze away from this bastard. Finally, the statue's sword slashed down. Swish, only if I had one more chance. Jinwoo's eyes shot open wider. It happened then. *SFX for the statue's movements suddenly stopping *. As if someone had pressed the pause button, the scarily fast-moving sword suddenly stopped in midair. No, that wasn't actually correct. It hadn't stopped at all. It simply had slowed down so much that he ended up thinking that way. 1 millimeter in 1 minute. It was very slow, but the sword was still definitely coming down. What's going on here? Jinwoo couldn't hide his astonishment. It was then, a voice of a female he had never heard of before resounded within his head. Completion requirements for the secret quest. The courage of the powerless has been met. Secret quest. Completion requirements were met. Jinwoo couldn't understand any of that. No, hang on a minute. Besides all that, where did that voice come from? Too bad for him, the voice ignored Jinwoo's questions and continued on regardless. You have acquired the rights to become a player. Will you accept? He had acquired a right. Accept what, exactly? Sounds like I'll be given something. He grew up dirt poor since his childhood, so he had never refused freebies until now. However, that was a story for when he was still alive. What use was there for free stuff when he was dead? When Jinwoo hesitated and didn't answer, the voice in his head asked again as if to urge him on. There is not enough time left for you to make your decision. Your heart will cease functioning precisely 0.02 seconds after you refuse to accept. Will you accept? He couldn't tell whether he was hallucinating or not, but he still got to figure out that he was only a moment away from dying for good. He finally spotted countless other weapons headed in his direction, beside that damn sword. That was how. Now that the things had devolved to such a degree, he might as well. If you're giving it to me, then just give it to me already. There was no need to utter anything out at all. He simply thought about it in his head. Even then, the voice of the female replied to him immediately. Congratulations on becoming a player. Flash. A blinding light suddenly wrapped around Jinwoo's body and at the same time, he lost his consciousness. Part 6. Penalty. He opened his eyes. He saw a white ceiling, and his nose stung from the odor of disinfectants. He also felt the sensation of a hard mattress against his back. Jinwoo immediately recognized where he was. A hospital. Ever since he met the rank B healer, Ruhu, the frequency of him staying in one had decreased somewhat, but still, hospitals were familiar places for Jinwoo, just as he'd be with a local convenience store. So much so that he even heard a rumor of there being a special seat reserved for himself at the Hunter's Hospital, too. Jinwoo raised his upper torso up. He then placed his hand on his chest and felt the vibrations coming from there. His heart was beating without a problem. I survived. It wasn't only that. No. Unlike before, his entire being felt light and airy. He'd be feeling heavy-headed and fatigued whenever he woke up from a hospital bed. But it was a different story now. No, it was as if he had woken up in his own bed after a night of a good rest. What's going on? This shouldn't have been possible when he thought back to the moments before he lost his consciousness. A sword was falling on his head right before his eyes. Even if he got lucky and the sword missed, he was still surrounded by countless scary enemies. Those damn things were strong enough to give the assault team formed solely from the rank A no, rank S hunters a genuinely hard time. But I came out of that situation alive. Was he dreaming things then? Fortunately, there was a good way of confirming it for himself. Jinwoo pulled away the blanket covering him. If that situation had been real, then his leg would still be gone, and if he had been dreaming, then his leg would be. You've finally woken up. Jinwoo was surprised by the weighty voice coming from the corner of the hospital room, and hurriedly turned his head to look. I apologize if we took you by surprise. Unfortunately, we are unable to wait any longer. Two men kitted out in black business suits approached Jinwoo's bed. The youth tilted his head and asked them, "Who are you?" He had never seen these two's faces before. One of them with the close cropped hair like a soldier and wearing a pair of sunglasses presented him with a business card. "This is who we are." Jinwoo received the business card and read what was written on it. Woo Jin-cheol, the section chief of the Monitoring Division, the Korean Hunters Association. The Monitoring Division was the only department in the Hunters Association with many strong hunters in their payroll. Well, since this department was tasked with managing the country's hunters, so, quite obviously, they would employ many high-class hunters to facilitate that purpose. What does the Monitoring Division want from me? Wee Jinchil dragged a chair closer to the bed and sat down. The other man, who must have been his subordinate, stood behind him. The unspoken pressure emanating from the two buff guys staring down in close vicinity was quite heavy. The story they conveyed was rather surprising, though. I was unconscious for 4 days. By any chance, do you remember what happened before you blacked out? Yes, I do. Please tell us everything you can remember. Jinwoo told them everything truthfully, minus the strange hallucinatory words he heard before he lost his consciousness. And that's when you lost your consciousness. Is that all? Yes, I opened my eyes next, and I'm in a hospital. Wee Jinchil and his lackey exchanged meaningful glances. For some reason, they seemed to be troubled by Jinwoo's lack of knowledge. Actually, Jinwoo was the one who wanted to find out what happened the most in this room. Just how did I get to this hospital? Did a large guild participate and kill those damn things? Well, actually, Wee Jinchil awkwardly opened his mouth. By the time the agents of the monitoring division and the White Tiger Guild arrived at the scene after being briefed by the survivors. The White Tiger Guild was a supermassive guild and also one of the top 5 in the country. The association had recognized the danger, hence they requested the aid of such a huge guild as the White Tiger Guild in the first place. Just what did happen back there? Jinwoo nervously swallowed a dry spit. By the time, everything was gone. The only thing to be found within that open space was you, Mr. Sung Jinwoo. There was not one trace of the god statue nor the stone statues. Come again, Jinwoo displayed a shocked, disbelieving face. It's hard for us to believe it as well. If there had been any inconsistencies in the testimonies of the survivors, or if we had failed to find the remains of the victims in the chamber, we might have suspected something fishy was going on. Wee Jinchil scratched his chin. It had been 6 years since he got ranked as an A and started working for the monitoring division. He could confidently say that he had witnessed and experienced pretty much everything during his tenure. However, this kind of situation was a first even for him. He had asked other guilds as well as the associations in other countries, but the end result was nothing worthy to speak about. That was why. So, this is what we've been thinking. Wee Jinchil carefully opened his mouth. There were powerful creatures in that chamber, without a doubt. But they were taken care of by an unknown group or an unknown person. Because no other worldly beings escaped from the gate before it was closed, you see. They had to consider all the possibilities. Even if the odds were low, they had to confirm them all. The head honchos of the association deliberated, and then deliberated for some more, and finally came up with a theory. Wee Jinchil carefully studied Jinwoo's reactions as he continued on. We suspect that Hunter Sung Jinwoo might have gone through another awakening. Another awakening? Jinwoo's eyes shot open wide. Although extremely rare, there had been instances of a human who had awakened his or her abilities as a hunter going through yet another awakening. Often referred to as reawakening, those who undergo this process would normally become extremely powerful compared to before. Originally, once a hunter's rank was assigned at the beginning, it rarely changed. A hunter's abilities were determined the moment one went through an awakening. That was why. However, it was a different story for those going through the reawakening process. Jumping past their own limitations to rise up from, say, rank C to A, or even from B to S, such things had happened before. Wee Jinchil nervously swallowed his saliva. Sung Jinwoo, if he went through a reawakening and became a rank S, no, maybe even exceeding that, then it's possible for him to kill those monsters all by himself. The god statue was said to have melted rank C hunters with nothing but its eyes, according to the survivors. If one were able to kill such a creature even while unconscious, just how powerful one could possibly be. To prepare for this unlikely possibility, Wee Jinchil labeled this incident as top secret and made sure everyone involved would keep their mouths shut. This was also the reason why Sung Jinwoo found himself in a hospital room all alone, as well as being looked after by some of the finest medical practitioners in the nation. Wee Jinchil's chest began beating real fast. Could Korea finally have a hunter on the level of an international powerhouse? There were less than 10 people in the entire world that could truly be described as a global powerhouse. But what if Korea were to possess a powerhouse that were said to rival a nuclear warhead in terms of pure firepower? Of course, confirming the truth of the reawakening wasn't difficult at all. Didn't the wise elders once say to make hay while the sun still shines? Woo Jin-cheol signaled to his lackey, "Bring it here." Then, the lackey went to the corner of the room and began rummaging through a briefcase placed there. That is, before Jinwoo could finish his question, Woo Jin-cheol explained first. "It's the device to measure your magic energy." He added that, although this device had been miniaturized, its efficiency or accuracy did not fall short of the actual full-size measuring device located in the Hunters Association. All you have to do is to place your hand on this magic crystal over here. On top of a circular plate, there was a fist-sized magic crystal embedded in the middle. Its color was pitch black, as if it was a black hole that wanted to suck him in. It was one of the highest quality magic crystals that cost as much as 1 billion won, not to mention that could only be found in monsters ranked or higher. TL almost $900,000. When Jinwoo stared at the magic crystal without saying anything, Woo Jin-cheol formed a dignified, serious expression and spoke up. "This is a necessary step during our investigation, so please cooperate with us." Jinwoo nodded his head. If he indeed had undergone a reawakening, then his life would do a 180 in an instant. And they were going to test it out for him for free, so who was he to refuse? Jinwoo placed his hand on top of the black crystal and soon enough, warm rays of light oozed out from it. Cold sweat drops formed on the foreheads of Woo Jin-cheol and his lackey. *SFX for a beam of light dissipating *. Not too long after then, the light surrounding the crystal dissipated. Woo Jin-cheol hurriedly took off his sunglasses and confirmed the numbers. Right away, a small earthquake rocked Woo Jin-cheol's eyes. How can this be? He rechecked the numbers, but it remained the same. How could a person holding a hunter license possess the magic energy value of only 10? When considering the fact that the lowest average value for rank E of the bottom rank was around 70 to 100, Sung Jinwoo was no different from a regular person. Is it really a reawakening? If it is, what could be my new rank now? Jinwoo's hands were soaked in the sweat of anticipation. Seeing the suspicious reactions of the two monitoring division agents, the result must have been somewhat beyond their expectations. Meanwhile, Woo Jin-cheol was comparing the existing data on Jinwoo with the new measurement. His first measurement returned the value of 12. 4 years later, it's 10. It has decreased by 2, but it is within the margin of error. In other words, the magic energy measuring device was working fine. Instead, it was Sung Jinwoo's magic energy that happened to be just illogically, nonsensically low. It was a miracle that he had survived until now. Woo Jin-cheol rapidly realized that being here was a waste of time, so he got up from his seat. "Let's go." "Yes, sir." Woo Jin-cheol and his lackey quickly packed up to leave. Excuse me, can you tell me what is?" Just as Jinwoo was about to ask, Woo Jin-cheol bowed his head slightly. "Thank you for your cooperation. If you remember anything else, please give us a call anytime." As if their rear ends were on fire, 2 men in black rapidly left the room as soon as they put away the device. The hospital room that felt rather small suddenly became quiet and lonely. Jinwoo scratched the back of his neck. I guess that was a no. Then, well, if he thought about it, besides him feeling refreshed, there didn't seem to be any change to him at all. Even if he did go through a reawakening, it'd still be difficult for him to kill all those statue bustard anyways. Maybe, you might have a chance against them if you were either the ultimate weapon, Hunter Choi Jong-in, or the rank SS Hunter Go Gun-hui. Of course, him speculating like this was meaningless, since he had never seen them in action before. There was always a thick veil of secrecy draped over the hunters' ranked S. They were more like clouds in the sky to him, actually. He thought up to here and inadvertently raised his head up. And that's when he saw it. Ah! He looked up without thinking, and then, saw words floating in the air. "You have several unread messages." He closed his eyes and opened them again. "You have several unread messages." The words remained floating up there without a single change. He shook his head hard a few times and even rubbed his eyes, but they were still there. Jinwoo massaged his aching forehead and lowered his head. It hadn't been a long time since I started hearing weird things, but now I'm even seeing them, too. Could something in his head really be broken? There was a condition called PTSD, after all. People who experienced a huge accident or a traumatic event usually suffered from this condition. It was only a few days ago since he witnessed the deaths of many of his comrades, not to mention he himself nearly died as well, so it would not be so strange to hear or see weird things as a possible side effect. However, there were a couple of things that prevented him from dismissing this out of hand. Jinwoo's sight lowered to his leg. The leg that got cut in half by the shield of the stone statue was now all fine and dandy. The voice he heard out of the blue inside the underground temple hidden within the depths of the dual dungeon. His completely cured leg, and now those words floating in front of his eyes. Too many weird things were happening all at once. What if there was a chance that all these things were not isolated events but linked to one another? When his thoughts arrived here, his aching head felt just a bit clearer. Okay, fine. Jinwoo slowly raised his head. Once the confusion in his heart died down and he felt calmer, he became quite curious about the contents of those so-called unread messages. There might be answers to his questions found within those messages, after all. In order to confirm the messages, he reached out towards the words. And his hand simply went past them. It's not touch-operated. It seemed that he got way too used to how a smartphone worked. He couldn't think of any other way to access the messages other than tapping on the icon, though. While he was deliberating on the means to access the messages, he recalled the memories from the moments before he blacked out. Right, that happened. Back then, he could only get his intentions across to that unknown voice by talking to it. Just like back then, I should either form the words in my head or speak it out loud. Thinking that this must be the case, Jinwoo then began to mutter the potential combination of words one by one. Confirm messages. Confirm messages. Check messages. Reading. I want to read. I want to look. Hey, show me already, will ya? It was then. Just what is it that you wish to see that bad? He felt a cold, probing stare coming from the side, so he turned his head to look. And spotted his little sister in her school uniform looking at him from the gap of the half-open door. Double quotes. Jinwoo became speechless. Her appa, busy glaring at the ceiling while demanding someone to show something to him, he simply didn't know how to explain this one to her. Maybe you hurt your head really bad. The younger sister stood at a distance away and asked Jinwoo, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. No, that's not it. Even though he denied it, Jinwoo's younger sibling, Sung Jinwoo's eyes remained suspicious. Are you really okay? Yes, I'm telling you the truth. Jinwoo blankly swept her gaze all over Jinwoo before she came closer while her breathing became uneven, angry. And then, as soon as Jinwoo assumed a defensive posture, she began punching him in all the unguarded parts. I told you to stop getting hurt. You have any idea how worried I was? I'm sorry. Other people walk away fine, but how come it's only you who gets hurt all the time? Sorry. The strength behind Jinwoo's punches gradually seeped away. She soon stopped, and as her head fell, began crying. Jinwoo slowly patted the back of his sobbing sister. His own nostrils stung quite a bit then. I was thinking of leaving behind this kid alone and dying, wasn't I? What a relief that he made it out alive. When he looked back, there had been way too many brushes with death for comfort back then. It was as if he had experienced one hell of a terrifying nightmare. Jinwoo's gaze shifted ever so slightly towards the words floating in the air. You have several unread messages. It still feels like I haven't completely woken up from that nightmare just yet, doesn't it? There were so many things he couldn't understand. But, so what? The most important thing was that he came back alive, and he got to see his little sister again. Sniff. Thankfully, his strong-willed sister stopped crying after a short while. And fortunately for him, though, her nagging continued on for over 1 hour afterwards. Do you hear me? If you get hurt one more time, I'm going to give up on studying, find a job, and make sure you don't work as a hunter ever again." Jinna's sharp glare didn't really suit her pretty face, but that was a biological trait she had shared with her older brother. Okay, I hear you." Jinwoo nodded his head as if he'd given up. Only after she was able to extract his assurance several times more did she display a hint of satisfaction, and stood up from the seat. "You going somewhere, yeah? To school?" "I got permission to leave so I could check up on you." "So I gotta go back?" Jinwoo nodded his head. "Right. The university entrance exams are next year." She might never have received a private tutoring, nor did she ever attend extra classes, but she always got ranked within the top 10 in her school until now. Jinna dreamed of becoming a doctor. Only until a few years ago, she just loved to waste time on video games and stuff like that. But then, after their mother fell ill, she swore to become a doctor and never stopped studying since. Jinwoo dearly wished to make her dream come true, no matter what. "Hang on a minute. Playing video games?" Suddenly, Jinwoo's eyes gleamed a bit dangerously. "Okay, I'm going now." Just as Jinna was leaving his room, Jinwoo urgently called out to her. "Hey Jinna, yeah, when you were playing video games?" Jinna smirked softly. "I don't play games anymore. The third year of high school is only a few days away, you know." I know. There's something I want to ask you, though." "Oh, really? Like?" "I didn't know Appa played video games, though." Jinna suddenly displayed an intense interest as a subject she was deeply intimate with once upon a time was brought up. Jinwoo sneaked a glance at the still floating message in the air and asked her, "When there are unread messages in a game, what should I do to access them?" "You gotta open the mailbox first." "I gotta open the mailbox, teetering." As soon as Jinwoo said the word open, a clear beep entered his head and the hidden messages revealed themselves. "There are 2 unread messages. Congratulations on becoming a player in red. Daily quest, preparations to become strong is now available." "And red?" Jinwoo smiled brightly, finally. Seeing her older brother's complexion suddenly brighten like that, Jinna felt something was wrong and quickly asked him, "What's up? What game is it? You need my help." Jinwoo firmly shook his head. "Nope, no need. I'll do it alone." How would his younger sibling react if he told her what had been happening to him right now? "I really don't want to be labeled as a loon by her." Jinwoo swallowed back the things he wanted to say for the time being. While pretending to see her out, Jinwoo confirmed her getting on the elevator and quickly returned to his room. "I can't repeat the same mistake again." Click. To prevent eyewitnesses intruding on him, he even locked the door. Finishing with his preparations, Jinwoo sat on the bed and read the titles of the messages available to read. "Congratulations on becoming a player in red. Daily quest, preparations to become strong is now available." In red. He thought that the first message sounded familiar, as if he heard it before from somewhere. Where have I heard it from? I know I have. So, the first message, then? "Congratulations on becoming a player in red. Confirm, teetering. This system will support the growth of the player. Failing to comply with the system's instructions will result in potential penalties. Your rewards have been delivered." He belatedly remembered this. He heard those words just before he lost his consciousness. Back then, it was talking about a player this and that, no. Of course, back then or even now, he still couldn't really understand what on earth was going here. The system, growth, penalties, and finally, rewards. The words with unknown meanings fell on his lap one after the other. Just what will it help grow, and what will it reward me with? Seeing the words that could only be found in a video game appearing before his eyes without any prior explanations, only served to confound him even further. He decided to worry about the confusing words later, and calmly opened the next message. "Daily quest, preparations to become strong is now available." And read, "Help." Jinwoo unconsciously swallowed his saliva after reading that rather suggestive title. His heart began to beat faster in anticipation. Confirm, teetering. Daily quest, preparations to become stronger. Press up 100 times, incomplete 0 100ths. Sit up 100 times, incomplete 0 100ths. Squat, 100 times, incomplete 0 100ths. Running, 10 kilometers, incomplete 0 tenths. Warning: incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. Jinwoo reflexively spat out a dumbfounded chuckle after confirming the contents of the message. Ha ha ha, seriously, man, should this be the feelings of disappointment? To think, what the grand-sounding daily quest, the one titled Preparations to Become Strong, was nothing more than a list of physical exercises to train his body. Well, for sure, if he did as the quest said, then his body might get a bit tougher. Was this what that growth and reward thing the system was talking about? Now that I think about it. He recalled reading a quote of a person with an inner problem should pay attention to the inner voice from some book in the past. In other words, one would see what they wanted to see, eventually. Just how desperately did he want to become stronger that he ended up seeing this stupid hallucination? Although it was funny, he also felt a bit lonely inside. If anyone could become stronger by doing these exercises, who would be willing to go through that much hardship, then? Jinwoo shook his head. He suddenly thought that he was a fool for searching for answers to his many questions from a damn hallucination. I don't care anymore. Jinwoo lied down spread-eagled on the bed. He wordlessly stared at the ceiling. He wasn't doing anything important, yet the time continued to tick by, just as he began to feel the weight of the stillness filling up his hospital room. Jinwoo abruptly raised his torso off the bed. But what if something could change? As his thoughts were filled half with the uncertain expectation and the other half by unconvinced curiosity, he began wondering whether he should at least give it a shot. Well, I've got nothing to lose anyways. There would be no reason not to try it out. If he treated it as a light workout to stretch his muscles or something, no. He made up his mind. Fine, let's try it. Jinwoo climbed off the bed and stretched himself for a bit, before leaning against the corner of the bed and slowly performed the press-up. 1, 2, 3, ... double quotes. The count started from 1 and quickly climbed upwards. 97, 98, 99, 100. Since he started this thing, he decided to do all 100, but quite different from his expectation. Nothing happened when he was finished, other than his arms aching just a little. That was just what the hell am I doing? Jinwoo smirked helplessly and stood straight up. Congratulations on becoming a player red. Daily quest, Preparations to Become Strong is now available. Read. The messages were now marked as read. There were no more words of unread messages popping up in his view, and he also didn't feel like humoring this hallucination anymore either. He had enough of this, in other words. Jinwoo closed the mailbox without regret. Jinwoo yawned out at length and climbed back up on the bed. He felt sleepy as if he had pushed himself too hard. The sky outside the window was already dyed in the colors of the sunset. It's already this late. The monitoring division agent said earlier that his hospital fees would be taken care of by the association. He figured that it wouldn't be too late to leave after receiving a thorough examination of his body and get the all clear from the doctors first. Jinwoo laid down comfortably while thinking as such. I'm sure these hallucinations and weird things I hear will eventually go away with time. His eyelids slowly closed shut, and Jinwoo drifted away into a deep slumber. Tick-tock. Even when Jinwoo was softly snoring to himself, the needles of the clock hanging by the wall continued to tick away. The needles spun and spun around until they indicated 11 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds p.m. Tick-tock, tick. 58, 59, 60. The needles stopped moving precisely as they touched 12 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Teetering. You failed to complete the daily quest. You'll be transferred to the penalty zone for a set period of time. Rumble. Jinwoo's eyes shot right open from the violent tremor that shook his entire body. An earthquake. Jinwoo sat right up and grabbed the edges of the bed. The shaking was so bad that he couldn't maintain his balance. Rumble. The shaking got progressively worse as the seconds ticked by. It happened then. *SFX for things turning into powder and falling to the floor*. One of the steel bars on the bed he held on for dear life suddenly broke. No, It didn't break per se, but simply disappeared. Jinwoo hurriedly looked at his palm. No steel bar there, just grains of sand. Sand. Asterisk SFX for things turning into powder and falling to the floor asterisk. The other steel bar also transformed into sand as well. Meanwhile, the earthquake became even more violent. Rumble, yuck. In the end, Jinwoo was thrown off from the bed. He bounced around all over the hospital room and screamed out. Even when that was happening, items within the room was turning into sand one at the time. Yuo plop. Jinwoo was flung away and got deposited rather unceremoniously. He felt something soft against his fingertips. They happened to be ultrafine grains of sand. And the accursed earthquake had stopped. Tui, tui. Jinwoo spat out the sand in his mouth and hurriedly raised his head up. His eyes caught the sight on an endless plain of nothing but sand. Jinwoo frowned heavily and got up, all the sand that found its way inside his clothes poured out. He dusted the sand caked on his chest while taking a look around him. Indeed, all he could see was sand. And more sand, a desert. This couldn't be real. Until a few moments ago, he was sleeping on a bed inside a hospital located in the middle of Seoul. But now, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was in the middle of a massive desert. Jinwoo scooped up a handful of sand and let it slip through his fingers. The fine grains fell straight down to the ground. There is not a single breeze here. It wasn't just the breeze, though when he raised his head up to look, the sky didn't have a sun, a moon, or any stars for that matter. It was an empty sky, as if it was filled up with black ink and nothing else. However, for some reason, he had no trouble seeing at all. Just where is this place? It happened then, Shurururu. Suddenly, the sandy ground next to him caved in and a deep pit formed there. Jinwoo desperately ran away so he could avoid getting sucked in down there. The sandy pit grew wider and wider, and eventually, Jinwoo had to crawl on all fours just to pull himself out. Pant, pant, pant. He plopped down on his butt, panted heavily and stared at the bottom of the pit. Quite bizarrely, he could see that the sand at the bottom was boiling. Realizing that just one misstep would have resulted in him falling in there sent shivers down his spine. Hang on a minute, Jinwoo's eyes narrowed in suspicion. It's not actually boiling, is it? When he took a closer look, he spotted something pretty big wiggling down there. Jinwoo instinctively forced himself up. He was getting a really bad premonition right about now. Sure enough, just as Jinwoo took a step back, the sand within the pit suddenly exploded upwards. Fushu! The falling sand emitted the roar of a waterfall. Jinwoo's eyes went extra round in the meantime. An insect. The identity of the thing that exploded out from the sand was a giant centipede. When fully revealed, the damn things had almost reached the height equaling that of a 5-story building. Jinwoo anxiously swallowed his saliva. This isn't real. For sure, the bastard was unrealistically huge. He had never heard of a centipede this big existing in the world before. But the size of the centipede wasn't the only thing that shocked Jinwoo. Why is there a name floating on top of that monster? Was he dreaming again? Jinwoo closed and opened his eyes again, yet nothing had changed. Even now, there were 5 red words floating on top of the monster's head. Just like a monster from a video game might have. The Poison Fang Giant Desert Centipede. Just like its horrendous and bizarre appearance, its name too was something he'd like to avoid at all cost. What drew his attention the most was the 2 letters poison and fanged. He spotted a pair of fangs as large as a child jutting out just below the bastard's jaw. It didn't take a genius to figure out what might happen if he got stabbed by those fangs simply from its name alone. Seeing those large fangs and its jaw constantly opening and closing, it was as if it's busy licking its lips, right? It was then, the sound went off in his head again. Teetering, penalty quest, survival. Goal: please survive until the end of the time limit. Time limit, 4 hours. Remaining time, 4 hours 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Are you kidding me? However, as soon as the remaining time changed to 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, the centipede parted sand and rushed towards him as if it couldn't wait any longer. Asterisk SFX for sand parting ways asterisk. What the hell? Jinwoo hurriedly spun around and ran for his life. There was no time to deliberate on things. If he wanted to live, then he had to run. That was the only thought racing in his head. However, even before he had taken several steps, another pillar of sand exploded upwards not too far from his position. Boom, yuck. Jinwoo fell on his rear from the powerful shockwave. He rolled on the sandy ground before urgently getting back up. He swiped the sand off his face before his eyes shot open even wider. This time, it wasn't just one or two of them. Boom, boom. Before he had even noticed it, there were 7 sand centipedes jutting out from the sand, and they were all glaring at him. Keek, keek. As the centipedes issued shrill cries, Jinwoo's complexion changed for the worse. A lot worse. God damn it. Jinwoo reappeared in the hospital room exactly 4 hours later. Plop. Jinwoo keeled over on the floor and painfully wheezed out. Cough, cough, tooey. His mouth felt full with this coarse, grainy taste. His eyes stung badly too, seemingly like sand particles got in there. Jinwoo whimpered and groaned for a long time before powerlessly falling flat on his back. He didn't have any energy left to lift even a finger. Pan, just, what was that? Jinwoo continued to pant heavily when a new message appeared before him. Teetering, you've completed the penalty quest. Jinwoo's expression crumpled into something unsightly. A penalty quest. Did he do something worthy of being punished? Jinwoo carefully retreaded his memories until he recalled the daily quest he abandoned midway yesterday. Could it be? Now that he thought about it, it definitely said that if the quest was not completed, he'd be hit with a corresponding penalty. That was not a hallucination. Indeed, it was not a hallucination, nor was it a dream. There was no need to pinch his cheeks to confirm whether this was a dream or reality. When he was running around, the shortness of breath felt so suffocatingly harsh, and the pain he felt when he got grazed by the centipede's leg still felt fresh in his mind. Everything happened for real. He nearly died back there. This is way too much. Pan. The so-called penalty turned out to be him being thrown into a damn execution ground. At the same time, another ominous premonition rushed into his mind. If this event was indeed caused by the daily quest thing, then without a doubt, this would not be the last time. Sure enough, he got to hear yet another mechanical beep going off in his head. Teetering. He flinched in surprise, but thankfully, it was not about another quest or anything like that. Rewards for completing the penalty quest is now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards, yes or no? Rewards? The word rewards jumped right out. Too bad. The problem was, he currently didn't have any energy left whatsoever to confirm this and that. His situation simply didn't allow that. Never mind giving me rewards or not. Let me take a break first. His sights gradually blurred. Soon, Jinwoo fell into a deep slumber akin to a blackout. Oh my gosh, what happened in here? Next morning, a nurse entered Jinwoo's room, only for her eyes to open up wide in surprise. The patient was lying sprawled on the floor, while sand was everywhere as far as she could see. Not only that, the patient too was full of sand as well. She threw the medical chart on the bed and urgently pressed the emergency buzzer. Please, someone get over here right away. Soon, the doctor in charge rushed into the room. What happened? What's the matter with Mr. Sung Jinwoo? I don't know. Everything was fine until last night, yet this morning. For now, let's relocate him back on the bed. 1, 2 people lifted Jinwoo off the floor and placed him back on the bed. During the process, the back of Jinwoo's hand got scratched by the edge of the medical chart left on the bed, and his skin tore just a little, but no one noticed that. Let's take a look. The doctor then carefully examined Jinwoo's condition. However, he couldn't find anything wrong with the youth. What the heck? Isn't he just in a deep sleep? The doctor spat out a sigh of relief. The Hunters Association had requested the hospital to pay a special attention to this particular patient. Understandably, the doctor was scared almost out of his wits while thinking that something bad had happened here. For now, let's let him be. Looks like he's in a really deep slumber at the moment. The doctor in charge spoke to the nurse and was about to leave, but then he took a look around the room and scratched the side of his head. By the way, this room might need a thorough cleaning. Miss Yura, please take care of tidying this place up. Yes, I shall, doctor. The doctor left the room and the nurse, Choi Yura, patted her chest down. What a relief that it turned out to be nothing to worry about. Sure, they might not be the patient or the relatives of one themselves, but you wouldn't find a doctor or a nurse who wished ill on those they were in charge of. The Hunter's Hospital especially so many heavily injured patients every day. At the bare minimum, she'd like to never see another one of patients she was looking after get worse under her care. Whew. She had calmed down a little now and began worrying about where should she start tidying this room up. But then, her eyes spotted drops of blood on the floor. Oh my, the blood droplets were coming from the tip of patient's hand that fell outside the bed. She got stunned by this and hurriedly searched for the wound on Jinwoo's hand before flipping it around. What's going on here? There definitely was a trace of flowing blood, but she could not find a single wound. She wiped the blood clean, yet the expected wound was not there. Wait. Could his injury heal in that short time? Yuro's heart began beating faster as she cautiously studied Jinwoo's complexion. He was still submerged in a deep, deep sleep even now. Part 7, Daily Quest. Teetering. Daily Quest is now available. Jinwoo's eyes shot right open. He quickly raised himself up and the first thing he did was to check the time. The needles of the clock just went past 16:30. Meaning, there was the leeway of 7 hours and 30 minutes before midnight. Good, Jinwoo opened the mailbox. Teetering, Daily Quest, preparations to become strong. Press up, 100 times, incomplete 0/100ths. Sit up, 100 times, incomplete 0/100ths. Squat, 100 times, incomplete 0/100ths. Running, 10 kilometers, incomplete 0/10ths. Warning: incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. It's the same thing, again. He groaned out almost reflexively. No, perhaps this was for the better. Rather than a quest with impossible or hard to understand goals, this was far more preferable, instead. Well, as long as he had enough time, he'd be able to complete this quest after all, although his body might suffer for a bit. Jinwoo got down to the floor this time and began the press-up. 1. Obviously, he was not planning on being dragged to yet another suspicious place and get almost killed there. 2. He got lucky the previous night and survived, but there was no guarantee that would happen tonight as well. 3. He raised his head a little and confirmed the contents of the quest, and noticed that every time he performed a press-up, it was being recorded in real time as well. Teetering. You've completed 1 press-up. Press up 100 times, incomplete 7/100ths. Teetering. You've completed 1 press-up. Press up 100 times, incomplete 8/100ths. He wanted to make sure, so he only went down halfway and got back up, but as expected, that didn't count. Now, he finally realized why the so-called press-ups of yesterday didn't count. He had to perform the proper press-ups or it wouldn't be counted at all. How? Give me a break. Jinwoo was dumbfounded, but didn't stop the exercise. He still had 50 more press-ups to go. After that, sit-ups, squats and running were waiting for him. And 3 hours later. Press up, 100 times, complete 100/100ths. Sit up, 100 times, complete 100/100ths. Squat, 100 times, complete 100/100ths. Running, 10 kilometers, incomplete 9/10ths. Pant. Jinwoo lapped the outer perimeter of the hospital once and arrived back in front of his room. He was currently bent over and panting out heavily. His heart felt like it might explode at any second, but he couldn't give up yet. I worked so crazy hard until now, so no way I would. He somehow managed to open the door and took a step forward. When he did that, teetering, total distance ran 10 kilometers. You've completed running 10 kilometers. It was finally over. Pant. Jinwoo fell down to his knees. His breath reeked of something sweet and bitter. His face and back were soaked in sweat. Pan. As Jinwoo tried to regulate his heavy, rough breathing while thick sweat drops continuously dripped down, a familiar message popped up in front of his eyes. Teetering, you've completed daily quest, preparations to become strong. Completion rewards have arrived. Would you like to confirm, Whiten? Jinwoo momentarily thought about forgetting about everything and simply laying down in defeat, but quickly changed his mind. At least for now, he wanted to confirm what these reward things could actually be with his own eyes first. Confirm, teetering, the following rewards are available. Reward 1, full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2, 3 additional stat points. Reward 3, 1 random box. Would you like to collect them all? Why are there so many of them? That was the first thought to enter his dazed mind after he took a gander at the contents of his rewards. But when he thought about it a little deeper, one of those rewards seemed rather useful right now, and there was also one that made him curious about what it could actually mean. For now, he urgently needed the first reward available. He was on the brink of collapsing here. Since there really was a penalty for failure, the odds of completion rewards being real were pretty damn high as well. Well, trying wouldn't hurt anyways, right? Seriously, this thing wouldn't throw him back into the penalty zone again after it said it'd give him the rewards, now would it? As soon as he muttered that out, a gentle blue aura enveloped him. Isn't this sensation? That? Right away, he recalled Yuruhui's face. When he was getting healed by her, he felt the sensation similar to what he was feeling right now. If he were to put this feeling into words, then it'd be like a refreshing blast of air entering his lungs before leaving again, something like that. Shoo! He felt the blue aura slowly dissipating. For some reason, he kind of felt a bit rueful. Jinwoo got up from the floor and lightly jumped up and down on the spot and stretched his body this way and that. How can this be? His heart that felt like it might explode was beating calmly now, and his rough breathing had stabilized as well. He didn't even feel a speck of fatigue. His body that was on the brink of collapsing felt refreshed as if he just got up from a night of good rest. The effect, in other words, was top-notch. Isn't this really amazing? Jinwoo's eyes now resembled circles. He wasn't sure whether this was some kind of magic or not, but this phenomenon could change him in the most astonishing way, without a doubt. In that case, would those stat points be the same? When Jinwoo shifted his gaze around, he spotted a small box resting on top of the bed as well as his own stat window floating in the air. I guess that thing over there is the random box. The important thing was his stat window, though. This window displayed simple information about himself. Name: Sung Jinwoo. Level 1, Class None, Title None. HP 100, MP 10. Tiredness 0, Stat. Strength 10, Stamina 10. Agility 10, Intelligence 10. Perception 10, Available points to distribute 3. Skills, Passive skills. Unknown LV, Max, Tenacity LV, 1. Active skills, Dash LV, 1. The stat he saw was quite similar to a starting character from an online game he used to play many moons ago. Is this my current stat value? His current level was 1. All of his stats were also at the bottom of the heap too. If he thought about the current reality of what he was like, the one where he was ranked as the weakest even among the ranky hunters, then there was nothing to be surprised about there. What he paid attention to was the skills column. A passive skill called Tenacity and an active one called Dash. For some reason, he felt rather familiar with them. I remember now, yesterday. Yesterday, or to be more precise, back in the early dawn of this morning, he remembered hearing those words while being chased around by the centipedes in the penalty zone. It happened probably after 3 hours of him constantly running for his dear life. He was suddenly greeted by a couple of new messages. Skill-LV, 1 has been learned. Skill Tenacity LV, 1 has been learned. Back then, he was far too busy running to think about what they could mean, but it was a different story now. Jinwoo confirmed the explanations available for the skills. Skill-LV 1. Active skill. Mana required to activate 5. The constant running fortified your legs. When this skill is activated, your movement speed will increase by 30%. During its activation, 1 mana will be spent every minute. Skill Tenacity LV 1. Passive skill. Mana required to activate none. You possess untiring tenacity. When your stamina drops below 30%, this skill will automatically activate and reduce all damage received by 50%. Did I learn dash and tenacity because I stubbornly ran around like there's no tomorrow? That seemed to be about right. In other words, if he kept on repeating a certain action over and over again, and happened to meet the requirement conditions, he would be able to learn new skills. Holy cow, wasn't this an incredible advantage? The thing was, the skills individual hunters used were acquired when they went through the awakening process, or learnt through the items called rune stones that dropped very rarely from monsters ranked and above. Understandably, the prices of these rune stones would start from the lowest of several 100,000 won to dozens of billion wons at the top end. At the last auction, the most expensive rune stone was sold for around 70 billion TL, over $62 million. Apparently, this rune stone contained a skill that could revert many injured people back to their original conditions in one go, and it was snapped up by an anonymous overseas rank S healer who had reputedly emptied out his entire life savings. Jinwoo's heart began beating faster. A skill that increased his movement speed, as well as another that decreased the amount of damage received. Sure, they weren't as good as those skills that sold for billions of won, but they were still amazing to him regardless. And he got to learn those for free, too. His overall magic energy value was too low, so it'd be hard to use them properly, but still, it was better than not knowing them, wasn't it? Besides, the tenacity skill doesn't even need mana to activate, too. It seemed that this mana thing was his magic energy. If that was the case, then even though he didn't have a lot of magic energy, he'd be able to freely use the tenacity skill. That alone was a huge gain. By the way, what could this unknown thing be? Skills, passive skills, unknown LV, next. The unknown that occupied one whole slot of the passive skills column. Since it was located in the passive column, that meant it activated automatically, but there was not one explanation or any information on it. Not even a single clue. The amount of information he could learn was just too limited. Even if he burst his brain trying to figure it out, he knew there wouldn't be any answers. So, Jinwoo shifted his gaze to elsewhere. Stat points, is it? 3 additional stat points he got as a reward remained there, still to be distributed. Stat, Strength 10, Stamina 10, Agility 10, Intelligence 10, Perception 10. Available points to distribute 3. I'm sure this means I can increase any one of my stats by 3 points, right? There were 5 categories in the list of stats. Maybe because he was a mere level 1, the values of each stat were simple, to say the least. However, if he considered how reality operated, he couldn't take these stats lightly at all. If his abilities changed for real with a moment's decision, then who in this world would be able to casually make such choices? Jinwoo's expression became serious. Strength is no doubt talking about my physical power. He could more or less figure out what strength, stamina and agility could mean. After all, those were the kind of stats one would often encounter in video games. The question was with the last 2 stats, intelligence and perception, then. And just like before, the unfriendly system didn't provide any answers whatsoever. If he increased intelligence, would he get actually smarter, for instance? And if he increased perception, then would he become more sensitive? Whatever the case may have been, he felt that those 2 stats didn't really seem all that useful to him right now. He was a melee-type hunter, to begin with. What he needed was power, speed, or even stamina. If you were to ask me to choose between the 3, I'd inevitably go with strength. If he got physically stronger, many things would become that much easier for him. Also, he wanted to find out what kind of change would take place with his body once the stat values had been increased. Since he thought that this change would be much more prominent with the increase in the strength stat, he ended up investing all 3 points on it. All 3 points to the strength stat. Teetering stat, strength 13, stamina 10, agility 10, intelligence 10, perception 10. Available points to distribute 0. Is that all? Indeed, it looked like it. The only change he could tell was the strength stat value floating in front of his eyes like hologram projection, changing from 10 to 13. And like how it was in cartoons or movies, his body didn't feel like it was overflowing with uncontrollable power or anything like that. Did anything actually change or not? He decided to use his muscles to find out. Jinwoo stood next to the bed and lifted it. He felt a bit of weight, but he was able to pick it up easier than he thought. However, he found it impossible to tell whether this was because of the bed being light, or his strength having been improved. I should have lifted the bed first before spending the damn points. Since he had already spent all the points before confirming, it was hard to tell the difference between before and after. Only if I had some more points to spend. Jinwoo licked his lips in regret, only for a certain memory to jump out at him. The rewards from the penalty quest. Today wasn't the only time he got to complete the daily quests. He might have nearly died, but he sure as hell did complete the penalty quest. And he remembered seeing the message about the rewards being available as well. Jinwoo hurriedly opened the mailbox. Rewards for completing the penalty quest is now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards, yes or no? I knew it. Jinwoo clenched his fists tightly. Of course, it's a resounding yes. The following rewards are available. Reward 1, 3 additional stat points. Reward 2, 1 random box. Would you like to collect them all? Unlike the daily quest rewards, the option of the full status recovery was absent. But well, what he needed right now was the additional stat points anyways. He was momentarily worried about there being a huge difference in rewards since they were from a penalty quest and all, but he was relieved to find 3 points waiting for him. Jinwoo hummed joyously to himself. Add all 3 points to the strength stat. Teetering stat, strength 16, stamina 10, agility 10, intelligence 10, perception 10. Available points to distribute 0. His strength jumped up from 13 to 16. Jinwoo stood next to the bed again and put some strength in his arms. And he was able to lift up the bed a lot easier than before. He could definitely tell the difference now. It's for real. His physical strength had really improved. If he were to consider the change purely through the stats alone, then the starting value of 10 had increased by 60%, so how could he fail to notice the improvement? Now feeling completely elated, he went around the room and began picking up not just the bed, but everything he could lay his hands on, and generally made a mess of things inside. Only after the chief nurse passing by heard the commotion and scolded him did he stop his tomfoolery. I'm very sorry. As soon as the chief nurse left his room, Jinwoo spat out a sigh of relief. Huyu, however, he couldn't calm down at all. His heart was beating like crazy. Thud, 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 thud. As a matter of fact, his chest actually hurt. The daily quest that would continue to show up every day, and the stat points as the reward. As long as this unexplainable phenomenon didn't come to a sudden end, he'd be able to live a completely different life to the one he'd been leading until now. This was an unbelievable opportunity for him. Besides that, the stat window also showed his level. Does this mean I can also increase my level too? Eventually, though, Jinwoo shook his head. There's no way. Now that would be too good to be true. He wasn't hoping that far anyway. The rewards from the quests alone were plenty enough for him. He'd use the stat points to increase his abilities. Every day he'd grow to be stronger compared to yesterday. He'd be stronger today. Compared to today, he'd be stronger tomorrow. Getting stronger. The ranky hunter, and also always mocked as the weakest weapon. He didn't even think about climbing up as far as the rank S or even the notion of getting to rank C or D, like those hunters he'd been working with, would surely be seen as a laughable one. Indeed, they'd disparagingly point their fingers at him and guffaw their heads off. Sung Jinwoo was getting stronger. That's Sung Jinwoo, the one and only on this planet. However, he didn't care if they laughed at him. No, he was already used to being the butt of many jokes. He was just happy that an opportunity had fallen on his lap. That was all. Suddenly, a question mark floated over his head. Could this be the process of my reawakening? Although extremely rare, the cases of bottom-tier hunters climbing up to the top through reawakening had happened before, for sure. If so, then could those hunters who got stronger through reawakening experience a similar sort of situation as he was in? Let's find out. Feeling genuinely curious now, Jinwoo settled down in front of a computer located at the corner of the hospital room. Since he was staying in a VIP room provided free of charge by the Hunters Association, this computer wasn't the only item of convenience found here. Tap tap tap, Jinwoo's fingers typed rapidly on the keyboard. Searching, and then more searching. He visited countless websites. He even entered those websites that one couldn't even get anywhere near without a hunter's license. He even resorted to paying for information and continued to rummage through every document and article he found. However, rather than finding similar events as his, he couldn't even find a single mention of a precedence either. It's different. His reawakening was completely different from the normal ones, as it turned out. Most other hunters who underwent reawakening process gained their newfound strength through roughly the similar process as their first awakening as a hunter. Not one of them had experienced hearing weird voices at the brink of death, nor did they get to increase their strength through stat values and such. Still, I can't be certain, so to be 100% sure, Sung Jinwoo anonymously opened a thread on the internet forum exclusive to licensed hunters. Title: Something weird has happened to me. Description: I can suddenly see my stats and numbers like in a video game, and I can even increase their values too. Is there anyone who has experienced something similar to me? Below that OG post, comments figuratively exploded forth. Anon lol, why don't you stop fucking around, dude? Anon, isn't he just a loon? Anon lost his damn mind. Anon, maybe you've played too many games. Anon, by any chance, are you a cartoonist? Anon, go visit the nearest hospital. K. Anon, I'd like to hear the details first. Anon, stop accepting all sorts of trash just because they hold the hunter license. This forum needs to go through a cleansing, seriously now. TL, I removed all the pure Korean internet slangs emojis from the raw. Learned my lesson from my previous novel. Dozens of comments, all with roughly the similar contents flooded in. Ehwoo, Jinwoo spat out a groan. He had spent a long time looking around, but he had nothing to show for his troubles. He got called a loon in the forum, and people disparaged him. He did all this, yet seeing that there was no information to gather. I guess that my case is really a unique one. He was the only one under the heavens, the most unique hunter in the whole world. He still needed some time to figure out how much of a help this strange phenomenon would provide, and just how far he could actually grow through it, but at least he got a good feeling about this whole thing. When he took a look outside, the night had deepened quite considerably. When did the time get so late? Jinwoo frowned deeply. His eyes ached a bit after staring into a computer monitor for so long. Jinwoo massaged his forehead and stood up from the chair to loosen his body with a bout of light stretching. He moved his body this way and that for a while. He bent his body 90 degrees, and that's when he discovered two small boxes lying forgotten on the floor. They're random boxes. Two boxes wrapped in the monotone gift wrappers and topped off with a ribbon exactly like the ones in video games. They must have fallen off from the bed when I was making a mess of the room earlier. He had completely forgotten about them after receiving those as his rewards. Jinwoo picked up the closest box and opened its lid. A band-aid. He dumbfoundedly stared at the thing that looked exactly like the regular band-aid for a while, only for the information about it to float up above in green letters. Item: band-aid. A regular band-aid. Useful in patching up small wounds. Can be stored inside your inventory. It is a band-aid. He was hopeful that this thing might possess some kind of a special attribute like the treasures found within the dungeons, but he wasn't so lucky today. Of course, I haven't heard of someone finding band-aids inside a dungeon, to begin with. With his mind half in disappointment and the other half in anticipation, he opened the remaining box. And he got himself a brand new ballpoint pen. He studied it from all sorts of angles and even clicked on the tip so the ballpoint would come out, but it was still your average pen. Item: ballpoint pen. An average ballpoint pen can be stored inside your inventory. It was quite likely that, as its name implied, all sorts of random junk would come out from the random boxes. Well, it wasn't as if he was left empty-handed anyway. Sure, he didn't really have any needs for either the band-aid or the pen right now, but thanks to them, he got to learn about the existence of the thing called the inventory. Also, seeing that the information on other objects found in the room did not show up, he figured that only the info on the items from the random box could be read. Inventory. As soon as he called out for his inventory, a graphical representation of a storage unit with dozens of slots appeared in the air. As fitting the storage unit of a level 1 user, it was not as empty as he thought. He thought there would be nothing in there, but inside the first slot, he found a rather familiar object. Isn't that? Jinwoo took that out immediately. teetering. Item: Kim Sang-sik's steel longsword. Attack +10. It was precisely Mr. Kim's sword that Jinwoo picked up back in the underground temple. He assumed that it was left behind inside the gate. Oh. Hey, nice to see you, too. Smile formed on Jinwoo's face. He felt happy seeing this thing again, what with both of them having survived that hellish death trap. Besides, it was too wasteful to just be abandoned in a different dimension, wasn't it? Didn't Mr. Kimajusi say he bought this for around $3 million? TL over $2,600. The weapons of hunters outwardly looked rather plain, but the truth was anything but. Monsters couldn't be damaged with weapons that did not carry the wielder's magic energy. So, weapons crafted especially for the purpose of dealing with those bastards would always be quite pricey. Looks like I'll have to rely on this guy for a while. He had been fighting with his bare hands until now because he couldn't afford to buy a proper weapon. Although it was a cheap sword, he was still rather grateful for it. You're mine now. If Mr. Kim saw this sword in his hands in the future, he might start foaming at the mouth and angrily demand its return. Well, he was a selfish man who readily discarded the savior of his life, so it was rather a good possibility. However, both this sword and this opportunity were given to him in return for sacrificing his life. So, he wasn't planning to give it back that easily. Jinwoo's eyes sharpened considerably. He had learned 2 things about reality back in that temple. Firstly, he needed to become far stronger. He was weak and almost died several times as a result. That wasn't all. He knew what the results would be, yet he couldn't stop that choreboy hunter from stepping forward. And also, he knew Mr. Kim was in the wrong, but he could not help Mr. Sung at all. Because he wanted to survive, he turned his gaze away even though he knew what was right. If he didn't want to be ashamed of himself again, then he simply had to become stronger. And finally, there is no room for unnecessary kindness. What he got after his acts of kindness was the betrayal of his comrades. 3 of them abandoned him, who couldn't even move properly, and ran away. He desperately called out to them but none returned to help him. None of them could remember just who had saved their lives only a few moments ago. Give and take. He swore not to take on any unnecessary risk out of some unconditional act of kindness. The most important thing at the end of the day was his own life, after all. Those were 2 important life lessons Jinwoo got to engrave in his heart after experiencing a near-death event. To become stronger than before, and to become more selfish than before. I can do this. Jinwoo was one of those types of people who would never forget what he had been taught. Inside a certain Pyeongmacho, TL, a Korean-style covered street stall, the nurse Choi Yura was busy chatting to a friend she hadn't seen in a long time as the night wore on. I almost forgot. Yura belatedly recalled that her friend was an employee of the Hunters Association. The reason for her finding work in the Hunters Hospital was in no small part due to this friend. You know a lot about hunters, right? Well, more than most people, sure, What's up? Is there a hunter with an ability to heal their own wounds really quickly? Aren't those healer-type hunters? One healing spell later, every wound goes bye-bye. No, not like magic and stuff. I mean, like, unconsciously. For example, when the person has lost consciousness, or when he's in the middle of sleep. Yura's friend shook her head. There's no way. That'd be something like regeneration, and that's an incredible ability, you know. That's a unique trait only the rarest of all top-tier monsters exceeding the ranks of a possess. There's no human who possesses it, no. NG, I've never heard of a hunter who has such an ability. Really? Could she have made a mistake, then? Yura slowly nodded her head. It was at this point that her friend spoke again. But, then again, I don't know. Maybe it's possible if you're talking about S-ranked hunters. Hearing her friend's words, Yura raised her head. S-ranks. There are plenty of freakish monsters within the S-ranked hunters, and also, not much is known about them, right? What were they saying, right? The hunter Baekhyun-ho from the White Tiger Guild can apparently morph into a real monster. However, Sung Jinwoo was supposedly a hunter rank D. The ranks of the hunters were publicly viewable on the Association's website, so if anyone were interested, they could take a look. Yura became curious from the morning's incident, and she searched for Sung Jinwoo's information. His rank is too low for him to possess such a unique hobby, the reawakening of a hunter. She then remembered hearing hushed whispers of reawakening coming from Jinwoo's room when she was walking past it yesterday. Could it be that he had gone through a reawakening? For most regular people, it was truly impossible to befriend an S-ranked hunter, never mind encountering one. Not only were there too few of them, but they also happened to be crazy busy most of the time as well. So, just what kind of a situation was this? Someone as amazing as that was a patient she was looking after. A guy who just entered the S-rank having moved up from the lowly. If there are only a few people who realize his true value, then, if she scored some points with him now, wouldn't it be more likely that she'd be awarded more opportunities later down the line? A chance to become acquaintances with a rank S hunter didn't happen every day, after all. They were an existence that people couldn't easily meet even if they were prepared to shell out lots of money. As her imagination took flight, a bright smile slowly bloomed on Yura's face. Oh my gosh, you girl, did something nice happen? Why are you suddenly grinning like that out of the blue? Oh, it's nothing, you know, nothing much. Yura continued to shake her head, but the smile on her lips didn't want to go away that easily. Part 8 Level Up. Oh my goodness, look at that guy's physique. Was that patient's body that good before? Two young female nurses walking in the corridor whispered to each other as soon as they spotted Sung Jinwoo. He pretended to have not heard them and quietly returned to his room. It had been a week since he started taking on the daily quests. Several changes took place during this time. One of them happened to be the transformation of his body. Jinwoo stood before the mirror mounted on the hospital room's wall by the corner. He checked out his entire body in front of this full-length mirror. He got a bit embarrassed by doing something that a female university student would more likely end up doing, and only after clearing his throat twice was he able to stare straight at the mirror. The thing was, though, he had definitely changed. His body was in the middle of a transformation. I've got muscles now. The most eye-catching change was the drastic increase of his muscles. The normal-looking flabby flesh was gradually disappearing, only to be replaced by hard muscles. Thanks to that, his shoulders had widened more and his overall frame had grown bigger as well. Even then, doesn't seem heavy and slow. Only the necessary amount of muscles in the necessary places. If he were to describe the overall impression his body gave off, then would it be kinda like looking swift and athletic? He was a guy and even he found this rather appealing, so it wasn't such a strange thing for young nurses to whisper about him. And it's all due to this guy over here. Jinwoo summoned his stat window. Teetering. Name, Sung Jinwoo. Level 1, Class None, Title None. HP 100, MP 10. Tiredness 0. Stat. Strength 31, stamina 10, agility 10, intelligence 10, perception 10, available points to distribute 0. Skills, passive skills. And known LV, max, tenacity LV, 1. Active skills, dash LV, 1. His strength stat had gone past 30 already. Since he thought that it'd be hard to tell the kind of effects the increases in other stats would bring, he ended up investing all the points he earned on the strength stat, which seemed to be the easiest way to feel the change taking place within. Besides, strength played a key role when fighting monsters, so that was like killing two birds with one stone. My body wouldn't have transformed by this much just because I exercised for a few days. In that case, there could be only one explanation. With his strength value continuously rising up, the muscles were changing their shapes in order to display the maximum amount of effect, too. He couldn't think of any other reason besides that one. He was inwardly worried about investing too many points to the strength stat, but after seeing his transformed body, he became rather happy and all the worries in his mind were forgotten for now. However, it is way too eye-catching, isn't it? The number of times he was mentioned by the nurses was constantly on the rise. It was quite likely that, since their job involved looking after human bodies, their levels of discernment could have been higher than most. Jinwoo possessed quite a keen sense of hearing, so whenever his name was mentioned in the vicinity, he took note of it. I guess it's time for me to leave this hospital, no? It was not good to be the center of attention. Not only would he feel uncomfortable being placed under the spotlight, but he also didn't want to let others know of this strange phenomenon. Didn't the old saying go something like, scratching unnecessarily results in more flakes to clean up, or something like that? He wanted to increase his stat points as quietly as possible. And it shouldn't be a problem for me to leave the hospital now, too. Thankfully, tests had shown that he was normal and healthy. Meaning, he could leave at any time he wanted. No, hang on a minute, it kind of felt like that both the hospital and the association wanted him to leave in the first place. Well, it'd be a waste to spend that much money as hospital fee on a measly rankie like him. One of the special privileges the S-ranked hunters enjoyed was the government paying for all of their health-related expenses. Of course, that was a story happening in another cosmos as far as Jinwoo was concerned. So, he figured that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to leave this hospital right about now. And there was something he wanted to confirm as well. Now, where did I put it? Jinwoo rummaged around his pockets and brought something out. It was a key gleaming in a golden hue. It featured such a simple design that it could be passed off as an accessory at a casual glance. Jinwoo observed the key for a long time before he secured it back inside his pocket. While he was in the middle of being discharged, a certain young female nurse hurriedly ran to where he was. Mr. Sung Jinwoo, are you getting ready to be discharged today? Pardon, yes, I am. She was the nurse in charge of his care, Yura. Yura formed a rueful expression when she heard his affirmation. Jinwoo didn't know why, so he could only stand there looking rather confused. He wondered if he had made a mistake somewhere, but he couldn't think of anything. Yura hesitated slightly, before pulling out a small memo pad. Will be okay if you give me your contact numbers. My contact numbers, yes, only if you're okay with it. Could there be some test results that needed to be sent at a later date or something? Jinwoo didn't think too much about it and took the memo pad. However, all he got from her was just that, a memo pad, and nothing else. When Jinwoo stared at her, her face reddened. What's the matter? Well, about a pen. Please wait. She must have forgotten in her rush to get here. Yura became flustered and hurriedly turned around. Hang on a minute. A pen, is it? He didn't have to think for long. Before anyone noticed it, he was already holding a pen. The moment he thought about the pen nestled quietly within his inventory, it automatically appeared in his hand. Once an item was placed within the inventory, he could retrieve it freely with his thoughts alone. What a convenient feature of the inventory that was. Confirming the pen in his hand, Jinwoo called out to Yura. Wait, I looked, and luckily enough, I had a pen on me. Oh really? Whew, what a relief. Yura placed a hand on her chest and sighed out in relief. Jinwoo smiled at that, and he jotted down his phone number. This happened all the time now. The items that came out of the random box always saw some sort of usage pretty soon after he got them. When a raincoat came out, rain fell the next day. He got a cup the day before the hospital and inexplicably ran out of paper cups. Of course, stuff like a band-aid with no clear uses sometimes popped out, but most of the time, they did come in handy. Here it is. Yura received the memo pad back from Jinwoo with an elated expression etched on her face. She then bowed her head as well. Please take care of me from now on. Oh, sure thing. Me too. Yura spun around and hurriedly disappeared to somewhere. Jinwoo looked at her departing back and tilted his head this way and that. By the way, how does she expect me to take care of her? She was such a cute nurse, to begin with, yet she was even courteous as well. Jinwoo thought as such and left the hospital with a refreshed, airy mind. The first place he visited was the HQ of the Hunters Association, located in the district of Guro in Seoul. The smartphones used by the hunters were designed with special components, so, in order to get one, he had to apply for it at the association. The association employee spoke while looking at the computer monitor. Looks like your phone will become available only after 2 weeks, Hunter Nim. Pardon me, why so long? Jinwoo's eyes opened up wider. His old phone was smashed to bits when he was getting chased around by the god statue. However, he now had to wait for 2 weeks for a new phone to arrive. If you need a phone right away, we can loan you one on a temporary basis, but the fee for each usage is 50,000 TL, just over 40 for dollars. 50,000 won. He wasn't even buying one, just renting it for a little while, yet it cost that much. If he thought about his current financial status, that was way too big an expense. Well, it's not like someone will contact me, anyway. If the association failed to get a hold of someone on his or her smartphone, they'd call the house instead. So, there was no real reason for him to spend money and get himself a temp phone right now. Jinwoo shook his head. I'll just wait. I understand. As soon as your replacement phone arrives, we will send it straight to your residence. Thank you. Jinwoo got up to leave. His business was done here. He had already completed the daily quest that never failed to show up every day, and the application for the new phone at the association also ended faster than he expected. Jinwoo exited from the association building and pulled the golden key out again. Is it now time to check this little guy out then? The information on the key floated up in green letters. Item, dungeon key. Rarity, hid, also reflects the difficulty in acquiring the item. Type a key that transfers you to an instant dungeon. Can be used at the third exit of the Hapjeong subway station. He found this key inside one of the random boxes he got as the daily quest rewards. At first, he wondered why a key would come out from there, but once he saw the rarity category, he immediately realized that this was no ordinary item. This was one of the reasons prompting him to get discharged from the hospital as well. An entrance key to the instant dungeon. Whether it was called instant or not, a dungeon was a dungeon. If it was about dungeons, then he had plenty of painful memories regarding those. This one time, he participated in a raid rank D and ended up getting wounded so badly that he had to stay in the hospital for over a week. Back then, he was able to survive because of the comrades that went with him. But if he used this key to enter a dungeon, then it meant that he had to enter it all alone. He deliberated for a long time before making up his mind. I'm sure there will be no problems as long as I just take a quick peek inside. If things looked bad, all he had to do was run away. After all, he'd been running 10 kilometers every day for a while now, so he was pretty confident of running away, actually. And it was his mistake for taking it too lightly. Slam, slam, is there a wall blocking me? He pounded on the invisible wall and shouted at the outside, but no one replied back. People continued to carry on with their own lives, that was all. Sometimes, someone approached the Hapjeong station, but they simply vanished as soon as coming in contact with this invisible wall. It was quite likely that the place he was in and the outside world were two separate dimensions. Jinwoo tried his hardest to force his way out of this place, which prompted a new alert message to pop up. Teetering, you cannot exit the dungeon. Please defeat the boss first or find the return crystal. It was the same message as before. The key in his possession disappeared as soon as he set foot inside the third exit of the subway station, and by the time Jinwoo realized things had gone rather awry and hurriedly turned around to leave, it was already too late. He was thinking of finding a hidden gate or some kind of a doorway within the third exit that would transport him to a dungeon, but his expectation was completely off the mark. And quite different from the regular dungeons, he couldn't even leave as he pleased, too. It's different from other dungeons. Jinwoo spat out a long groan and looked behind him. What he could see now was the interior of the subway station that had transformed into a jungle. Walls were thick with twisting vines, and rancid odor akin to rotting corpses assaulted his senses. Hell, he even heard the cries of what sounded like wild beasts from afar every now and then, too. It wasn't that there was a hidden entrance somewhere near the entrance of the Hapjeong station, but the entire station had become a dungeon instead. Jinwoo pulled the steel longsword out from his inventory. Teetering, item, Kim Sang-sik's steel longsword. Attack plus 10. His back was blocked off, and he had no method of contacting outside, so the only option left was to go forward. Jinwoo nervously swallowed his saliva and slowly descended the steps. He held his breath and surveyed his surroundings, but he couldn't sense anything particular. However, it was truly forbidden to underestimate the dangers in a dungeon. Among the low-ranked monsters, there were quite a few that knew how to mask and hide their presence very well. No, maybe because they were so low-ranked that they had no choice but to hide and wait to ambush their prey. Past the toilets, he entered deeper and encountered the underground shopping center. Shops were worn down and in complete disarray, looking more like a ruin than anything else. Seeing the humanless ruined shells of the shops dimly illuminated by the flickering overhead lamps, something felt rather ominously creepy and sinister. Flicker, flicker. A few of the lamps continued to flicker as if their life was nearing the end. Jinwoo carefully stepped on the overgrown weeds jutting out from between the cracked floor tiles and continued on forward, but he picked up on a general aura of unease and scanned his surroundings. Everything seemed so quiet and still, but he did sense a gaze of something, and then there was this smell, too. A seriously rotten odor of an animal carcass with flies buzzing around was coming from somewhere. For Jinwoo, who had frequently entered dungeons, this was a rather familiar smell. This smell, an animal-type monster. However, he still couldn't find its whereabouts at all. Just like how a predator would stalk its prey. Oh, so you want to remain hidden and wait for your chance, is that it? In that case, he should give it one. Jinwoo deliberately turned around and presented his back. And very slowly, retread the path he had taken until now. An animal would try pounce on the prey as soon as its back was shown. An animal-type monster would be no different. And so, it happened when he took his third step. Smash! The shop window of a clothing store behind him shattered into pieces and something jumped out. And this something, as soon as it landed on the ground, leapt towards Jinwoo's exposed neck in one go. Roar! Jinwoo had been getting ready for a sneak attack like this one, so almost immediately, he swung the sword in the direction of the sound. It was a perfectly executed instinctive counter swish. The sharp edge of the blade sliced open the creature's maw. The monster spat out a pained cry as it flew away from Jinwoo and crashed on the ground, rolling around in a heap. *SFX for a dog-type whimpering, repeated asterisk. It was a huge wolf with a reddish coat of fur. The wolf with its maw sliced away wiggled around and threw a seizure-like fit as if it was under a great deal of pain. When he took a closer look, its name also appeared on top of its head, just like the centipedes from the penalty zone. Iron-fanged lichen, however, unlike before, its name was in white letters, not red. There is no time to waste here. This was the perfect opportunity while the monster could not move from its wound. Jinwoo threw his body forward. He ran hard and fast, and chopped down with his sword, separating the creature's head from its body. Roar! Lycan spat out the final roar and stopped breathing afterwards. You've killed an Iron Fang Lycan. Good. However, the joy of victory was temporary. Two more Lycans jumped out from their hiding place from behind the shop's darkness. Damn it, it was in a pack. Jinwoo's eyes grew wider. They bared their big fangs and closed the distance in an instant. Jinwoo's expression crumpled dismally. He must have chopped down too hard from all the excitement, because the sword was lodged on the ground too deep, and it stubbornly refused to come out. It stuck somewhere. It was at this moment that one of the Lycans aimed for his face and leapt up. Damn it, Jinwoo ducked low. The Lycan flew over his head and landed face first on the ground after failing to stop in time. Stab. When its fangs stabbed into the stone floor, cracks instantly formed on the hard surface. I guess it's not called Iron Fang for nothing. Of course, he didn't have the leeway to stay there and admire this scene. One more monster was still running towards his front at the moment, too. His sword showed no signs of coming free from its earthly prison for the time being. Screw this. Jinwoo had no choice but to give up on the sword for now and threw a hard punch at the Lycan closing in. Whoosh, accompanied by a bone-chilling sound of wind parting ways, his fist flew straight forward. Pow! It took just one hit, and the head of the Lycan simply exploded. The corpse of the now headless Lycan slammed into the ceiling above, and then, powerlessly fell down to the ground. Thud! Jinwoo's eyes opened up very wide, and he stared dumbfoundedly at his own fist. What an unexpected destructive power that was! The sole surviving Lycan, the one that flew over Jinwoo's head just now, lowered its tail after seeing this scene and began taking faltering steps backwards. Was this the result from him raising his strength stat? The utterly stunned Sung Jinwoo couldn't close his slack jaw as the headless Lycan's legs shook like a leaf. Before its movement stopped for good, that was when he heard the familiar mechanical beep going off again. Teetering, you've killed an Iron Fang Lycan. Level up. My level rose up. To make sure that he didn't mishear that, Jinwoo hurriedly accessed his status window. Name, Sung Jinwoo. Level 2, Class None, Title None. HP 205, MP 22. Tiredness 0, Stat. Strength 32, Stamina 11. Agility 11, Intelligence 11. Perception 11. Available points to distribute 0. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown LV. Max. Tenacity LV. 1. Active skills. Dash LV. 1. His level really did go up. And when a level went up, a single point was added to all of his stats. As it turned out, it wasn't only the quest rewards that could impact the values of his stats, it was also possible to improve his stats through leveling up too. To think, I can actually level up. He only carried a vague expectation, but it actually became reality. His heart began to beat faster and faster. On top of that, I get more additional points from leveling up. The stat points he got from the quest rewards were 3. Meanwhile, he got 5 from leveling up once. Although he didn't like the fact that he couldn't freely distribute those points the way he liked to, but still, his growth through leveling up was much greater. Also, there was the thing about quests only being available once per day, but there was a good chance that leveling up wouldn't suffer from such restrictions. I only killed 2, but my level rose up. This was the same as in video games. When his level was low, he could raise it up by a lot during a short space of time. And currently, Jinwoo was only a level 2. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was right at the bottom of the pile. However, he was not what one would call a normal low-level player, either. His strength stat already exceeded 30. If the strength stat rose up by 1 point every time one leveled up, then the stat value of Jinwoo's strength was equivalent to level 20 or higher. What if a user possessing level 20's worth of strength stat hunted in the level 1 beginner's hunting area? In other words, explosive leveling up. As if to prove his guess, the destructive might behind that punch easily exceeded his own expectations. The strength stat might have been multiplied by just over 3 times, but the difference in actual, physical strength was well beyond that. Jinwoo's original strength value was 10. There was the difference of 3 times the value between the strength stat of 10 and 30, but the difference between the actual forces produced was well beyond that. Could it be, what if, as the stats value rose up, the weight was also added as well? If that was the case, then such a destructive power output could easily be explained away. Besides that, his movement speed had increased as well. If it was in the past, there was no way he'd be able to lightly evade the all-out attack of an animal, nor could his punch move fast enough to produce the sound of the air splitting apart. Right, the physical strength in my muscles has increased, so obviously my speed would have increased along the way, too. Simply by raising his strength stat higher, both his power and speed had gone up. The battle against the lichens proved this. So, what would happen if he increased his agility instead? His curiosity was at its peak, but he didn't have any method to find out at the moment. If he wanted to satisfy his burning curiosity, then he simply had to increase his stats ASAP. Even still, he couldn't help but think that investing points he got as quest rewards in the agility stat kinda felt a bit wasteful. If he shored up his strength stat, both his power and speed would go up anyway, so what was the point of investing in the agility stat? Since his thoughts were as such, there was only one way to go forward here. I gotta level up lots of times, really fast. Indeed, he'd raise the agility stat through leveling up. Every little cent saved would eventually net him $1 later down the line. If he increased the values 1 point at a time, he'd feel the difference sooner or later. Jinwoo pried loose the sword off the ground. In that case, shall I get started for real then? There was one more monster he needed to kill, after all. By the way, where did it disappear to? The lichen that was definitely somewhere nearby had gone with the wind before he had noticed it. Jinwoo hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find a single trace of the creature. Quite likely, it had turned tail and ran away while he was immersed in the status windows. Well, he should have known something was up when it lowered its tail and cautiously studied his mood. Jinwoo smacked his lips, realizing that a bundle of experience points had just escaped from his grasp. Hang on, do these things give away things like magic crystals, too? The sudden thought popping up in his head stopped him in his tracks. Monsters appearing within the gates all possessed one, or sometimes, several, magic crystals in them. If one got lucky, a rune stone might drop too. Magic crystals could be used for a variety of purposes, and they alone exchanged hands for princely sums. No need to even mention the rune stones, which could be used by hunters to learn brand new skills. It was not an exaggeration to say that the reasons why hunters participated in raids was not just because of the promised payment from the related organizations, but also these magic crystals, as well. Jinwoo was also a hunter. He was successful in killing these monsters, so not being rewarded for his work kind of felt a bit like he was wrong somehow. Feeling a little rueful, he sliced open the lichen's stomach, but it turned out to be a waste of time. It seemed that these creatures were fundamentally different from the regular monsters. The thing was, he had entered quite a few different dungeons in his career so far, but he had never seen these vault-like monsters before. Jinwoo dusted his hands and was about to stand back up, but then, he spotted something glittering within the dead lichen's mouth. So, he opened the creature's maws. One of the lichen's fangs was emitting a beam of light. When Jinwoo reached out, a new message popped up before him. You found the item, the canine of a lichen. Take it. Sure thing. Item, the canine of a lichen. Rarity none. Type miscellaneous. A large and sharp canine of a lichen can be stored in the inventory or can be sold at the store. Jinwoo got flustered a bit while staring at the canine tooth. There was a store, too. Where would you find a system less friendly than the one he was saddled with? To think, it was designed in such a way that the end user had to personally experience it with his own body before learning about any of its functions. Hell, he wasn't given much of an explanation during the penalty quest, and he almost died as a result back then. Jinwoo gnashed his teeth and tried to summon this store thing. Store. He couldn't help but feel his anticipation build up, wondering if a shop with a signboard declaring store and manned by an NPC merchant kinda like from video games, might really appear before him. However, what appeared instead was a bunch of green letters floating in the air like hologram projections, just like when he accessed his mailbox. And there were only 2 words there, too: buy and sell. What a simple-tastic store this was. Jinwoo selected buy. He didn't have a single cent in his pockets, but he was still curious about the stuff available within the store. And fortunately for him, the store turned out to be one cold customer. Your level is too low to access the buy function. He was already familiar with the cold shoulder treatment from the places that required him to pay up, so this was fine. Sure. Jinwoo didn't think too much about it and shifted his gaze away to sell. Will you sell item? The canine of a lichen, yep. With the clinging sounds of coins, his inventory appeared next. Right at the bottom of the display, in the column saying gold, he could see the number 20 appearing there. That space had been empty yesterday. 20 gold, eh? He couldn't really use that money in real life, and he couldn't even use the store properly yet, so he had no idea just how much this 20 gold was actually worth. Oh well, a creature from the Ranky dungeon wouldn't have given me any decent loot, to begin with. Even if there was a difference between the dungeons found beyond the gates and this so-called instant dungeon, it would be the same difference at the end of the day. Still, Jinwoo wanted to make sure, so he was about to collect the canine from the other dead lichen, but he ended up doing a facepalm instead. I blew away its entire head, didn't I? Jinwoo felt bitter as he turned around to go somewhere else. 20 gold and its unknown worth were calling back to him, but he couldn't waste time searching for a single canine that could have flown to pretty much anywhere under this dim lighting. However, as soon as he turned around, the feelings of bitterness dissipated in an instant. Growl, growl, growl. Well now, the lichen he thought had ran away actually came back with a bunch of its friends. A wonderfully bright smile bloomed on Jinwoo's face. Even at a casual glance, there must be over 20 of them here. Eureka! Hang on a minute, was that the right word to use in this sort of situation? Whatever, it was definitely a word to express one's joy anyway. Jinwoo tightly grasped the sword and spoke up. With the exception of your canines, I'm gonna massacre all of you. When the chilling glare of a man who was obsessed about making money landed on the lichens, they became intimidated and shuddered slightly. It was at this point that Jinwoo pounced on them without mercy. Level up, level up, level up. As he expected, his levels rose up quite quickly. Simply from searching every nook and cranny of the first floor and killing all the lichens he could find, Jinwoo's level shot right up to 7. He had jumped up 5 flights of stairs, in other words, whimper, ... When he caught up and killed the very last monster running desperately away from him, a strange message popped up into his view. Teetering, you have acquired the title Slaughterer of Wolves. A title Slaughterer of Wolves. A title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. TL the hunter is a lowercase here, because that's what's in the raw. The hunters until now had been written in English, actually. When he opened his status window to take a look, the title column indeed had been updated. Name Sung Jinwoo. Level 7, Class None. Title Slaughterer of Wolves. HP 766, MP 81. Tiredness 3, Stat. Strength at 37, Stamina 16. Agility 16, Intelligence 16. Perception 16, Available points to distribute 0. Skills, Passive skills. Unknown LV, Max, Tenacity LV 1. Active skills, Dash LV 1, a bonus boost to his stats when fighting against animal-type monsters. Although the effect was a bit restricted, still, having his stats increase by 40%, now that didn't sound too bad at all. There are plenty of animal-type monsters out there, so would this apply to them as well? TL, the author had been using the Hanja word for monsters to describe those found in the Gates dungeons until now, but the creatures found in the instant dungeon are written in the English word, monster. That's why we get this line. If that was the case, then he'd be able to easily kill monsters when participating in the future raids. However, he still earned big time even when disregarding his new title. 30 for Wolf Canines, 2 rusted daggers, a set of traveler's clothes, and 1 return crystal. While killing these wolves, he learned that he could sometimes find loot from their bellies. Of course, none of them was all that useful. The rusted daggers possessed lower attack power bonus compared to the sword he'd been using until now, and the traveler's clothes were not something he could actually wear, but just some random Japtamed vendor trash, essentially, that he could hawk off to the store. When he sold them all off, he earned just over 1,000 gold. Current gold, 1,060. Even then, I can't really celebrate, can I? Well, no matter how much he hoarded this gold thing, he couldn't use them anyways. At least not for now. The only thing remaining, besides the gold, was the return crystal. When he was trying desperately to escape from the dungeon back then, the message said he'd need a return crystal if he wanted to leave. And now, if he wanted to, he could escape at any time. He found himself on a crossroads. In front, the stairs leading down to the second floor. If it was in the past, he'd not hesitate and choose the latter. That was how he managed to survive all those raids with his pathetic stats. Everyone said that him surviving until now was a miracle. But well, he was trying to be smart about his choices, actually. However, the story was different now. He didn't want to retreat here. He felt that, if he turned away to leave now, then he'd never be able to take another step forward in his life. I've retreated enough times already, right? Wouldn't it be okay for him to jump in headlong, at least once in his life? Jinwoo pocketed the return crystal. His steps climbing down the steps to the second floor was light. Level up, level up. Unlike the dungeons of the gates, there was a thing called respawn within the instant dungeon. While he was sweeping away every single monster found on the second floor, all the monsters on the first respawned. While he went back upstairs to deal with them, monsters on the second floor respawned. So on and so forth. Level up, level up. Jinwoo hopped between the first and second floor and killed monsters until his level no longer rose up. Who knows when I'll ever run into another opportunity like this one. Along the way, he got so used to this place that he was able to predict from where and how the monsters would try to attack him. A monkey, falling from the ceiling. He lightly evaded the claws of the monkey-type monster falling from the ceiling and stabbed it in the chest with his sword. And then, Keek, 1 cat each from left and right. And then, he orderly sliced the necks of the Black Panther-like creatures jumping at him from his sides. Kyak, cock, you've killed a Blade Claw Briga. You've killed a Black Shadow Raisin. And with these 3, he had arrived at the end of the second floor. He had cleared out the second floor once more. However, his level hadn't been moving from 15 for a long time now. It seemed that reaching that high was the limit for the first 2 floors. Stats. Strength, 45. Stamina, 24. Agility, 24. Intelligence, 24. Perception, 24. Available points to distribute, 0. With him being level 15, his stats had risen up by quite a lot. His agility was now almost at 25. He finally got to feel the difference between the agility and the strength stat when the former hit the value of 20. The agility did not increase his speed, but rather, it was as if the opponent's movement had become far slower in his perception, instead. Exactly like watching a slow-motion video. The scenes of the monkey falling from the ceiling and panthers pouncing on him played out in slow motion. Should he describe it as him being able to manipulate the time flow as he wished? It became easier to evade enemies' attacks, and it also became easier to hit them as well. As the word implied, he had indeed become more agile. The so-called speed was wholly dependent on who was looking at it. The higher his agility stat, the bigger the difference between him and his enemies would become. From their perspective, he'd look as if he was moving at an unbelievably quick speed. If both the strength and agility increase concurrently, their synergy should be pretty incredible. That was his final assessment of the agility stat. Besides all that, Jinwoo shifted his gaze away. What should I do now? He was looking at the stairs leading down to the 3rd floor. There was a reason why he continued to hunt in the first 2 floors even though there was a way to go even lower. It's giving me the creeps. With his perception stats so much higher, he could sense the aura of something ominous lurking down there far better than before. Without a doubt, something really strong was hiding somewhere down below. He didn't have to see it to know. Jinwoo recalled the message he saw back by the entrance of this instant dungeon. You cannot exit the dungeon. Please defeat the boss first or find the return crystal. The existence of the boss. Jinwoo had been roaming the first 2 floors in order to raise his levels until he couldn't anymore, all for the purpose of fighting this boss. He had prepared himself as much as he could, but when the time to actually go down there came, he was getting all sweaty and nervous. Jinwoo lightly slapped both of his cheeks. I mean, I've entered a dungeon, so I can't just leave without taking a look at what this boss looks like, now can I? A certain amount of tension was a must in order to maintain the peak condition. And this amount was just about right for him. Jinwoo gripped the sword tightly with both of his hands, slowly descended the steps. Could he have been mistaken when the steps felt unusually longer than before? He swallowed dried saliva down. The lighting was worse than the first 2 floors, but there was no problem with seeing where he was going. Is it because of my perception stat? He couldn't help but feel that his eyesight had improved greatly. He cautiously climbed lower until eventually spotting the railway tunnel used by the subway trains. No, he saw where the railway used to be. The tunnel that should have been used by trains was now filled with jet black liquid instead. What is this? Rather than a subway tunnel, it was more like a lake or a river now. Just as Jinwoo took one more step forward to take a closer look, a long log-like object shot out from the surface of the black water. Swish, it's fast. The thing that arrived in front of his nose in the blink of an eye was not a log, but a snake with the thickness rivaling one, actually. Taken by surprise, Jinwoo could only swing the sword and strike the head of the snake away from him. Clang, Jinwoo's eyes opened wider. What the hell? He did succeed in deviating that direction of the lunging snake, but his trusty steel longsword ended up breaking apart from the impact. Jinwoo looked back in surprise. The snake must have been surprised by his counterattack as well, because it didn't try to follow up right away, but instead chose to simply glare at him while coiling itself up a distance away. The ruler of the swamp, Poison Fang Blue Kasaka. Jinwoo could clearly see the orange-colored name of the monster. It was a creature incomparably faster and hardier than those with their names written in white. Even then, for a sword reinforced with magic energy to break like that. Jinwoo swallowed nervously and cautiously studied the boss monster called Kasaka. Blue scales covering its entire body gleamed in an oily manner, as if it had draped itself with thick armor. Those scales had no gaps to speak of. Sword strikes wouldn't have worked in the first place. It'd be the same story for punches too. When Jinwoo's thoughts arrived there, the Kasaka must have finished its own analysis on its prey, because it finally lunged at him once more. No matter how one looked at it, it was a frightening turn of speed, that's for sure. Swish, Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. It's coming. When he concentrated hard, he could now clearly see the attack of the Kasaka, which was something he couldn't even properly decipher in the beginning. This was all due to the increased agility stat. Just before the Kasaka opened its mouth wide and tried to swallow him, Jinwoo swiftly sidestepped and let the attack brush past him. At the same time, he wrapped his arms around the creature and caught it in a headlock. He then tightened his grip. *SFX for bones breaking*. Jinwoo's strength stat was almost at 50. An unbelievably powerful pressure tightened around the snake's main artery. The snake could not escape from his grip and thrashed around as if it was in pain. Jinwoo gritted his teeth and strengthened his arms even more. Slam, boom. Jinwoo's body slammed against the walls and on the floor, but he never released his arms. If I didn't raise my levels as high as I could before coming here. There was literally no end to wondering about what ifs and what could have beens. However, all kinds of thoughts still swirled in Jinwoo's head. If he didn't raise his level to the limit, if his strength stat wasn't so illogically high, then he'd have gone through incredible hell in order to kill the Kasaka. No, he might even have died here. So, his decision not to come down right away proved to be the smart one. His choice was indeed the right one. Crack. Accompanied by a rather awful noise, the skull of Kasaka gave in and cracked apart. You have killed the ruler of the swamp, Poison Fang Blue Kasaka. Level up, as expected of a boss mob. His level rose up by 2 after killing the Kasaka. Jinwoo tightly clenched his fists. The level that had been stagnating at 15 had jumped up to 17. In just a single day, he crazily raised his level from 1 all the way up to 17. However, no one hunted boss mobs for experience points. Indeed, if it was a boss mob, then it'd be all about the loot drops. When he started checking out the dead snake, 2 spots of light began gleaming from somewhere within its limp body, 2 items, because it was a boss. His expression one of elation, Jinwoo reached out towards the spots of light. Teetering, you have discovered item Poison Fang of Kasaka. Take it. You have discovered item Poison Sack of Kasaka. Take it. Take them all. As soon as he said those words, a dagger made out of a bone and a small pouch with liquid in it appeared on his palms. Item Poison Fang of Kasaka. Rarity, C-type dagger. Attack plus 25. A dagger fashioned from the poison fang of the Kasaka. There are traces of the Kasaka's poison on it, so when attacking, it will cause paralysis and bleeding status effects. Can be stored in the inventory, or can be sold at the store. Status effect paralysis, the target will be unable to move. Success rate is fixed. Status effect bleeding, the target's stamina will be reduced by 1% per second. Jinwoo nodded his head. The dagger made not out of bone, but from the fang. Ha! It's not a bad item with those options, yeah. Next up was the pouch. Item Poison Sack of Kasaka. Rarity A-type medicine, a pouch containing the refined poison of the Kasaka. Can be found very rarely when hunting Kasakas. Drinking this poison will give you strong skin, but the toxicity will permanently damage your muscles. Affect the iron scales of Kasaka, 20% reduction in physical damage. Side effect damaged muscles, strength minus 35. Jinwoo's expression alternated between joy and anguish. The poison fang of Kasaka was a good weapon to replace the broken longsword. Not only did it possess over twice the attack power, but he really liked the 2 status effects of paralysis and bleeding, too. However, this poison sack is a bit. Initially, he was really pleased to find an item with a rarity rating, but when reading the description, he realized this was not something he could feel completely chuffed about. Of course, that effect of reducing all physical damage taken by 20% was a great option befitting in a rank item. However, it also carried a fatal penalty of decreasing his strength stat by 35. It'd be a really painful loss for him, especially when he invested all of his points on increasing his strength stat. Was this the famed double-edged sword then? No, the expression of chicken ribs suited this item far better. Instead, TL, a Korean idiom. It means something like people not giving up on chicken ribs even though there isn't all that much meat around there. Maybe, he might be able to use this thing only when his strength stat had risen so high that the loss of 35 points wouldn't affect him in the slightest, which should be in the distant future. It was impossible to drink it right now. For the time being, I should just hold on to it. With a rueful expression, he stored both inside his inventory. Maybe, if an A-rank dagger and a C-rank medicine came out, then he might have felt not as bad as he did now. Well, he'd have just gotten rid of the C-rank medicine if it was useless. After all, it was then. A new message popped up. With the death of the boss, the interior of the dungeon will revert back to its original state. Suddenly, his sights blurred for a bit, and then they were restored back to normal, along with a slight bit of dizziness assaulting his senses. When he took a look around, he found himself inside a normal subway station. The lights overhead shone brightly, and the black liquid filling up the tunnel was all gone too. But where is everyone? Not just people, but even trains were strangely absent. He even checked the time while thinking that the trains had stopped running for the day because it was so late already, but the clock was indicating 10 p.m. He entered the Hapjeong station around the lunch hour, so he had spent over 9 hours inside that dungeon. I was in there for a long time, wasn't I? If it weren't for his tiredness stat being refreshed every time he leveled up, he'd have keeled over from the accumulated fatigue several times by now. Anyway, isn't it still too early for the trains to stop running? Jinwoo tilted his head as not one train showed up, no matter how long he stood there waiting. He decided to leave the station for the time being. While he was trudging towards the exit, he couldn't spot a single person. But as he climbed up the steps to get to the surface, someone shouted at Jinwoo from above. "Who goes there?" Who knew that the voice of another person would sound this welcoming? Jinwoo quickly raised his head. He saw a soldier wielding a rifle. "Who are you? Why are you coming out from there? Haven't you heard the broadcasts?" The expression of the soldier was so serious that even Jinwoo's own expression hardened in an instant. "Did something happen? What the? How can you even say that?" The soldier approached closer, but then he spotted the broken sword in Jinwoo's hand. After it broke, it could no longer be stored in the inventory, and Jinwoo didn't feel like leaving it behind, so he just carried it outside like this. Seeing that, the light within the soldier's eyes changed rapidly. He then carefully studied Jinwoo's current appearance. Now that this soldier had taken a closer look, Jinwoo's clothes displayed various hints of the youth participating in many fierce battles recently. The crumpled expression of the soldier lightened up in an instant. "Are you a hunter by any chance?" "Yes, I am one. But…" Please forgive me. This way, please. Let me guide you there." Sure." Sensing that his troubles might get more complicated if he said there's been a misunderstanding here, Sung Jinwoo decided to quietly follow the soldier's guidance for now. Jinwoo then swept his gaze around his vicinity. "Now that I see." The surrounding atmosphere felt rather suspicious. The streets were totally deserted. The only people he could see were the soldiers and the members of the police. Also, corpses belonging to monsters, destroyed cars, and buildings with cracks running up their walls. Jinwoo realized what had happened here. A gate must have opened up nearby. Something like that almost never happened nowadays with the well-established hunter system in place, but sometimes a gate would appear in a remote area, and it'd go unnoticed for a while. As a result, no one would come around to close it in time. When such an event unfolded, soldiers from the nearby bases were dispatched in order to buy some time until hunters could arrive on the scene. Of course, the weapons of soldiers didn't work against the monsters. However, in order to facilitate the evacuation of civilians, someone had to be offered up as sacrifices. In other words, they were to become cannon fodder. A role someone had no choice but to perform had been saddled on the shoulders of this nation's youths. "Thank you." The soldier walking up ahead thanked Jinwoo out of the blue. "Pardon me." "Well, because hunters such as yourself fight hard, we are able to go home at the end of the day. You see." "Oh? .. double quotes. He said thanks. That was something Jinwoo wanted to say to the soldier. Instead, soldiers to the hunters, and hunters to soldiers. As befitting those fighting to protect someone, or even something, they were expressing their gratitude against each other. Deep. The soldier's expression brightened after he received the radio transmission. "I've received a word that the monsters in the vicinity have been dealt with, and only the biggest one remains." Jinwoo nodded his head. He didn't need to hear the soldier's explanation to know. He could actually sense the presence of a powerful life form nearby. And he could even sense several auras of hunters surrounding it, too. The enhanced perception stat was transmitting crucial information in the form of sensations and feelings. And that's how Jinwoo got to figure it out almost immediately. That thing is the boss. Soon enough, the creature could be seen in the distance. In the empty, open space not too far from him, a dozen or so hunters were surrounding a giant made out of rock. It was as tall as a telephone pole. It was a golem-type monster, Hyuk. The soldier spat out a gasp of fear as he took a step backwards. Perhaps it was his first time seeing one. Since the moment he saw it, his entire body had stiffened noticeably. But then again, most people would react in a similar fashion. The difference between seeing a monster for real and seeing it on a TV or a computer monitor was like heaven and earth, after all. And like him, Jinwoo remained calm and observed the unfolding situation. Healers, concentrate your healing on the tanker. We're also doing our best. Why isn't it dying already? What are the damage dealers doing? It's not even remotely close enough to dying, is it? The monster's defenses are too strong. And we just don't have enough magic-type hunters in our group. Because they had been summoned out here in haste, none of them seemed to be high-ranked hunters. Both their defenses and attacks didn't look that effective at all. Because of that, hunters couldn't avoid being embroiled in the protracted battle of attrition. Boom! When the golem slammed its massive stone fist downward, the hunter acting as the tanker had no choice but to kneel down just for a brief second. Kyo-hyok, the tanker vomited out a mouthful of blood. And no, the tanker might die at this rate. What do you want me to do? My magic energy reserve is completely empty, you know. Hasn't the support from high-ranked hunters arrived yet? These hunters looked like they had reached their limit. Jinwoo's gaze, as he took all of these in, gleamed quite sharply. If it's only that much, I can do this. Jinwoo slowly took several steps back. This golem-type boss might possess the high defense, but its rank was probably lower than its scary outer appearance might suggest. Just from the aura it emitted, it was definitely weaker than the boss of the instant dungeon, the poison fang blue whatever. So, if I could just render its high defenses to nothing. What's needed right now was a powerful strike that could penetrate past that dumb rock giant's defenses. Jinwoo got to enough distance away and took a position of throwing something. The muscles in the arm holding the broken sword began swelling up quite violently out of the blue. Thick, pulsing veins even popped up on the back of his hand, too. All of his physical strength was concentrated in his right arm. A short while after that, the arm pulled back taut like the string of a bow was shot forward at the speed of sound. Go! The view of the rank D hunter, Lee Han-soo, was turning dark. He couldn't continue on anymore. His prize shield had begun developing cracks as well. As if their magic energy had been depleted, the amount of healing magic hitting him from the healers had decreased quite noticeably. At this rate, every single one of them would die for sure. Lee Han-soo had to make a decision now. The only feasible plan here was for him to buy enough time so the other hunters could safely escape from here. And at a later time, hunters with higher ranks show up to kill this golem. Or, we all die together here. Cold sweat drops formed on Lee Han-soo's forehead. He finally firmed up his resolve. Lee Han-soo shouted out while looking back. Leave this to me, and you all got it. It was at this moment that Lee Han-soo saw it. Something flew towards here as it gleamed coldly in the night air. Actually, he could only sense that he had seen something, but his eyes couldn't really pick up on anything tangible. It was that fast, Hua-hein, that something slammed into the golem's head and it grandly exploded. What the hell? Lee Han-soo's eyes opened up super wide. The headless golem began tottering dangerously. The hunters began roaring out in elation. Only then, they focused their attacks once more. It's working. Our attacks are working. It's falling, a little bit more. Just a bit more and we'll win. It seemed that none of them had noticed the object flying in from somewhere, because they were too focused on attacking the monster. With the sole exception of Lee Han-soo standing right in front of the golem. That was, roar. In the end, the golem toppled over, thud. The heavy body fell down to the ground and kicked up a mighty dust storm. While hunters all cried out in elation and celebrated their victory. We did it. We killed it. Only Lee Han-soo had seen everything unfold, and he slowly shook his head. No, our attacks didn't even work on this guy. Lee Han-soo hurriedly searched around the vicinity of the fallen golem. Just what did destroy the head of this rock giant? Lee Han-soo thought out aloud and searched around. Eventually, he discovered the remnants of a broken sword. Although there were some traces of magic energy within it, it was basically a cheap, plain steel sword. What? Someone threw something this worthless and destroyed a boss-level golem capable of brushing off the combined attacks of 10+ hunters. Suddenly, he forgot what he wanted to say. Lee Hansu silently alternated his gaze between the corpse of the golem and the broken sword, before he ran past the cheering hunters and in the direction the sword flew in from. "Excuse me," he found a dazed soldier standing there. "Pardon, you talking to me? That's right, you." When a hunter with a hulking physique hurriedly rushed towards him, the soldier couldn't help but swallow nervously with a stiff face. That was how great the pressure a hunter gave off to regular people. Lee Hansu displayed the broken sword and asked, "Did you throw this out?" "That, it's actually." The soldier looked behind him, only for his eyes to go round in surprise. "How? But there was a hunter standing right behind me, though." Of course, there was no one there now. While the flustered soldier was looking around the vicinity, Lee Hansu scratched the back of his neck and stared at the broken sword. That power, that destructive power, could it have been a high-rank hunter? He'd never know, since the protagonist had disappeared already. Around the same time, Jinwoo was on his way home. He turned around to leave as soon as the golem began teetering about. Indeed, he was the one who brought down the golem. He was well aware of this fact. Now originally, the loot and the profit arising from a dead monster belonged solely to the hunter who managed to kill it. If he wanted to, he could contest for the rights to the golem. However, it had become problematic when trying to prove that I am capable of bringing down a golem like that. Who would believe the notion of a giant golem crashing down because of an attack from a measly little Ranky? He didn't even have a proper evidence to back him up to. Jinwoo figured that neither the broken sword or the soldier standing beside him would be of a great help in that endeavor, and that would not be all. More importantly, he'd have to reveal the reason how his abilities had increased by so much that he could fell a golem like that. The harder he thought about it, he had more to lose than to gain. The one and only ability in the entire world to level up. He couldn't afford to slip up and reveal the existence of this unprecedented ability just for the sake of claiming the remains of a single golem. It's a bit of a waste, but can't be helped. Still, it wasn't as if he walked away completely empty-handed anyway. No, rather than that, he earned pretty big, actually. The message he heard the moment that giant golem fell down: level up. His level rose up by 1 because he had killed the golem. Indeed, my levels will rise if I hunt the monsters from the normal dungeons. He had learned some valuable information. That alone was worth it. An old and decrepit apartment located on the outskirts of the city. Jinwoo's home was on the 8th floor of this building. I use the Commonwealth way of counting floors, so for all those who don't, it'd be the 9th floor for you. He found the key and entered the premises. It was dark inside. Jinwoo's still studying hard. It was quite likely that his little sister was still in the library, studying. He found a bowl of rice and some soup on the dining table. Mom was in the hospital for a number of years now, and these dishes were from his little sister. The piece of paper, a memo from her, contained a bunch of cutely written words. "Don't starve yourself. I'ma check later if you ate them all." She must have prepared them even though she was busy as a bee, after he told her of his plans to leave the hospital earlier today. Jinwoo grinned softly and settled down to eat. However, there was something he wanted to confirm first before doing that. Status window. Name: Sung Jinwoo. Level 18. Class None. Title: Slaughter of Wolves. HP 2220. MP 350. Tiredness 2. Stat: Strength 48. Stamina 27. Agility 27. Intelligence 27. Perception 27. Available points to distribute 0. Skills: Passive skills. Unknown LV Max. Tenacity LV 1. Active skills Dash LV 1. He thought that today had been a long one. And thanks to this long day, he was now level 18. His strength was approaching 50, and other stats also had increased significantly as well. He even figured out what the agility and perception stats did, too. On top of this, add to the fact that I found a very useful dagger with good options, and all that gold that I don't know how to use just yet, then Even if he disregarded the special medicine he got, his conquest of the instant dungeon was a resounding success. Part 9. Geckos. A person stepping outside the house in the early hours of dawn would inevitably be cautious in their movements. Well, they might end up accidentally waking up their family members, after all. That was why Sung Jinwoo was silently closing the front door to her home, so that her brother wouldn't wake up from his sleep, as she was about to leave for school. But then, you going to school now, eh? She was taken by surprise when a voice came from near her, and she quickly turned around to look. And she saw Jinwoo jogging towards her. He was kitted out in tracksuit and sneakers. He had pulled the hood up high and looked as if he'd been on an early morning jog. Jinwoo's eyes opened up real wide in shock. "What the heck, Appa? You were up already?" "Yep, been a while since I was up, you know." "Hey, have fun today and be careful on the road." "Sure." Jinwoo watched her brother's back as he entered the apartment and tilted her head. "Now that is so strange. Appa actually woke up before I did." One would never call Jinwoo a lazy type, but Jinwoo was always the first one to start the day until now simply because she was unusually industrious, which was quite unfitting for her age group. Now that I think about it, her older brother's back seemed broader than before, for some reason. No way that's true. A human's body wasn't made out of some rubber band, so how could it make any sense for him to expand and contract in a space of a few days? I've probably made a mistake. Just as Jinwoo shook her head, Jinwoo suddenly pushed forward an umbrella to her. "Why an umbrella?" Jinwoo received it and took a look at the sky. As it was still early dawn, the sky remained dark, but it seemed to be more or less clear and cloudless. "But it doesn't look like it's going to rain, though." "Take it anyway." "But it's heavy, you know." "Take it with you regardless. Besides, it's a folding type umbrella so it doesn't even weigh anything." "Stop exaggerating, will ya? Slam." Jinwoo then closed the door, Sichi, acting as he feels like. Jinwoo lightly kicked the door a couple of times to express her disgruntlement, folded the umbrella and shoved it inside the empty space in her school bag, and turned around to leave. Hang on. Her steps came to an abrupt halt after she remembered the difference in the eye levels between her and her brother. Something was rather odd. His eye level had definitely risen up higher compared to before. Do guys continue to grow taller even in their 20s? There was no way that could be true. Jinwoo shook her head again and hurriedly walked towards her school. Click. Jinwoo locked the door and summoned his inventory. Storage, inventory. He discovered it through various experimentation and learned that the word used didn't matter as long they meant the same thing. It was the same story when accessing the mailbox. As long as the word spoken meant open, the desired effect took place without fail. The author wrote open 3 times in Korean and in English in this sentence, thus I had to change it somewhat. Jinwoo then shoved the umbrella he just got from the random box inside the digital storage in front of his eyes. This is the direct translation from the raw. I didn't make a mistake. This is what it really said. It's no good today again, huh? For days had passed by since he cleared that instant dungeon. He always remained hopeful whenever he got to open up a random box, praying for another dungeon key to pop out, but unfortunately, he hadn't been lucky so far. It must have been a pretty rare item if it was this hard to get. Well, that's that. But now, Jinwoo entered his room and sat on the edge of his bed. There was a matter he had resolved right away. Stats. Strength, 48. Stamina, 27. Agility, 27. Intelligence, 27. Perception, 27. Available points to distribute, 12. He had been saving up the stat points earned from the quests of the past for days. He made sure to complete the daily quest every day. Of course, he also didn't forget to always check his rewards too. However, he hadn't distributed the points until now. The issue was, this is tough. Indeed, he found it rather difficult to come to a decision. The strength stat, it was a wonderful stat, that's for sure. He hadn't regretted it once, investing all of his points into this one back when he started this thing. Agility. This was also a pretty darn good stat, too. Against weak enemies, it only helped a little, but as the levels of his opponents rose up in the future, no doubt he'd be relying on this stat more and more. Well, the speed was a relative thing, after all. And then, stamina and perception. It'd be great if his stamina was high, obviously. And this perception turned out to be very useful as well. Finally, intelligence. This was the problem child. He hadn't been able to figure out the stat's uses yet. His level had increased by quite a lot, but he didn't feel any smarter than before. His memories didn't seem to have improved, nor did his ability to calculate quickly either. I think it has to be related to magic. This stat might be something he didn't really need for the time being, which left strength, stamina, agility, and perception. Even then, this is really tough. Although he now had one less stat to choose from, he was still in a dilemma here. He didn't feel too confident at all. At least he understood that the synergy between strength and agility was very good. Even if he could deal big damage, it would be meaningless if he couldn't hit his target. On the flip side, even if he could hit accurately all the time, as long as he could not deal enough damage, it'd be a waste of time, too. In that regard, one could say that strength and agility formed a set. Since my strength stat is so high, I should raise agility up to match it. If he decided to raise his agility stat, then he had to delay raising stamina instead. Well, the synergy between agility and stamina wasn't so good, after all. The thing was, when agility was raised, the odds of getting struck by the enemy would decrease. But on the other hand, stamina was a stat that only displayed its true worth when the opponent actually damaged him. Of course, I do need at least the bare minimum of stamina, but raising both agility and stamina at the same time was a rather inefficient method, at least from his perspective. After a lengthy deliberation, he decided on the order of priority. The first one was agility. The second, perception. Finally, stamina. His strength was plenty high enough, so he'd defer it for now. And as he was planning to raise his agility, perception took priority over stamina. After deciding so, Jinwoo spent 2 points on strength. Teetering, stat, strength 50. Stamina, 27. Agility, 27. Intelligence, 27. Perception, 27. Available points to distribute 10. Well, he wanted to raise strength to the round and even 50 for the time being. That was how normal human beings behaved, no. Then, he spent 8 points on agility, stat, strength 50. Stamina, 27. Agility, 35. Intelligence, 27. Perception, 27. Available points to distribute, 2. The reason for that was also not that special. He just wanted the last number to be a 5. It's far more preferable to see the numbers ending in increments of 5. Strength 50 and agility 35. Seeing them end in the multiples of 5, he suddenly felt rather pleased with himself for no reason whatsoever. And as for the last 2 points, Jinwoo invested them on perception next. With this, the points distribution had come to an end. Stat, strength 50. Stamina, 27. Agility 35. Intelligence, 27. Perception, 29. Available points to distribute, 0. The only sticking point would be the fact that he couldn't quite bring perception up to 30. Well, I don't have any more points left, so it can't be helped, I guess. Other than that, everything was okay. He figured that it'd be fine to raise stamina and agility through leveling up, so then, I guess that's it. No matter who you were, you would be hard-pressed to feel 100% satisfied with everything. Since he had thought about his choices for a long while, he was more or less happy with them like this. It was then he could hear the telephone ringing from the living room. Ring, ring, is the association calling me? In the past, he didn't want to participate in the raid, so he did his best to ignore the calls until the last possible moment. But right now, he was raring to go and test out his raised abilities against various monsters. Jinwoo quickly snatched up the receiver. This is the hunter Sung Jinwoo. Ago, you finally picked up the phone. Too bad. It wasn't a call from the association. A rueful sigh leaked out of his mouth. Learner Jinwoo, why is it so difficult to get in touch with you lately? The voice coming from the speaker was a familiar one. It had been for years already since he graduated from high school and therefore stopped being a learner, but the owner of the building always attached that prefix in front of Jinwoo's name ever since taking in both the Seong siblings when they were still young kids. I'm really sorry about that. I was admitted to the hospital because of an incident a few days ago. So that's what happened. I should have known. Well, there's that and, Learner Jinwoo. The rent for this month hadn't come in yet, so what should I do? If it's a bit too tough for you, should I delay it for a month or two? Oh no, it's fine. I'll send the money in a bit later. Okay, but won't force yourself, you hear? Trying to look after your mom and your younger sister, you're going through so much hardship there. I know money is important, but don't forget to take care of your body, too. Thank you. I won't forget that. The call ended there. Jinwoo pulled out the bank balance book from one of the drawers. The remaining amount in the account was only around 800,000 TL, just over $700. Phew, a groan leaked out from his mouth. After paying the rent of 500,000, he'd have 300,000 left for the month's living expenses. And the rent could be that low only because the apartment building was located on the remote outskirts of the city, as well as it being old and decrepit. Plus the owner of the building taking into consideration Jinwoo's troubles and not raising the amount for the last couple of years. There was no way anyone would be able to find an apartment to rent for 500 grand per month nowadays. And trying to survive on 300 grand for the whole month was even tougher. I gotta make some money first. Jinwoo decided to take care of the urgent matters first. He was no longer the same guy from a few days ago who couldn't even kill a single E-ranked monster and shiver in fear. How did hunters make money? The best way was to kill monsters. Hunters ranked S or could get sponsorships, shoot commercials, make appearances in TV shows, and the like to hoover up a lot of money, as much as some chaebol made, but their number was exceedingly few. TL chaebols equals owners of big corporations basically. Indeed, there were too few of them. Excluding those too few ones at the top, the majority of the hunters had to go to a dungeon in order to make money. The higher the rank, the greater the experience. The earnings would be decided by each individual's own capabilities. For someone like Jinwoo, who was ranked E, worked only for the association, and had no experience in dungeons rated higher than C, such a condition was an incredibly tough one to overcome. Jinwoo's expression scrunched up into something unsightly. Disregarding the conditions, for now, if I could just enter an assault team, now that would be great. He took a look at the job postings on the Hunter website's bulletin boards and called a few numbers, but all of them turned out to be a waste of time. No one wanted to work with a hunter ranked D. Those hunters seeking outside help via job postings were freelancers almost all of the time, which meant that they were responsible for preserving their own necks. So understandably, they paid close attention when forming a raid team or letting someone into theirs. These people didn't possess enough abilities to enter big guilds, but their ranks were too high to work for the association. They were all kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place, but unable to go either way. Even then, these hunters still earn more than 10 million a month, as far as I know, TL around $8,830. It was the case of high risk, high reward. Since they put their lives on the line, the profit they earned was just as big at the end of the day. It wasn't for nothing that hunters were the targets of envy from the general populace. From Jinwoo's perspective, he could only get impatient, though. Should I just take the rank reassignment test and increase my rank right away? Eventually, Jinwoo shook his head. He knew that was a stupid thing to do, no matter how hard he thought about it. A hunter ranked D suddenly became a high-ranked one. Whether that was O or B, or maybe even C, didn't matter. The reawakening would always become a hot topic of conversation. The masses loved nothing more than a good gossip, and hunters just so happened to be a good subject to chew on. The old saying went that, if there were 5 mouths, then there would be 10 eyes. Meaning, the more people talked about you, the more eyes would be focused on you. His stats would continue to rise up in the future, so it'd be only a matter of time before his special constitution was discovered by the others. A hunter who can raise his abilities up higher. He becomes stronger as time goes by. Who is this hunter? How can he do something like that? What should we do to become like him? Without a doubt, many people would express their interest. After all, there hadn't been a hunter like him before. And among those expressing interest, there would be those who try to use him or reveal their hostile intentions towards him as well. If just one of those possesses incredible power, then just imagining it gave him the chills. He was far too weak as he was now. Until he possessed enough power to protect himself, he didn't want the world to know of his existence. Meaning, taking the test to reassign his ranks was out of the question. But I still need to make money here. However, that didn't mean he could go out and get a part-time job either. He didn't know when the association would call him for a raid. By raiding a dungeon, he'd get to earn both money and experience. So how could he blow that important chance just to scrounge up a few bucks by working in a local store? While he was seriously deliberating on what he needed to do, he spotted something in the bulletin board that caught his attention. Emergency, searching for a single hunter, regardless of the rank. Needs to come right away. Jinwoo's eyes shot right open. This posting had popped up literally a second ago. When he hurriedly checked the contents of the posting, it wasn't too far from his home, too. Jinwoo quickly picked the phone up. The other side must have been in a hurry as well because he answered the call even before the first ringtone. Hello, Jinwoo stated his reasons for calling as precisely as possible and calmly waited for the answer. Oh, you are any rank? The response from the other side was better than expected. It's fine, we just need someone to show up and fill up the headcount, that is all. However, it's a gate ranked C, so it'd be hard for you to hunt there. So, we'll just split the profits among ourselves and we just give you 2 million in cash. How about it? Can you come right away? 2 million for a day's work. TL around $1,765. It was a lot of money for simply being there to make up the numbers, or rather tempting offer this was. It was regrettable that he couldn't get to share the dungeon's loot, but he might end up losing out on making 2 million just by trying to be too greedy. For now, let's put out the urgent fires first. Such an opportunity wouldn't come around every day, after all. 2 million was enough for him and his sister's monthly living expenses. Jinwoo said yes to the offer. I'll be there in less than 15 minutes. Jinwoo only needed 1 minute to get ready, quickly grabbed himself a taxi, and headed off to the meeting point. 9 people were already there, waiting for his arrival. The man who looked like the leader of the group waved his hand at Jinwoo. Hey, over here. It was a bearded man with a fairly big physique. He smiled softly and walked closer while speaking to Jinwoo. Are you Mr. Sung Jinwoo? That's correct. Agu, it's a relief that you found the right place so quickly. I guess this is fate, so how about we greet each other before we get started? The bearded man briefly introduced the members of his team. The 8 of them, including himself, were regular teammates that worked together all the time, while the remaining guy was someone who also came here to make up the numbers, just like Jinwoo. Jinwoo greeted other team members and studied their countenance carefully. Thanks to his enhanced perception stat, he was able to more or less sense everyone's capabilities. 5 with a similar rank, 4 with a slightly lower rank than them. 5 rank C and around 4 with D or lower. There was a regulation when attempting to clear a gate rated C. The minimum number of a party had to be 10 hunters, and more than half had to be at least ranked C or higher. Only then did the association issue a permit. It seemed that them claiming to do all the hunting and he only needed to be there to make up the numbers didn't sound like an empty boasting after all. Now we're done with introductions, let me briefly explain the important points to remember. The bearded man introduced himself as Hwangdong Seok, a tanker rated C. He displayed a relaxed atmosphere as if he possessed plenty of experience raiding dungeons. As he began describing the situations one had to keep an eye out for in the middle of a raid, someone came closer to Jinwoo. "Excuse me, looks like we're both pieces of fluff in this party." He was none other than the other hunter Hwang Dong-seok had brought along in order to fill up the numbers. He was a young man with a bright expression. However, unlike Jinwoo, he was actually going to participate in battles. He was rank D, so he had the right to do so. His name was Yoo Jin-ho, aged 22. Jinwoo lightly nodded his head as Yoo Jin-ho greeted him, before shifting his gaze away. Yoo Jin-ho seemingly wanted to carry on with the conversation, but ended up scratching the back of his head awkwardly. He soon returned to his spot. "Hyungnim, let's stop here and go in already." TL, Hyungnim equals big brother, or a male addressing an older male. Used more as an honorific by gangsters to address someone higher up in the hierarchy, most of the time, anyways. We'll be the ones to kill them all, so what's the point of explaining it in detail like that? Right, my ears might get blocked up with wax at this rate. When the original team members all raised their voices, Hwang Dong-seok laughed jovially and clapped his hands. "Alright then, enough with the explanations, let's get going." Everyone got ready to enter the gate. Before we enter, you two, take a look at these." Hwang Dong-seok pushed forward a page of a document to Jinwoo and Yoo Jin-ho each. It turned out to be a simple contract. Write your names on the bottom and sign it, and we're good to go. The contents said, he'd not participate in any hunting, he'd not participate in sharing of the loot, and when the raid was over, he'd be paid $2 million right away. The terms were the same as what he heard over the phone. However, they were not the ones to catch his attention. "I have to promise not to question them regardless of whatever incident happens inside the dungeon. Unlike the raids organized by the association, one would not be able to claim for compensation if something happened during a raid organized by the freelancers. One of the reasons why hunters couldn't get a life insurance either. One had to look after one's own neck, in other words. Only now did it feel real that Jinwoo had entered an assault team. While confirming the clauses, Jinwoo sneaked a glance at Yoo Jin-ho's contract. As expected, his was different. Besides the promised $2 million, he was also going to share in the loot, as well. Before signing the document, Jinwoo asked Hwang Dong-seok, "What am I supposed to do when we're inside?" "Nothing to particular. Just follow us and help us carry the luggage, that's all. Your luggage." Hwang Dong-seok pointed at the huge backpack one of his dongsengs pulled out from the minivan. TL, a dongseng is a gender-neutral term to denote a younger sibling. Can also be used as an honorific to denote a younger person. You'll be carrying around lunch boxes to eat when inside, several sets of clothing and equipment, first aid kits and some other stuff. Wait, first aid kits when entering a dungeon? Jinwoo couldn't help but question this. You are not entering with a healer. I'm sure you already know that it's not easy to hire a healer if you're running your own assault party. Well, we've been doing things this way until now, so it'll be fine. Hwang Dong-seok smiled awkwardly. To think, this team just barely met the required minimum number of hunters. One of the additional members mistook a raid as a blind date or something, and the composition of the assault team only happened to feature a tanker and damage dealers, and not one healer. Even after hearing that there was no healer present, that oblivious additional member didn't seem too bothered by the revelation. It was the sure proof that he was a newbie. Jinwoo smirked inwardly. They are a bunch of wannabes. However, he still signed on the contract, not because he needed that $2 million, but because he knew very well that he could protect himself now. Here it is. I'm done, too. Hwang Dong-seok confirmed the signatures of both men and shouted out in a loud voice as if he was feeling really pleased today. Okay, let's get going, everyone. The party headed straight to the location of the gate. It was in the middle of the halted construction site for an apartment complex. The economy nowadays isn't so good, but still. Hwang Dong-seok clicked his tongue. Like large tombstones, unfinished apartment buildings stood still sporadically, imparting a certain sense of foreboding to all who looked at them. Could a cemetery of giants feel this way to observers, did you know? Yoo Jin-ho had walked closer to Jinwoo and whispered softly, While the employees and the investors are going through hell at the moment, the CEO of the project ran off to overseas 2 months ago along with 900 billion. Jinwoo gave the other guy plenty of hints, but it seemed like Yoo Jin-ho didn't want to leave his side at all. Well, with the exception of Jinwoo here, all 8 of them originally belonged to one team, so it'd be hard to get along with them that easily. Hyung, are you always this quiet? TL, Hyung here is slightly different from Hyung-nim from earlier on. Still means older brother, but without the tough guy connotation. Before anyone had noticed it, the honorific had become Hyung. Jinwoo couldn't ignore this kid anymore. Single quotes. Do you know how to take the hint? Well, I've never lived while worrying about taking hints, so. Was this guy simply a good-natured, or just brainless? Jinwoo wordlessly scratched the side of his head as he stared at Yoo Jin-ho and that bright smile of his. However, it was indeed true that Jinwoo would get unusually nervous when he got nearer a gate. But it was par for the course, really. To other hunters, raids might come across as a legitimate source of income. But to Jinwoo, each and every one he participated so far had been a desperate, bitter struggle to make ends meet. He'd get tense because of all the painful memories stuck forever in his head. It's over here. Hwang Dong-seok's steps came to an end. Oh. The hunters all let out a surprised gasp. Hwang Hyun, is this really a gate rated C? But isn't it too big? You think the association was lying to us? They said that investigators came around here twice already. A hole in the air, floating like a black hole, people took to calling it a gate. Its rank was assigned according to the waves of magical energy emission coming from inside. Folks from the association would stop by first to assign a rank to each one. After that, individuals or guilds wanting to clear the gate could follow the procedure and apply for a permit. Gates ranked A or B were, most of the time, left to the big guilds. Well, they were too difficult for freelancers to clear, after all. So, assault parties formed by freelancers took care of the gates ranked lower than that. Which meant that a gate ranked C was effectively the hardest one for hunters not affiliated with anyone to clear. Hwang Dong-seok stood in front of the gate and looked back at his team. I'll be entering first. Do your best to keep up, everyone. The tanker entered first, and the other hunters began entering one by one. You never know. So, Jinwoo lightly stretched himself just in case. Next to him, Yoo Jin-ho began pulling out his own equipment from his bag. The sword and the shield coming out from his bag gleamed attractively under the light. Even a casual glance could tell that they were very expensive. They were definitely not something a newbie hunter could organize on his own. Hang on, he said that he never had to take hints before, so does that mean he's from a well-to-do family? Jinwoo formed a surprised expression. Perhaps sensing Jinwoo's gaze on him, Yoo Jinwoo confidently and bravely stood in front. Hyun, you said that you're ranked E, right? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Just stick close by me. Jinwoo scratched the back of his head. Just who would protect who? Okay, thanks for the sentiment. Let's go in as well. Regardless of how Jinwoo felt, they still followed in afterwards and safely entered the gate. The interior of the dungeon was eerily quiet. Double quotes. Not only that, but it was also completely dark, too. Hwang Dong-seok issued his first order. Hey, Yu-hwan, I need a light. Alright. The magic-related hunter Jo Yu-hwan created a ball of a light in midair. The surroundings became bright immediately. Hwang Song-seok lowered his shield and tilted his head slightly. What the hell? Where are all the monsters, I wonder? There is no light in here either. Now normally, there should have been luminous stones found here and there inside cave-like dungeons and emitted some light to illuminate the way forward. However, this dungeon didn't have those. Yoo Jin-ho whispered to Jinwoo from the side. Hyun, could there be a dungeon without monsters in it? Shush, Jinwoo gestured the younger man to keep quiet. Because Jinwoo's ears were twitching. He could hear lots of footsteps coming from the distance. Jinwoo spoke up. It's not that there aren't any, they just haven't arrived yet. Yoo Jin-ho swallowed nervously after hearing that rumble. Soon, the party could hear what Jinwoo had heard earlier on. Only then did Hwang Dong-seok realize something was amiss here. A dungeon with no luminous stones could mean what moves around in groups, lives in darkness, and rushes towards a source of light. Oh crap. The complexions of Hwang Dong-seok and his Dong-sengs became ashen all at the same time. It's bugs. Bugs are coming. Fuck it, man. Why the hell did it have to be goddamn bugs? Hwang Dong-seok cried out. Get into your positions. They are coming, in front, from the other side of this lone passage. Some things were madly rushing towards them in a large group. Wait, could this be an anthill? Don't say something that might jinx us, okay? Out of all the monster types, insects were the most troublesome to deal with. Their shells were quite hardy, they always moved around in large groups, and each individual possessed pretty high combat potential, as well. And the worst of that lot just so happened to be the ant types. Countless hunters made a mistake and entered the anthills only to lose their lives very quickly. Rumble, rumble. The sounds of the insect legs rustling on the ground noisily reverberated throughout the cave. It meant that they had come pretty close now. Hwang Dong-seok raised his shield right up below his chin. However, they couldn't see any insects even then. His Dong-sengs began raising a fuss from behind him. What's going on here? Why can't I see them? But they are close by, though. Dong-seok-hyun, can you see anything out in front? It was at this time that Jinwoo shouted out, above you. What? Hwang Dong-seok reflexively looked up. Rumble. Huge insects were running towards them on the ceiling. If they were discovered late even for a single second, those things would have jumped down on top of their heads. When fighting against monsters such as these insect types that formed large groups, the breaking down of the team's formation would mean death for everyone involved. If those were discovered too late, then Hwang Dong-seok felt a chill run down his spine. The silver lining here was that he couldn't spot a single ant-like creature among the various insects. He raised his voice and shouted out, fire, fire and bring them down. Once they are on the ground, I'll attract the aggro. Swish, pow, boom, heek, heek. When a few monsters fell down after getting struck by the attacks of the hunters, the rest of them followed suit and landed back on the ground. Without a doubt, they were planning to engage the hunters. From here onwards, the capability of the tanker would prove to be crucial. Hwang Dong-seok activated his provocation skill to attract the gazes of all the monsters to himself. And as if they had a prior agreement, monsters all turned their heads to glare at Hwang Dong-seok at the same time. I'm over here, you damn bugs, key. Dozens upon dozens of monsters rushed towards Hwang Dong-seok's position. Slam, clang, 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 clang. His shield managed to defend against the attacks of the bugs without fail. The strong jaws and claws couldn't tear the shield in half. The tanker Hwang Dong-seok defended commendably well from the front, all stable and unmoving. Stand by, get in position, and get ready. Hwang Dong-seok waited for the right timing. Even when the bugs chomped and bit at him with terrifying intensity, Hwang Dong-seok remained steadfast and waited for the chance to counterattack. To make sure that the aggro wouldn't deviate from him even if the damage dealers landed a crippling blow to the enemies, this should be enough. With that thought, the real hunt had finally begun. To hunt, the real reason why the hunters were called hunters in the first place. Hwang Dong-seok roared out, attack! Along with that short but manly shout, all the accumulated firepower of the team poured out on the marauding insect horde. Keek, keek. The pained screams of the monsters rose up from here, there, and everywhere. Jinwoo stood at the back and observed this situation as it unfolded. That was the contractual obligation he had to adhere to for this raid. He inwardly simulated how he'd fight alone as his eyes continued to take in the battle happening in front. How frustrating! Jinwoo had to suppress his urges to rush out there several times already. He could see so many open gaps within the ranks of the monsters. And he also spotted the hunters missing those gaps and continue to commit simple errors. So, how could he not feel frustrated when he was not allowed to do anything and simply had to stand around? Even then, the damage to Hwang Dong-seok's team proved to be surprisingly non-existent. It was all because their teamwork was rather excellent. It seemed that the relaxed demeanor of Hwang Dong-seok before the raid began was not just for a show, after all. Jin Seok, 11 o'clock. Hyun, they are coming from your right, too. Yoon Tae, Seok-min, Yu-won, take care of the right, okay. Chil-jin, your wrist's swollen up. Retreat to the rear. Hwang Hyung, this ain't much to fret about. You want to go back only after sweeping clean the entrance. We don't know how long this raid will take, so stop being hasty from the get-go. Control your pace, got that, roger that. Perhaps because they've been working together for so long, they were able to communicate quite smoothly. Being able to communicate quickly like this would inevitably result in an excellent teamwork as well. It was a world apart from the ragtag bunch of hunters brought together by the association. What's more surprising is that this kid turns out to be pretty handy too. Jinwoo's gaze shifted over to Yu Jinho next. When a monster bit into his shield, he kicked it away and swung his sword quickly at it. The expensive sword easily separated the monster's head from its body. For a newbie rank D hunter, he was defending himself admirably well. His kick-ass gear is filling up the hole left behind by his lack of skills and experience. Indeed, it was not for nothing that pretty much all hunters struggled hard to get themselves good equipment. When their gazes briefly met, Yu Jinho quickly raised his thumb up. Because of his expressions that looked as if he was desperately pleading for a positive response, Jinwoo was left with no choice but to reciprocate the same gesture as well. Looking rather satisfied now, Yu Jinwoo turned around. Peek. Whatever the case may have been, the end of the battle was drawing nearer. Once the coast was more or less clear, Hwang Dong-seok issued another order to his Dong-sings. Don't forget the magic crystals. We split them exactly 9 ways, yep. This is my favorite part of the raid. Me too. Hwang Dong-seok confirmed his giggling Dong-sings collecting the loot, and walked closer to Jinwoo. Ego, we survived all thanks to you. Excuse me. Well, you were the first one to alert us about the monsters coming up from above, weren't you? How did you know? Though, it was a gut feeling. Jinwoo came up with a half-cooked story on the spot. Quite obviously, he couldn't come out and say that his perception stat was high now, could he? Oh really, a gut feeling, how? Well, we got lucky today. I don't even want to imagine what might have happened if we didn't discover them in time. Huyuu. Hwang Dong-seok patted his chest while speaking up. It was then, one of the hunters rummaging through the carcass of the insect gestured at Hwang Dong-seok to come closer. Hwang Hyung, please come over here for a sec. The Dong-sings had all gathered in one spot. So, Hwang Dong-seok went there to join them as well. Something's a bit off about these crawlies. The hunters parted ways when Hwang Dong-seok arrived, allowing the bearded man to squat down and take a look at the surroundings. He couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary, though. No matter where he looked, all he could see was the dead insects. What's off about these? Hwang Dong-seok tilted his head. One of the Dong-sings pointed at the leg of the insect monster closest to him. I'm pretty sure that wound didn't come from us. Hwang Dong-seok's expression crumpled slightly. He took a closer look before raising his voice. Looks like something took a big bite out of it, doesn't it? Right. That's not the only one with wounds like that, you see. Looky here, this one, that one over there, and over there too. Looks like that one's missing a pair of wings as well. Could these creepy crawlies have been beaten down already before fighting us? Hwang Dong-seok's expression hardened even more. Now he realized why the battle went off so smoothly when compared to the number of the monsters they had to fight. Could it be that these things were fighting against something else? It was then. Although it had been for the briefest of all brief moments, Jinwoo still sensed the gazes of the several members of this team landing on him. Their eyes shifted away as soon as Jinwoo displayed a hint of sensing them. With this, he was certain now. As I thought. His initial suspicions proved to be correct. Seeing that their teamwork was so good, they must have been fighting together for a long time already, and without anyone dying too. However, would such a thing be possible without a healer backing them up? No matter how good hunters were, they were still humans at the end of the day. Inevitably, they would slip up sooner or later. Well, only a short while ago, didn't their formation nearly break apart from the attacks of the bugs? A bigger picture finally formed inside Jinwoo's head and a subtle smile formed on his lips. Maybe I can use them to my advantage. As long as they acted within his calculations, that was. Huang Dongseok smiled and stood back up. Well now, why don't we go in a little bit deeper? We might be able to clear this dungeon rather quickly if this keeps up. Huang Dongseok deliberately spoke up with a loud voice. He didn't do that for the sake of his Dongsengs. Well, the original members of the team were already surrounding him, to begin with. In the meantime, Yu Jinho smiled brightly and approached closer to Jinwoo. However, would such a thing be possible without a healer backing them up? No matter how good hunters were, they were still humans at the end of the day. Inevitably, they would slip up sooner or later. Well, only a short while ago, didn't their formation nearly break apart from the attacks of the bugs? A bigger picture finally formed inside Jinwoo's head and a subtle smile formed on his lips. Maybe I can use them to my advantage. As long as they acted within his calculations, that was. Huang Dongseok smiled and stood back up. Well now, why don't we go in a little bit deeper? We might be able to clear this dungeon rather quickly if this keeps up. Huang Dongseok deliberately spoke up with a loud voice. He didn't do that for the sake of his Dongsengs. Well, the original members of the team were already surrounding him, to begin with. In the meantime, Yu Jinho smiled brightly and approached closer to Jinwoo. No way. Now that would be really strange. Still, there should be a boss at the end, right? Without one, why would a gate remain open and? The opinions of the hunters were shared among themselves as they roamed the expansive but empty interior of this big dungeon. Hold it! Huang Dongseok in the lead suddenly stopped walking. He stopped so abruptly that people behind him ran into his back. The hunter whose nose had slammed into the head of the guy in front asked with a sullen expression, "Ouch, what the heck? Huang Hyun, what is it, Yu-Hwan? I need a light over there." Zhou Yu-Hwan controlled the ball of light floating up in the air and redirected it further up ahead, exactly where Huang Dongseok had been pointing at. Holy shit, all the hunters spat out low groans. The torn wings, legs, torsos, and even heads of the bugs, remains of the various dead bugs, were strewn about everywhere as far as the light shone. The further into the cave the light got to, the greater the amount of the remains they could see. And also, a huge chamber located at the end of it all. That's the boss's room, someone muttered out softly. Huang Dongseok nodded his head. Everyone, get your equipment ready. The hunters quickly armed themselves. Nervousness was evident on the expressions of everyone present. With Huang Dongseok leading them in, the rest of the hunters cautiously and silently entered the boss's room. However, their silence only lasted for a few seconds afterwards. Jackpot! The hunter with a red nose cried out. He was none other than the guy whose nose slammed into someone's back of the head. Originally, it was forbidden to shout out too loudly inside a dungeon, because there was a possibility that a monster they didn't have to fight might hear the noise and run towards where the hunters were. However, none of the others scolded the red nose for his mistake. Wowzers, how much could all of these be? It is a real jackpot, innit? Everyone was way too busy gasping out in admiration and happiness. That was why. Wait a second. When Zhou Yu-Hwan fixed the beam of light high up in the middle of the air, the situation within the room became clear for all to see, as well as the jewel-like stones jutting out from one of the walls of the cave. They are mana stones. The entire wall is made up of them. These mana stones reflected the light attractively and caused the eyes of the hunters to sparkle brightly in greed as well. Mana stones, they were one of the treasures that could be found inside dungeons. Although each stone possessed a lower amount of magic energy compared to a magic crystal extracted from a monster, they almost always were found in large quantity, so if one were able to mine them, one could earn a substantial profit. Besides, the mana stone deposit they had discovered was incredibly large. The entire wall of the huge cave was actually filled up with these stones. Let's do a quick calculation. A hunter with a mathematical brain began moving his fingers in a hurry. If we can mine them all, we could be earning as much as 1 billion. Even if we split 9 ways, we're looking at a payout of over 100 million per head. Oh, smiles formed on the faces of the hunters. Yu Jinho had been staying at the back until then, and when he heard those words, he began poking Jinwoo's side with his elbow. Hyung, show me your copy of the contract. Why, just trust me on this one. I'm pretty knowledgeable when it comes to law, you see. Jinwoo shrugged his shoulders once and handed over the contract as requested. Yu Jinho walked over to Hwang Dong-seok while carrying that. Excuse me, seniors, I want to ask you about something. The eyes of the celebrating hunters immediately focused on Yu Jinho next. Yu Jinho flapped open Jinwoo's contract and showed it to them. Mr. Leader, this is Jinwoo Hyung's contract. As you can see, there is no clause about splitting the treasure beside the magic crystals earned from the hunting itself. Everyone there caught on to what Yu Jinho was trying to say. It's customary to share the treasures or other rare items found in a dungeon equally among all the participants of the raid. The splitting of the profit, in this case, is different from monopolizing the magic crystals of the monsters one hunted themselves. In other words, the mana stones had to be split 10 ways, not 9. The light within the hunter's eyes changed greatly, but Hwang Dong-seok simply smiled and took a step forward. Of course, we'll be sharing them equally. I know the rules well. We still have some things to take care of before that, though. Hwang Dong-seok raised his index finger and pointed to his front. Yu Jinho grandly flinched from that. He thought that he was the one being pointed at, actually. He shuddered slightly and turned his head around to take a look, and finally spotted a spider as huge as a house quietly squatting way over there. Hyuk. Yu Jinho began taking hurried steps backwards and covered his mouth after seeing the spider's appearance. As if it was fast asleep, the huge spider didn't even budge an inch from the spot. Around the creature, there were empty shells of the dead insects piled up as high as a mountain. A fair few of them were half-eaten, and there were bodily fluids mixed in among them as well, basically resembling a trash pit full of food waste. That's the boss. Huh? Did that thing eat the bugs inside the dungeon? Well, it sure did eat a lot, didn't it? Hunters glared at the spider and passed their opinions one at a time. Hwang Dong-seok called the others to gather around. Jinwoo and Yu Jinho, too, stood in front of Hwang Dong-seok as well. As you all know very well, as soon as the boss is killed, the gate will start closing up. So, before we kill the spider, let's mine the mana stones first. Everyone nodded their heads. Chiljin, did you bring along the equipment for the job? The man named Lee Chiljin shook his head. No, who knew we'd find mana stones inside a C-rank dungeon? All the mining equipment is back in the van. Oh, come on now, dude. Didn't this Hyung always tell you to keep it around just in case? My bad, my bad. I'm really sorry about this. Lee Chiljin grinned brightly and began apologizing to Hwang Dong-seok, the rest of his teammates, and even to Jinwoo. Hwang Dong-seok spoke up while scratching the back of his head. Agu, what a bother this has become. In that case, why don't you just stay here and wait? We'll go outside and fetch the equipment in the meantime. When the hunters tried to leave all at the same time, Yu Jinho formed a confused expression and quickly asked them, "Are you telling me and Jinwoo Hyung to remain in the boss room?" Hwang Dong-seok smiled with his eyes and replied, "The bastard is yet to wake up even though we've been talking loudly for a while now. So, I'm sure nothing's going to happen here. Well, there are some things I want to speak to my boys, too, so we'll take a short smoke break as well. But, don't worry, it won't take long." Jinwoo listened to Hwang Dong-seok's rather detailed explanations and smirked inwardly. "You finally revealed your true colors, huh? But all of you are leaving at the same time. Aren't you fools taking us way too lightly?" They were looking down on him because of his low rank, of course. As Jinwoo expected him to, Hwang Dong-seok finally began to move. It was slightly different from the youth's expectation, though. It had been for years since he became a hunter. During that time, he had met many hunters. One of them was an Ajusi named Mr. O. He had retired from the life of a freelancer, but still showed up now and then to help out with the association's work. Be careful of geckos, Mr. O used to say that rather often. When one participated in raids, one would inevitably encounter a dangerous situation. When such an event happened, some crooked, immoral hunters would try to sacrifice someone who had been fighting alongside them until then, with some flimsy pretext of them not being in the same team to begin with, or that the other party was simply weaker than they were. All just to buy themselves some time for their safe escape. It was exactly like a gecko cutting off its own tail and running away, cutting its tail off. Mr. O took to calling those types of hunters geckos, and such actions as cutting off one's tail. The regulations stated that in order to enter a gate ranked C, the minimum number of participants had to be 10. Yet, Hwang Dong-seok's team only had 8 members. I'm sure you already know that it's not easy to hire a healer if you're running your own assault party. Well, we've been doing things this way until now, so it'll be fine. Indeed, he stuck to only 8 members, even though his team had entered countless gates ranked C, so much so that he could say this way until now. They obviously have no reason to fill the last 2 spots. They needed a tail that they could cut off at any given moment. After all, there was a reason why they were willing to accept anyone, whether it was a hunter ranked D or a newbie. And now, Hwang Dong-seok had decided to abandon both Sung Jinwoo and Yoo Jin-ho for a slightly different reason than usual. But it's a good thing for me. Jinwoo had figured out Hwang Dong-seok's intentions pretty early on, but chose to say nothing. This was what he wanted, actually. However, unlike Jinwoo, who was full of confidence, Yoo Jin-ho was quite different, as he only started his work as a hunter today. Yoo Jin-ho spoke with a voice full of worries. "No, wait a minute. That is just. Why don't we leave together?" It was then Jinwoo spotted one of the hunters at the back raise his hand towards his hips. So, he placed his hand on Yoo Jin-ho's shoulder and spoke. "It'll be fine. We'll guard this place." The hunter's hand heading towards his waist stopped. Yoo Jin-ho was quite surprised and confused, but Jinwoo simply kept his mouth shut and lightly shook his head. Sure, the kid was noisy and got on his nerves just a tad, but Jinwoo wasn't planning to let him die here. After all, didn't he try to get the fair share for Jinwoo just now, although that would have ultimately put him in a disadvantageous position? Hwang Dong-seok formed a smile as he looked at the 2 youths. "Our van isn't parked too far, so it shouldn't take long. Well, then." Hwang Dong-seok and his lackeys quickly escaped from the boss room, and their footsteps rapidly got further and further away. Yoo Jin-ho turned around and demanded answers from Jinwoo. "How could you say those things, Hyun? What if that thing wakes up?" Without a doubt, he was quite scared of that spider. Looks like this kid hasn't grasped the situation quite yet. Jinwoo inwardly clicked his tongue. It was too much of a bother to explain everything, too. Instead of an answer, he began loosening his body once more. Around the same time, Hwang Dong-seok turned around towards the boss room. The hunters following him also came to a stop. They had arrived at a far enough spot from the boss room now. At this sort of distance, there was no danger of being overheard. Hwang Dong-seok smiled deeply and signaled to Jo Gyu-hwan next to him with his chin. "Hey Gyu-hwan, I'll block up the entrance to the boss room." "Should I blow it up?" "That's right. But don't block it up completely, okay? We gotta go in there a bit later too." Lee Cheol-jin then asked him, "Hwang Hyun, is there a reason to beat around the bush like this? Why don't we just kill them now and get started right away?" Hwang Dong-seok's expression crumpled and glared at the other guy. There was no need for him to maintain the fake smile now. At least that was one less thing to worry about. "Am I bad?" Lee Cheol-jin averted his gaze in fear. "Hwang Dong-seok, what if we start fighting there and the spider wakes up? How will you mine those monostones and carry them out then?" "I'm sorry," Jo Gyu-hwan butted in. "Hwang Hyun, since we are on that subject, wouldn't that thing wake up while we try to mine the monostones? If so, we might end up losing big, you know." That creature was strong enough to prey on those already scary insect-type monsters. If the team got sneak attacked in the middle of the mining operation, the losses they incur would be enormous. That is why Huang Dongseok smirked deeply. We're trying to offer those two up as food, aren't we? Zhou Gyuhuan nodded his head as if he had finally understood the plan. Right now, no one knew just when the spider would wake up. It could be 10 hours from now, maybe 1 hour, or it could be a minute later. That was why they had to wake the spider up now and feed it. No matter how dull that monster happened to be, it'd still wake up from the impact strong enough to cause the entrance to cave in. Huang Dongseok continued on, we mine the mana stones when the spider goes back to sleep with a full belly. The permit they got from the association would last for 5 days. They still had over 4.5 days of leeway, in other words. They would wait, and if the spider didn't go back to sleep, they would simply dispose of it and mine as much as they could before the gate closed shut. They wouldn't be able to mine everything within the hour, but with Sung Jinwoo and Yu Jinho no longer in the picture, they should be able to avoid losing out too much. Wouldn't that be far more preferable than working under the constant fear? Their safety was the #1 priority, after all. Of course, that's the worst possible scenario. If they were lucky, the profit would be divided 8 ways. They mine all the mana stones, and even monopolize the spider, too. As an added bonus, those expensive-looking equipment on Yu Jinho's body would become theirs, too. That sword and the shield, they have to be worth at least a few 100 million won. They had nothing to lose from this transaction at all. The corners of Huang Dongseok's lips arched up. Block up the entrance, so we can go and take a smoke break. Quick, yes, Hyang. Zhou Gyuhuan replied as a blinding light began to gather on the tip of his fingers. Yu Jinho's gaze was fixed on the sleeping spider. Even his breathing was cautious. He then asked, his expression rigid with fear. That spider bastard, it's not gonna suddenly wake up on us, right? Who knows? Jinwoo remained economical with his words. He had more or less figured out what would happen next, but if he said out aloud his thoughts in full, then Yu Jinho might faint from fear. Now that I think about it, those words were the first to come out from Yu Jinho's mouth in the past 5 minutes or so. It seemed that he was really scared right now. And he used to be so talkative too. Then, it happened, kaboom! With a loud explosion, the entrance of the boss room suddenly caved in. Yu Jinho hurriedly ran towards the entrance. And fortunately for him, the entrance was completely blocked up by the fallen rocks. He pushed on with all his might, but not a single stone budged. Jinwoo slowly walked over there in the meantime, groaned, Hyang, help me push this. Yu Jinho was still giving his all to push the blockade of stones away. He said his name was Zhou Gyuhuan. Before the explosion, there was a flash of light. A sorcerer ranked C that controlled light. This was no doubt that bastard's handiwork. Jinwoo placed his hand on the fallen rocks. If I want to, I can get out of here at any time. He could sense the weight of the stones through his hands. They weren't as heavy as they looked. When he very slightly pushed, he felt the wall tremble gently. Of course, he wasn't thinking of leaving at all, anyways. Yu Jinho stopped pushing at the stones and cried out as if he had finally figured out the truth. His face now reddened in fury. Yu Jinho shifted his gaze over to Jinwoo. Those sons of bitch are trying to kill us. They don't want to share the mana stones, so they blocked the exit and let the spider devour us. Wow, you figured that out so quickly, Sherlock. Jinwoo was rolling his eyes in his head, but still played along for the time being. Looks that way. This is troublesome. Hyuk. Suddenly, Yu Jinho's reddened complexion paled in an instant. Would that be the look of someone whose blood had gone cold? No need to ask him what happened. There the silhouette of the giant monster was oh so clearly reflected in Yu Jinho's eyes. Jinwoo turned around. Kuruk. The spider's sleep had been interrupted by that loud explosion, and it was slowly raising its massive body up. The body the size of a house, dozens upon dozens of eyes. That horrifying mouth, 8 long legs. Now that it had begun moving for real, it looked far more terrifying than when it was actually in a deep slumber. Yu Jinho leaked out a fearful gasp. His body had frozen stiff like a statue. On the other hand, Jinwoo kept his sight firmly locked on the spider as he calmly summoned the poison fang of Kasaka from his inventory. "You're mine." This was the perfect opportunity to test out his enhanced stats. The poison fang of Kasaka appeared in his right hand. Swish, as if it had always been there. Jinwoo gripped the dagger's hilt tightly. The reason why a hunter was called a hunter. From this moment on was when the true hunt would begin. Each hang on a second, Hyun. However, Yu Jinho swiftly snatched up Jinwoo's sleeve just as the latter took a couple of steps towards the spider. What are you trying to do?" Yu Jinho's hands were shaking pretty bad. Jinwoo used his left thumb to point over his shoulder. "Obviously, I'm going to hunt that." Jinwoo had been following around Hwang Dongseok's group until now for that purpose, in order to monopolize the remaining monsters in the dungeon as soon as Hwang Dongseok cut the tail and ran away. This was a splendid opportunity to swallow whole all the experience points and magic crystals. Well, only if the boss hadn't devoured every monster in this dungeon, that is. If that hadn't been the case, then he would have profited a lot more, though. What a missed opportunity that was. However, Yu Jinho's facial expression clearly displayed his disbelief, as he had no idea about Jinwoo's special constitution. What is this young rambling on about? There was something he'd heard from someone somewhere before. A person would stop thinking rationally the moment he or she received a mental shock beyond their capability to deal with. The hunter ranked D standing right in front said that he'd hunt the boss of a C-rank dungeon. If this was not an act of irrationality, that what else could it be? Yu Jinho asked again, this time looking rather dumbfounded. "Hyun, you want to hunt that thing? For real?" Jinwoo scratched the top of his head, looking somewhat troubled, before replying back with a question of his own. "What? You want to hunt it, then?" Part 10, Give and Take. Jinwoo turned around even before Yu Jinho had the chance to respond. There was no need to listen to his reply anyway. Even now, Yu Jinho was barely managing to stand up straight as his legs continued to shudder. From the get-go, he didn't expect anything from Yu Jinho. Rather, he was relieved that the kid didn't follow after him while saying he'd lend his aid or some such. "He'll just get in my way, anyway." Jinwoo slowly approached the spider. The spider must have discovered the human's presence as well, as it was changing its direction towards them while shuffling on its 8 legs. It was coming closer. As if it found the never-before-seen prey rather strange, the spider didn't immediately rush out. Using its thick and long legs to push down on the ground, it inched closer and closer. Foo! As that giant monster slowly filled up his entire view, Jinwoo's breathing became heavy. His heart began thumping faster and faster too. Thump thump, thump thump. Jinwoo controlled his wayward breathing and did his absolute best to calm himself down. He had to remain focused and steady here. He recalled the exact feelings he felt when he stood at the end of the second floor of the Hapjeong Station's instant dungeon. He then recalled seeing the poison fang blue Kasaka for the first time. However, this giant spider in front of him didn't emit as much pressure as that snake did, meaning he could definitely do this. From the get-go, if he thought that this boss was impossible to clear alone, he wouldn't even have stayed here. Kururuk. They had gotten close enough that his face was now reflecting rather clearly on those smooth, jet-black eyes of the spider. Jinwoo's own eyes narrowed to a slit. The exoskeleton looks pretty tough. Can my dagger even damage it? Quite obviously, a dagger would have a shorter reach than a steel longsword Jinwoo used before. So, if he wanted to cause a deep wound, he needed to strengthen his attacks. Jinwoo held the dagger in the reverse grip. He figured that it'd be easier to hurt the monster by holding the blade in this fashion. Karak, finally, the spider stood before Jinwoo. Then, it raised its 2 front legs up and bent them at an angle. What is it trying to do? His curiosity lasted only for a brief moment as Jinwoo's eyes shot open wide next. Slam! If he didn't instinctively tilt his body out of the way, the spider's legs would have penetrated his chest just now. The spider's legs stabbed into the ground behind him before rising up in the air, its joints folding back up. And from the ends of its legs, pieces of the rocky ground fell. Jinwoo sneaked a glance behind him. The stone floor now had a pretty substantial hole in it. If I got hit by that, it wouldn't have ended with me feeling a bit of ache in my chest, huh? Jinwoo's glare sharpened even more. Now was the time he needed to concentrate even harder. It's coming, swish. The spider's legs that initially resembled bullets being fired could now be captured in his eyes. Left. He ducked his head lower to evade the spider's left front leg. Right. He tilted his body back and let the spider's right leg brush past him before he took a step closer. Right. He evaded the spider's leg that took aim at his head once more and took 2 steps forward this time. Left, right, right, left, right, 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 left, left. Slam, boom, quan, kaboom, slam, boom, quan, kaboom. The spider's legs stabbed and destroyed the ground so loudly that his ears actually felt numb from the pain. Jinwoo evaded the spider's attacks one by one and got closer and closer to the monster. Meanwhile, Yoo Jin-ho couldn't quite believe his own eyes. What the hell is up with this guy? Even though he was watching from afar, those attacks were so ferocious that all the hair on the back of his head was standing up. However, that man was evading them all while standing right in front of the monster, not to mention he was actually getting closer to. Seeing that efficient and calm movement, Yoo Jin-woo felt a chill run down his backside. And he's supposed to be any rank, there was no freaking way. If it was him standing there and not Sung Jinwoo, then he'd be torn into a rag by now. He didn't have any confidence whatsoever to dodge those attacks even once. However, Jinwoo was evading them without making a single mistake. An E rank doing something that a D rank hunter such as himself couldn't even dream of doing. There could only be one explanation for this. He is a fake registrant. Yoo Jin-ho's expression hardened. Out of those highly talented hunters, there were a few who could freely control his or her magical energy. If they felt like it, they could easily fake the results and get a lower ranking. Hunters who got assigned lower ranks than what they should have got in the first place simply by hiding a portion of their magic energy, such people were labeled as fake registrants. And perhaps more alarmingly, most of those fake registrants carried around rather sinister motives for doing so. Such as that serial killer whose hobby was to enter low-ranked dungeons and murder all the other lower-ranked hunters. As only those who were present knew what happened inside a dungeon, there was no better place to commit crimes than the world behind the gates. Yoo Jin-ho nervously swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, Jin was seen far scarier than the spider. And just why did I have to insist on coming to this place? Yoo Jin-ho felt like he'd break out in sobs at any moment now. Swish, swish, swish. In the meantime, the spider's attacks poured down without a break. Jinwoo dodged all of those attacks and grew confident of his victory. Having decreased the distance between them little by little, the head of the spider was almost within his reach now. The attack pattern of the spider was rather simple, so he could get close to it pretty easily. For now, I'll aim for its eyes. It was the basics of all basic rules to attack the monster's weak points. So, he decided to attack the eyes of the spider, which looked to be the weakest point in its defenses. As soon as I stabbed my dagger in those eyes. Just as Jinwoo made up his mind, he suddenly sensed that the spider's attacks had slowed down for some reason. Swish, swish. Was it because his eyes had adjusted fully to the speed of its attacks? Boom, slam. No, that wasn't it. His eyes might have been misled, but his hearing could not be fooled. The loud noises coming from the exploding ground came to him a beat slower than before, since a few seconds ago. Jinwoo was already pretty confident of his rather excellent sense of hearing, so he could feel this subtle change. It was then, a certain ominous premonition flickered past in his brain. When he took a closer look, the muscles around the vicinity of the spider's mouth were trembling quite imperceptibly. Why is it trying to open its mouth now? Jinwoo had been getting ready to jump up 3 meters and reach the head of the spider, but he sensed something ominous was about to happen. Jinwoo hurriedly changed the direction of his jump from forward to his rear. And then, splash, from the mouth of the spider, dirty and turbid liquid spewed out. Jinwoo rolled on the floor for a second before regaining his balance. He quickly took a look behind him. The spot on the floor he had been standing only until a second ago was now emitting smoke as it got scorched black. Sizzle. Stones on the floor melted away powerlessly. Jinwoo swallowed his saliva after seeing that. If I had jumped forward just now, it wouldn't have been only the floor that was melting right now. Perhaps sensing that Jinwoo had been distracted, the spider rushed towards him in no time. Wrestle, Jinwoo raised his head. By then, the spider was already right in front of his eyes. Swish. Jinwoo jumped up to evade the giant spider's legs. Slam. The bastard's attacks had recommenced. Damn it. After that, Jinwoo got near the monster's head several times more. Every time he did that, though, he had no choice but to retreat in order to evade that disgusting digestive juice. When the spider's attack pattern had become two, it became that much harder to deal with it. If he got closer after evading all those snapping legs, the digestive juice spewed out. Its legs attacked again once he had to retreat to a distance because of the juices. Shit, feeling frustrated now, he decided to attack the legs with his dagger. Unfortunately, the legs were also covered in that thick exoskeleton, and no matter how many times he cut it, he couldn't even nick it once. Jinwoo bit his lower lip. This isn't going to work. The spider only needed its front legs to attack him, but on the other hand, he needed to use his entire body to evade them. It was obvious who would tire out first here. Tiredness, 57. As he thought, his tiredness stat was rapidly rising up. When this stat hit 70, his speed would decrease, and when it reaches 90, his breathing would become too heavy and it'd become that much harder to freely move about. He was running out of time. If I want to get closer to it, then speed. His speed was the issue. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, speed, is it? As Jinwoo continued to barely evade each of the legs raining down, a thought entered his head. Yeah, I had that, didn't I? He indeed possessed a single active skill. He had forgotten all about it because there was no need for him to use it, until now. Dash, you've activated skill Dash. Your movement speed has increased by 30%. 1 mana will be spent every minute during its activation. Along with those messages, Jinwoo's body became even faster as if a booster had been activated. Evading the spider's legs had become even easier as a result. Swish, 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 boom, boom, boom. He swiftly evaded the spider legs slamming down like lightning bolts and in the blink of an eye, arrived before the monster. Taken by surprise, the spider hurriedly spewed out its digestive juice. However, thanks to the increase in his speed, his movement had now this certain composure to it. Jinwoo easily evaded the digestive juice and pounced towards the spider's head. Slash. His dagger slashed at the spider's eyes. Effect. Paralysis has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Effect. Bleeding has been activated. The target's stamina will decrease by 1% per second. Yes. One of the two special effects the Poison Fang of Kasaka possessed had activated successfully. Roar! The spider roared out and staggered about. Jinwoo didn't miss this opening. The moment his feet landed back on the ground, he jumped up again and climbed on the spider's body to get to the top of its head. The spider went crazy and swung its legs all over the place, but Jinwoo wasn't going to let those blind attacks land on him. Slam, boom, kaboom. Holes continued to appear on the poor, blameless ground instead. Now standing on top of the spider's head, Jinwoo began stabbing the eyes of the spider with his dagger. Stab, 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 roar, stab, stab, roar. The spider rampaged around this way and that, but Jinwoo endured till the end and continued to shove his dagger into the head of the spider. Kuruk! The spider began tottering about dangerously. It was obviously getting damaged now. Seeing this, Jinwoo's hands picked up speed. And eventually, the huge body of the spider finally tilted to the side. Thud, however, Jinwoo didn't stay his hand. No, he kept going at it, until the spider was dead for sure. Stab, 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 Kuruk, Kuruk. Along with the final gasps from the spider, several messages popped up in his view. You've killed the owner of this dungeon. Level up, level up, level up. I did it. While covered from head to toe in the spider blood, Jinwoo raised his hands up high. Maybe because it was a boss monster, his level jumped up by 3. Status window. Name, Sung Jinwoo. Level 21. Class None. Title None. HP 2600. MP 391. Tiredness 0. Stat. Strength 53. Stamina 30. Agility 38. Intelligence 30. Perception 32. Available points to distribute 0. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown LV. Max. Tenacity LV 1. Active skills. Dash LV 1. From level 18, he had jumped up to reach 21 in one go, and that wasn't even the end. Besides the level up messages, something else also popped up as well. teetering. Store by function is now available with your level having reached 20. Oh, so I can finally spend those gold things now, eh? That was a nice message, for sure. However, now wasn't the right time to relaxedly browse through the store. Rumble. ... The cave began to shake just a little. With the death of the dungeon's owner, the entrance of the dungeon will be destroyed in 1 hour. Remaining time 59 minutes 58 seconds. Indeed, he had to get out of this place before the gate closed on him, after all. Browsing through the store could be done once he was somewhere safe. Just as Jinwoo was about to climb down, he spotted something gleaming brightly in the middle of the spider's head. Is that an item? However, unlike the monsters from the instant dungeon, there was no message about recovered items, nor could he automatically claim them. What could it be then? Jinwoo pondered briefly before realizing what it was. These things have magic crystals, don't they? No matter how busy he was, how could he forget something so valuable like that? Jinwoo extracted the magic crystal hidden deep inside the head of the dead spider. This was a C-rank magic crystal extracted from the boss monster, so it should at least go for around 10 million won, easy. As the trophy for his glamorous victory, this would do very nicely. Jinwoo lightly jumped down from the dead spider's head. Tap. He landed lightly on the ground and turned around, and well, he discovered more gleaming lights, this time coming from the spider's belly. Not only that, but several of them, even. Jinwoo was now feeling rather surprised. He heard stories of some monsters possessing 2, 3 magic crystals, but there were simply too many lights to say those could all be magic crystals. What could they be, then? He used the dagger to slice open the belly and continued onto its stomach, which resulted in half-digested remains of the insect-type monsters to pour out to the ground. And the lights were coming from those ... No way. Jinwoo rummaged through the dead insects one at the time. And just as he suspected, they all possessed their magic crystals. Sure, a few of them had melted down and become smaller than before, but quite a lot of them had survived and remained as good as new. When he collected the intact ones, he counted over 10. I really hit the jackpot this time. He came to earn this month's rent, but at this rate, he'd be earning way more than that. Youngnim. When Jinwoo looked back, he saw Yu Jinho there. Please, put them in here. Yu Jinho then proceeded to carefully tuck in the magic crystals belonging to Jinwoo inside his equipment bag. Next, he reached inside the corner of the same bag and pulled out a thermos, before pouring the flask's content on its lid. Hyungnim, you must be feeling thirsty. Please, drink this. It's water. Indeed, it was a cold, refreshing cup of water, filled right up to the edge. Why is this kid doing something no one asked him to? Since Jinwoo was feeling thirsty anyway, he took the thermos lid to drink the water. But his head never stopped tilting in the meantime. Gulp, gulp. The water slid down his throat and refreshed him quite nicely. Hyungnim, did you enjoy it? Before he had noticed it, the honorific had changed to Hyungnim, too. Yeah, it's refreshing. Jinwoo spoke his earnest opinion and handed the lid over to Yu Jinho. And the things you saw in here. Even before Jinwoo could finish his sentence, Yu Jinho quickly cut in, as if to say that there's nothing to worry about. Of course, I won't say anything to anyone and take this secret with me to my grave. No, hang on. No need to take it to your grave. But, of course, I will. It'll be a promise between Hyungnim and I, after all. Well, in that case, okay? If you say so. You don't have to worry about a thing, Hyungnim. It wasn't as if anyone would believe the claim that Aranki soloed the boss of Aranxi Gate anyway. Still, the kid was saying he'd voluntarily keep his mouth shut, and that would certainly make his life a bit easier. I thought he didn't know how to take a hint, but he's pretty quick on the uptake on things like this, eh? Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, Hyungnim? No, not particularly. Well, that sounded a bit suspect, there. Jinwoo studied the overly polite mannerism of Yoo Jin-ho and inwardly questioned his motives before coming to a conclusion of his own. Well, yeah, from Yoo Jin-ho's perspective, I did save his life and all. Wasn't it the most obvious thing in the world that you'd become really courteous and humble towards a person who saved your life? When looked at that way, his attitude made more sense. The reality of the situation was slightly different from that, though. Rumble. The dungeon shook around for a bit again before its tremors stopped. That tremor was the reminder that the gate would close in a little while. The tremors would progressively get worse as time went by, and just before the gate closed, it'd morph into a full-blown earthquake. Let's get out of here. Yes, Hyungnim. Jinwoo began walking towards the entrance. Before they reached it, though, there was a sudden flash of light, and the rocks blocking up the entrance collapsed. Boom! Afterwards, Hwang Dong-seok and his goons rushed into the boss room. As soon as spotting the dead spider behind Jinwoo, their expressions became dumbfounded. What the hell? It's really dead. Did those two hunt it? That spider must have been nothing much even with that big body and all. Well, if a rank D and a rank E managed to kill it, then… Hwang Hyun, what should we do now? Hwang Dong-seok scratched his chin while gazing at Jinwoo and Yoo Jin-ho. With the spider dead, the gate would soon close. It'd be too late to start mining the mana stones now. They hadn't even finished getting ready, yet the remaining time was now less than an hour. It was time for the plan B. So, he loudly called out to Yoo Jin-ho. Yoo Jin-ho. Yoo Jin-ho flinched and took a step back. His face was full of nervous tension. An oily smile floated up on Hwang Dong-seok's face. I thought your gear looked real eye-catching, so we did a background check on you. And it turns out that you're a son of a real big shot. The son of the Yujin Constructions owner, Yoo Myung-han, no less. As so what? We'll give you a chance. I've got some stuff to discuss with your old man, you see. However, it'd get real troublesome for us if the matters of this place get out. So, if you wish to live, you better become our accomplice. An accomplice? Hwang Dong-seok pointed at Jinwoo with his chin. Being on the receiving end of that disgusting stare, Jinwoo's forehead creased for a second. Kill Seong Jinwoo. What? Yoo Jin-ho freaked out. And Hwang Dong-seok chuckled as if he found that expression rather funny. The thing was, he used his phone to do an online search and found out that Yoo Jin-ho's father was the owner of the top construction company in the country. Seeing that, a sinister scheme formed in his head. He'd filmed the scene of Yoo Jin-ho killing Seong Jinwoo and then, under the pretext of keeping his mouth shut, blackmail Yoo Myung-han. The known wealth of Yoo Myung-han is supposedly around 10 trillion won, wasn't it? Almost $9 billion. He might be able to reel in several times more money than mining these mana stones if he played his cards right. That's the only way you'll leave this place alive. As long as you kill Seong Jinwoo with your own hands, we'll let you live. If not, we kill both of you. Hwang Dong-seok's eyes became very hostile right away. What are you hesitating for? No one will know what happens inside a dungeon, anyway. Wait, could it be that you're scared of a rank E, even though you're a rank D? Yoo Jin-ho turned his head to his side. Jinwoo shrugged his shoulders as his answer. He was implying that Yoo Jin-ho should do whatever he felt like. With a determined expression, Yoo Jin-ho unsheathed the sword on his hips. Finally, he made up his mind. A smile formed on Hwang Dong-seok's mouth. And fortunately for him, his expectation was not met. Still holding that sword, Yoo Jin-ho stood alongside Jinwoo. Oh, so, You want to team up with that guy and fight us, is that right? Huang Dongseok muttered softly. A scion of a well-to-do family got lucky and killed a rank C boss, and it looked like his ego had become bloated somewhat as a result. Zhou Gyuhuan whispered from the side. Hyun, what should we do now? Huang Dongseok lowered his voice so both Jinwoo and Yu Jinho wouldn't be able to hear him. For now, take care of Sung Jinwoo first. We gotta hold on to that potential money back. Our losses today are pretty substantial after all. Okay, we'll do. Zhou Gyuhuan's hands began emitting bright light next. Seeing this, Jinwoo's eyes narrowed to a slit. In the end, they want to have a go. How? This would be his very first time fighting against other hunters. However, he wasn't planning to go easy on these bastards that have aimed for his life several times already. But then, this happened. Teetering. There was that mechanical beep again. An emergency quest has been generated. An emergency quest? Jinwoo raised his head. He didn't even say anything about wanting to look at the contents, yet the quest window spread out before his eyes without his consent. Now that was a first. Emergency quest, kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the player. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, a corresponding penalty will be given. The number of enemies left to kill 8. The number of killed enemies 0. Jinwoo's eyes opened wider. In order to complete the quest, Huang Dongseok and his teammates must all die. It was then, a beam of light flashed right before his eyes. The light beams left Zhou Gyuhuan's hands and flew straight at Jinwoo. Boom! Flung away by the explosion, Jinwoo's figure flew at a frightening speed and slammed into the cave wall. Slam! A portion of the wall collapsed and fell on top of Jinwoo. Tumble! Hyungnim, Yu Jinho froze on the spot from surprise. Don't sweat over the dead guy, and why don't you come over here? Huang Dongseok beckoned with his fingers. Yu Jinho stared at the spot where Jinwoo was. Just like what Huang Dongseok had implied, Jinwoo wasn't moving an inch as he remained buried under the debris. You murderers! Tears pulled around Yu Jinho's eyes. Huang Dongseok and his Dongseng simply giggled at the label of murderers thrown at their way. Well, that was the truth, to begin with, anyway. Just how many died by their hands inside many other dungeons? While they were looking at Yu Jinho and continued to smile, Jinwoo was under the pile of rubble, doubting his own eyes at the moment. The contents of the quest were slowly changing, that was why. Emergency quest, kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the ... Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, the number of enemies left to kill 8. The number of killed enemies 0. A few words suddenly became illegible, before changing their shapes. Emergency quest, kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards you. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, your heart will cease functioning. The number of enemies left to kill 8. The number of killed enemies 0. What a clear-cut threat that was. If he didn't finish the quest as intended, it would kill him, instead. Kill if I don't want to be killed, is that it? The contents were pretty shocking, but Jinwoo's fluster didn't remain for long. No, his flustered mind rapidly morphed into one of relief. Even he found it hard to believe, but that was the truth. There was this fear that always lingered in his mind, starting from the day these quests popped up in front of his eyes alongside stat values and such. What would happen to me if this mysterious phenomenon suddenly stopped? What if all these things only happened as a coincidence, and they could end at any given moment? Such fear always accompanied him. However, through this emergency quest, the truth became clear. Things happening to him were not a coincidence, nor were they some weird goodwill from someone. If the quest was generated by something holding some form of goodwill, then it should have just said overcome this danger, and not threaten him to kill him as a penalty. The system had a clear purpose. It was either make Sung Jinwoo strong or need a strong Sung Jinwoo. And, depending on the situation, Nihu could kill other hunters at the drop of a hat, even. He could glean such intentions from the system now. Jinwoo felt reassured by that revelation. What a relief that it was not a coincidence. That it definitely had a goal. Whenever he found himself in danger, he yearned to be stronger. He so dearly wished to stop living the life where it was no different from dangling precariously on the edge of a cliff. But on that fateful day, during the most dangerous moments of his life, his opportunity came. The goal of this system and Jinwoo's wishes lined up perfectly. The system is using me, and I'm using the system. That was all there was to it. As long as there was an end goal, a purpose, this phenomenon would never suddenly vanish from his eyes. Jinwoo slowly got up from the rubble, HP 1,362,600. As expected of a magic spell shot by a rank C hunter. It was only a single hit, yet his HP had almost halved. There was no more room left to take it easy now. Intense malice filled up Jinwoo's eyes. He began walking towards Hwang Dong-seok. What the heck? Hwang Dong-seok and his goons had been surrounding the scared Yoo Jin-ho, so they ended up discovering Jinwoo rather belatedly. What's going on here? He's still alive. But Gyu Won-hyung looks like a dead fish, though. What an embarrassment this is. He's a measly ranky, you know. Hwang Dong-seok scratched his chin. Hey Gyu Hwan-oh, why didn't you finish him properly the first time? Jo Gyu Hwan's face reddened somewhat. Yeah, I should've. But this wasn't right. He really did pour his all with that shot. He had spent over a third of his overall magical energy. Yet how could this kid stand back up? Could the attack not connect properly? But then, there wouldn't have been such a loud explosion if that was the case. Lots of questions formed in his head, but there was no time to ask them. Because Jinwoo opened his mouth first. Since you're playing around with people's lives. The eyes of Hwang Dong-seok's group were now fixed to Jinwoo. He came to a stop in front of them. Yoo Jin-ho flinched in surprise, but the reactions of other hunters were rather subdued. Some of them even began smirking in derision. Jinwoo spoke with a dry voice. You've all sufficiently resolved yourselves, right? Hwang Dong-seok let off a snort after hearing that. What the hell is this fool even saying? Hyung-nim, let me handle this kid. A hunter with tiny little eyes approached Jinwoo and placed his arms around the latter's neck. It looks like you mister hasn't really figured the situation out yet. But the thing is... The expression of the tiny eyes became weirder and weirder as he strengthened his arms. What the hell? Why can't I pull him down? He tried to perform a headlock with his physical strength, but no matter how hard he pulled, Jinwoo's upper body showed no sign of budging. Wasn't this bastard supposed to be only a ranky? Cold sweat formed on the forehead of the tiny eyes. How could he be this strong? It happened then, slice. The head of the tiny eyes fell to the ground. Thud, Ji-yong-tae. Hwang Dong-seok's eyes trembled like an earthquake. What the hell? That knife? Just when did he? Where did he get that? Hwang Dong-seok and his goons quickly took several steps back and yanked their weapons out. Jinwoo's hand was already holding the poison fang of Kasaka. Blood dripped from the tip of the blade. Teetering. The number of enemies left to kill 7. The number of killed enemies 1, 7 left. Jinwoo swept his gaze at Hwang Dong-seok and his group like a predator eyeing his prey. Hwang Dong-seok swallowed his saliva. He was already pretty surprised by the dagger appearing in that man's hands, but more importantly, Park Yeon-tae's death shook him to the core rather greatly. How did an E-rank hunter kill a D-rank in one hit? He had no idea what kind of a trick the other guy used, but from now on, underestimating his opponent was definitely forbidden. No, he had to be very meticulous here. Hwang Dong-seok gave a signal with his eyes to his side. Gyu Hwan hit him one more time. Jo Gyu Hwan lightly nodded his head. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Jo Gyu Hwan told himself such as lights began gathering in his hands again. But even before the arrows of light could leave his fingertips, Jinwoo appeared right in front of Jo Gyu Hwan first. Aha! Jo Gyu Hwan's jaw hit the floor. The light in Jinwoo's eyes gleamed coldly. You first, the magic-type hunter who possesses strong firepower but a weak body. Jinwoo had finished his calculations already. The dagger stabbed straight through Jo Gyu Hwan's neck. Stab, hyuk. Jo Gyu-hwan tried to cover the hole in his neck and collapsed to the floor. Plop. Kill him, you are. With that as a signal, the hunters around him rushed towards Jinwoo at once. Jinwoo raised all his senses to the maximum and calmly focused on the movements of his enemies. All sounds disappeared and time slowed down. The agility stat and its 38 points had begun displaying its worth. He then blocked or evaded swords, spears and arrows being thrust at him from the very short distance. The eyes of the hunters became incredibly large. How can any rank move like this? Too fast. I can't hit him at all. The complexions of the hunters became ashen. Indeed, speed was a subjective thing. To their eyes, Jinwoo's movement was absurdly fast. Meanwhile, Jinwoo waded in among the hunters and calmly cut into their vital spots, one at a time. Affect. Paralysis has been activated. Affect. Bleeding has been activated. Affect. Paralysis has been activated. The special effects of the poison fang of Kasaka continued to activate, and the hunters all fell into a quagmire of confusion. I can't move my body. You all magic? Was that magic? You son of a bitch. Affect. Bleeding has been activated. Affect. Paralysis has been activated. Affect. Paralysis has been activated. Diok. What the hell is this guy's real identity, Yuak? Screams resounded out without a break from here and there. 5 hunters surrounding Jinwoo all crumpled down to the floor in no time at all. Plop. Plop. Hearing. The number of enemies left to kill 1. The number of killed enemies 7. Jinwoo shifted his gaze over to the last remaining survivor. And that was none other the big bearded man, Hwang Dong-seok. He discarded his shield as an expression of determination formed on his face. He then loudly roared out, Hwang Dong-seok kicked the ground and rushed forward. Thump, 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 thump. His mind raced as he ran forward. He was a tanker, and was considered one of the top even within the C rank. His opponent most likely was a damage dealer. Although that man seemed to be very agile, judged from his quick movements, there was no way he'd possess enough power to penetrate past Hwang Dong-seok's reinforcement skill. You can't fatally wound me with a measly little dagger. The one to be crushed when they collide would be Sung Jinwoo, instead. Their distance closed up in the blink of an eye, and Hwang Dong-seok tackled with his shoulder. Reinforcement. But then, his entire world seemed to spin around, and before he realized how, he was staring at the ceiling of the dungeon. Slam! His brain shook hard, and a strong impact force was transmitted into his entire body. He wanted to get up, but his body didn't listen to his commands. Hwang Dong-seok tried very hard, but eventually gave up and lay sprawled on the ground. Cough. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Did he throw me down to the floor? Did Hwang Dong-seok really lose in the contest of strength? In a battle of physical strength, how can a measly ranky? He was now so sure that something had gone terribly awry somewhere. 5 rank Cs and 3 rank Dis were knocked down in the blink of an eye. There was no way this bastard was a ranky. Jinwoo stood next to Hwang Dong-seok. The bearded man couldn't even properly move his body. His fate was quite obvious now. If this was a sports match or a spar, then this battle would have ended right here. Too bad for the bearded man, though Jinwoo wasn't planning to stop there. Wait a minute. Hwang Dong-seok raised his hand first. Let me go. If you want money, I'll give it to you. As long as you spare me 3 times. Jinwoo's voice remained cold. Aren't you a bit shameless, asking to be spared by someone you tried to kill 3 times already? First, by blocking the exit of the boss room. Second, ordering Yu Jinho to kill him. And finally, Jo Gyu-hwan's magic. Hwang Dong-seok tried to kill Jinwoo these 3 times, even after excluding the battle just now. Give and take. When he returned alive from the underground temple, Jinwoo resolved himself to return as much as he had received, whether it was kindness or hostility. He'd repay the acts of ill intent with an equal amount of malice. There would be no room for negotiation. Realizing that begging for his life wouldn't work, Hwang Dong-seok's eyes shot wide open and foam bubbled around his mouth. You You think you'll be okay after you laid your hands on me like this? Do you have any idea who my younger brother is, Shatter? Huang Dongxiu could no longer continue with his words after his neck was broken. Giok. The whites of the bearded man's eyes were showing now. Teetering. The number of enemies left to kill 0. The number of killed enemies 8. Finally, this quest had come to an end. Woo. Jinwoo spat out a long sigh containing a myriad of emotions and lifted his hand away from Huang Dongxiu's head. His gaze then stopped on his hands. He might have one-sidedly bulldozed past his opponents, but for someone who had fought to the death against 8 other people, his hands remained remarkably steady. Is it okay to be like this? Jinwoo placed his hand on his chest and felt for his beating heart. Thump, thump, thump. His heart was beating as calmly as if he had been taking a stroll. What if? For the first time ever, he began to think that, seeing the system wasn't the only change taking place within him after he returned alive from the underground temple. However, his musings had to be kept brief. Soon, the familiar beep entered his head. Teetering. You have completed emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. Completion rewards are now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards, Wyden? He was half expecting this to happen, and sure enough, he now had received rewards. Jinwoo didn't even hesitate and chose yes. Confirm. Teetering. The following rewards are available. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. 10 additional stat points. Reward 3. Skill, Intimidation. Not only 10 points, but even a skill too. Jinwoo's eyes widened from the huge amount of available rewards. All those stat points were one thing, but this new skill stole away almost all of his attention. If I didn't possess the dash skill when fighting that spider, ... single quotes. The only reason why he managed to hunt the boss down was because of dash. There was no need to mention how important a skill was during a battle. It was not for nothing that a rune stone, with which a person could learn a brand new skill, cost several hundreds of millions of won. Jinwoo immediately checked this skill called Intimidation out. Show me the third reward. Teetering. Skill Intimidation LV 1. Active skill. Mana required to activate 100. Can render a designated target in a state of fear for 1 minute by using your powerful aura. Multiple targets can be selected. Affect fear, all stats minus 50%. Although it was only active for a short time, it was still a rare skill that could decrease the opponent's stats by a substantial amount. Of course, exactly like other effects, if the opponent's resistance was high enough it would fail to activate. But if it did work, then Jinwoo thought that taking care of his enemies, regardless of who it was, would become as easy as pie. And since it could be used against multiple opponents, the scope of this skill's usefulness seemed limitless, too. It's really good, isn't it? The rewards were just as good as the potential penalty was as bad. Hang on a sec. Now that I think about it, it's not like that, is it? After all, his life was at stake here. And, was that all? Jinwoo took a look around him. He frowned deeply after taking in the gruesome sight. He had witnessed enough deaths of other hunters, but even then, he'd never really get used to looking at the corpses of other people. This was what this quest asked of him, though. But, for a quest that asked for many lives as its completion requirement, the rewards handed out felt rather cheap and not quite enough. Well, even if it weren't for the quest, he'd still have to fight against Huang Dongxiu and his crew in the end, but still. And they say, a man's greed knows no bounds. Jinwoo shook his head wryly. It was then, the cave shook around once more. Rumble. ... The tremor had become stronger than before. It was now the time to get out of the dungeon. But, before he could do that, there was something else he needed to take care of first. And that happened to be Yu Jinho. Jinwoo's gaze drifted toward him. Yu Jinho had been pitifully frozen solid in his spot until then, and flinched rather grandly before hurriedly lowering his gaze to the ground. Now, what should I do with this kid? Of course, he wasn't thinking of harming Yu Jinho. There was no need to, nor was there a reason to do so either. However, if the events of this place got leaked out to the rest of the world, then there was a good chance that his life would become inconvenienced in a variety of ways. So, I guess I should make sure he doesn't talk. Just as he thought that course of action would be for the best, Yoo Jin-ho rapidly ran towards him, knelt down, and bowed his head. "Hyungnim, please spare me." Suddenly, Jinwoo felt that the following conversation should unfold a lot more smoothly than his initial expectation. Yoo Jin-ho was shaking like a wet dog. His complexion was pale, as well. Well, 8 people died in the blink of an eye right in front of his face, so that was par for the course, really. One of the most important tools in dealing with people was the fear. So, Jinwoo decided to use this situation to his advantage. Why should I hike? Jinwoo thought that he heard the sound of Yoo Jin-ho's heart falling to the floor just now. His guilty conscience that asked, "Was that too much?" only lasted for a second, though. If you want money, I can speak to my father. And, who do you think I am?" Jinwoo's expression crumpled unpleasantly. Sure, he did grow up impoverished, but that didn't mean he was corrupt enough to hold a person's life hostage and extort money that way. Wouldn't he be no different from Hwang Dong-seok if he did that? I'm truly sorry. If it weren't for Yoo Jin-ho's current state being absolutely terrified, Jinwoo would have smacked the back of the kid's head or something by now. He was holding back only because it looked like Yoo Jin-ho might keel over from a heart attack if he really did that. Confirming how displeased Jinwoo's expression was, Yoo Jin-ho nervously swallowed some dried saliva. Now that I think about it, even back when Hwang Dong-seok offered him money, could he have abandoned all material desires and now only walks the path of bloodshed and murder? Jinwoo's image inside Yoo Jin-ho's head was being solidified in an even weirder direction. However, it was too early to draw a conclusion yet. If that was the case, then why did Hyungnim extract those magic crystals? Not too long ago, Jinwoo personally went and extracted all those magic stones, even going so far to dig through the spider's entrails. Sure, it was used in a variety of ways, such as a source of high-density energy, as a raw material in manufacturing magic tools, etc. But, to a hunter, a magic crystal was simply another word for money. Yoo Jin-ho's mind spun at a quicker pace. So, that's how it was. Those crystals were the prize of blood. They were the deserved prize he earned through staining his hands with blood, and that was why he didn't mind digging through the stomach of a dead monster. He'd not show a hint of mercy to those enemies who tried to harm him, but he was also the practitioner of the way of the blood. Meaning, he did not want anything to do with the monetary gain that he hadn't earned with his own hands. And I tried to buy his benevolence with money, so of course, he'd get pissed off at me. In that case, what Yoo Jin-ho needed here wasn't father's money, but the deserved profit that could be earned if he managed to walk out of here alive. When he sneaked a glance, Jinwoo's expression was still distorted somewhat. Yoo Jin-ho quickly continued on with his words. "Hyungnim, if you spare me, then I'll hand over all the profit earned in this dungeon to you." As expected, Jinwoo immediately displayed his interest. "Please, think about it, Hyungnim. If you monopolize the profit meant for 10 people after 9 others are killed, others would definitely start questioning you." From Yoo Jin-ho's perspective, Jinwoo was, without a doubt, a fake registrant. Not only that, a highly skilled fake registrant who enjoyed murdering people. Obviously, he'd not want the attention of other folks landing on him. So what? On the flip side, if we both walk out of here alive, then according to the contract, all the magic crystals from this dungeon belongs to me. Even if all the other teammates had died, since you don't get a share in the first place, no one would suspect you. Of course, theirs was no way that Yoo Jin-ho would be suspected of foul play here. Well, his father owned one of the country's top-ranked companies, after all. The potential profit he'd earn from selling off the magic crystals would be like a pocket change to him. This money is something Hyungnim totally deserves. I mean, this is your deserved reward for saving me and getting rid of Hwang Dong-seok and his lackeys, wouldn't you agree? Yoo Jin-ho empathized the words deserved reward for some reason. For sure. Certainly, that method was the safest way to dispose of the magic crystals. These crystals no longer had any owners. No matter how avaricious Hwang Dong-seok was, he still couldn't take them to his grave. That left just one person, Yoo Jin-ho, as the sole claimant to the rights of these crystals. However, such a guy was saying that he'd voluntarily offer them up. Jinwoo didn't want anything to do with them if they were to be taken away forcibly. But there's no reason for me to refuse things that are willingly entering my pockets, no. Without his help, Yoo Jin-ho would either have been killed by now, or get dragged around as a hostage instead. When looked at that way, the claims of them being deserved reward made some sense. Seeing that Jinwoo's expression lighten up, Yoo Jin-ho was now sure of his guesses being on the money. As I thought, the magic crystals are the deserved reward of blood for hunting down Hwang Dong-seok and his gang, so he's not going to say no here. The meaning of the word deserved as imagined by these two men had what you'd call a significant difference, but they had no way of knowing that. Okay. As soon as Jinwoo agreed, Yoo Jin-ho's face brightened up in an instant. Hell, Yoo Jin-ho was even feeling a bit awestruck by how steadfast Jinwoo was with his personal beliefs. However, Jinwoo's face became emotionless next. However, how do I trust you? Jinwoo had recalled his initial goal once more. He wasn't trying to scare the kid so he could line his pockets in the first place. No, he started this intimidation antics so he could avoid being inconvenienced later down the line. How can I betray you, Hyungnim, who saved my neck multiple times already? You could ignore our promise and just yap onto anyone you meet, no. Actually, it wouldn't be too big of a hassle if the kid did that. Killing Hwang Dong-seok and his goons were 100% acts of self-defense, after all. There were 8 of them, not to mention they were fully armed as well. Heck, they even attacked first with a powerful magic spell, too. Laws had changed ever since the emergence of the hunters, so Jinwoo knew that he'd walk away scot-free only with that much justification. Jinwoo wanted to let things die down quietly in this manner, and Yoo Jin-ho's help would be needed to facilitate that. There might be a slight problem with how he went about asking for that help, but as far as the end result was concerned, this was the best method available. So, speak up, Jinwoo stared at the other guy with eyes that demanded answers. Yoo Jin-ho formed a determined, dignified expression. I will never do something so cowardly, Hyungnim. Especially for someone who has saved my life. Hang on a minute. Jinwoo thought that he had seen those determined eyes from somewhere, before realizing that they were rather similar to back when Yoo Jin-ho refused the suggestion of Hwang Dong-seok to become their accomplice not too long ago. This kid, he's being serious. The give and take. When his life was hanging in the balance, Yoo Jin-ho chose to stand with Jinwoo. He trusted Jinwoo and tried to go up against 8 other hunters. That was why Jinwoo decided to trust Yoo Jin-ho, at least once. Of course, not right away, and not quite like this. Maybe, after planting the fear of God into the kid first. Jinwoo reached down and picked up Hwang Dong-seok's discarded shield. The back of my head is still aching from Hwang Dong-seok's sneak hit, you know. Jinwoo pretended to study the shield from this way and that, before powerfully flinging it towards the wall of the cave. Kaboom! More than half of the shield got buried deep inside that wall. Cold sweat drops dripped down Yoo Jin-ho's face as he nervously swallowed his saliva. I hope that my Dong-seng isn't going to disappoint me too. But, of course, Hyungnim, it happened then. The dungeon began shaking much harder this time. Rumble. Their time was clearly running out. Jinwoo never held any thoughts of harming Yoo Jin-ho from the get-go, so he figured that this much would be enough. So, he ordered Yoo Jin-ho. Collect all the magic crystals. We're leaving. Thank you very much, Hyungnim. Yoo Jin-ho stood back up and bowed his waist 90 degrees. A smile found its way back onto his face too. While Yoo Jin-ho went around to fill up the bag, Jinwoo began rummaging through Hwang Dong-seok's pockets. I gotta get paid what's mine, too. He was promised $1,000,000 for the day's work. And he couldn't afford to let a single cent slip by. Hwang Dong-seok's wallet was filled with lots of 50,000 won bills. When he counted, there were 45 of them, just over $2 million, in other words. The bearded man promised to pay in cash as soon as the raid was over, so he must have had them ready, just in case. Because, well, he wouldn't have been able to cut the tail all the time. Thanks for the pay. Jinwoo said the words of thanks to no one in particular and left the boss room first. Yoo Jin-ho was almost finished packing up the magic crystals, but then belatedly noticed that Jinwoo had disappeared and hurriedly began searching for him. Hyung-NIM. All he found were the rapidly cooling corpses of the hunters that lost their lives to Jinwoo. Ike. Yoo Jin-ho and his deathly pale complexion hurriedly chased after Jinwoo as if he was scared of being alone. The agent from the Asakation's investigation department swiftly arrived at the location of the gate. The procedure to follow when there were casualties during a raid was rather simple. The remaining survivors only had to report the matter to the association and let the investigators do their job. That was all. The investigator for today was a strict-looking auntie. And your names are? It's Sung Jinwoo. My name is Yoo Jin-ho, ma'am. Hunters dying inside dungeons happen pretty much every single day, so this procedure was more like a formality at this point. To be more precise, it was now more to do with record-keeping, actually. That was, if there were nothing to be suspicious about. So, every rank C hunter in the raid team was killed, yet how did one rank D and one rank E manage to escape unhurt? The investigator questioned the duo while adjusting her glasses. Her glaring eyes narrowed to a slit. Now normally, it'd be the weakest hunter in the team to die first, most of the time. Yet, she intensely scrutinized the two men before discovering something particular and raised her voice. Oh my gosh, her eyes began sparkling as she approached closer. Isn't this the longsword Kellyan that's been launched recently by the Meyer Company? Oh my gosh, isn't this one of the Royal Series shields crafted by the one and only master craftsman Gredos? Yoo Jin-ho's face brightened immediately. You seem to be well versed in weapons, ma'am. Hey, it's nothing to feel proud about, really. No, it's only on the level of browsing through the catalogs every now and then. Oh ho 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 ho, the price of the longsword was around 700 million, while the shield was around 500 million, TL, $620,000 and $443,000, respectively. These powerful armaments were crafted with magic crystals costing well over hundreds of millions of won, as well as other expensive materials, and they were capable of boosting the abilities of a rank D hunter past that of a rank C. With this revelation, the agent began imagining the events that had taken place inside the dungeon with these types of armaments. A lone rank D hunter managing to hunt down the boss monster seemed rather feasible now, even when considering that all the rank C hunters had been annihilated along the way. And that rank E probably hid in a corner somewhere and barely saved his life. Of course, the reality was opposite of that. But, in any case, she came to a conclusion. The odds of a man with enough financial wherewithal to purchase such armaments stabbing his comrades in the back for a handful of magic crystals were low at best. On top of that, it was also impossible for a rank E to do anything to several rank C hunters too, so the deaths of Hwang Dong-seok and 7 others could only be chalked up to an unfortunate accident. I understand what happened now. The investigator closed the case file with a satisfied face. The investigation will conclude with this, so you may go home now. I'm sure it had been a difficult day so far, so thank you for taking the time out to aid us with the investigation. Thank you for your hard work, Jinwoo said goodbyes on behalf of both men. The investigator and her car left just as quickly as they had arrived. You also worked hard, Hyung-nim. Yoo Jin-ho bent his waist 90 degrees once more. Even after they had exited the gate, Yoo Jin-ho's overly polite attitude didn't change. He must have been pretty darn scared, even now. Jinwoo inwardly clicked his tongue. Yeah, you too. Well, I haven't done much anyway. You did most of the work, Hyung-nim. Oh, here are your magic crystals. Yoo Jin-ho very courteously handed the bag over to Jinwoo with 2 hands. And indeed, the bag was filled to the brim with magic crystals. The highest price a magic crystal from a rank C gate could fetch was around 10 million won. Even the smallest ones fetched several millions. Jinwoo's eyes scanned the number of crystals and he inwardly cried out in elation. Just how much will these? He tried so hard to suppress a grin from breaking out on his face. It was then, a drop of water suddenly fell inside the bag. Splash! Splash! Jinwoo raised his head. They were raindrops falling from the sky that had been gradually getting darker as the afternoon rolled by. It was a good thing, sending her off with an umbrella. Jinwoo formed a subtle smile while thinking about his little sister. Later in the evening, Jinwoo summoned his status window as soon as he arrived back home. Stats. Strength 53, Stamina 30, Agility 38, Intelligence 30, Perception 32, Available points to distribute 10. The 10 points he got as a reward from the emergency quest still remained, waiting. His entire body was itching from the desire to spend them. If he wanted to earn them through daily quests, then he'd have to spend the next 3 days and still had to find one more point from somewhere. And if he wanted to earn them through leveling up, then he had to raise it by 2. The priority is with agility, then perception next. He spent 7 points on agility, and the rest 3 on perception. Stats. Strength 53, Stamina 30, Agility 45, Intelligence 30, Perception 35. Available points to distribute 0. Okay, his stat values looked more even now. Agility had almost caught up with strength, and perception was already at 35. Once agility's values got closer to strength, he was planning to increase stamina next. Leaving alone the stat of intelligence and its unknown uses, for the time being, he wanted to raise all of his other stats as uniformly as possible. Should I check out today's results? Name: Sung Jinwoo. Level 21, Class None. Title: Slaughter of Wolves. HP 2600, MP 390. Tiredness 0. Stat. Strength 53, Stamina 30, Agility 45, Intelligence 30, Perception 35. Available points to distribute 0. Skills: Passive skills. Unknown LV, Max, Tenacity LV, 1. Active skills, Dash LV, 1. Intimidation LV, 1. The level that had risen up by 3 and the new skill Intimidation caught his attention the most. And his stats also had received a healthy boost from the 10x. These alone would qualify today's earning as quite spectacular, but there were more, weren't there? 2,000,001 I got for today's work. And all those magic crystals filling up the bag, as well. Jinwoo counted the number of the crystals once more. 11 from the spider, and 38 from Huang Dongseok and his lackeys. In total, 49 of them. If he asked 5 million for each, he'd still earn well over 200 million won. 200 mil from a single day's hunt. The profit that should have been shared by 10 people, no, 9, had been swallowed up by him, so the amount had no choice but to balloon up. This was the same thing as the unexpected kiss of Lady Luck landing squarely on his cheeks. All I have to do now is to sell these things. Selling magic crystals wasn't difficult. Since the demand was so high, when he put them up for sale, they would all sell out pretty quickly. The question was, though, where he should sell these. There were several cases of a direct trading between individuals, and guilds and corporations also bought them in large quantities, as well. For his case, since there were so many of them, he figured that it'd be for the better to seek out the help of professionals, rather than try his hands on dealing with individuals or sell them online. Can't I just sell them to a store or something? It'd be so much more convenient for him if the store bought his crystals at their retail value, as it would with the Japtum. While thinking this and that, Jinwoo pushed the bag full of magic crystals to the corner of the room. And then, he abruptly recalled one last fruit of today's labor. Right, the system said that I can start buying stuff from the store. Jinwoo immediately summoned the store. Although it wasn't much, all the gold he had saved up from the Hapjeong Station's instant dungeon still waited for their turn inside his inventory until now. Buy. Teetering. Accompanied by the familiar beep, the list of purchasable items popped up in his view, and they continued to do so quite literally without an end. Everything from cheap potions and trinkets, all the way up to absurdly expensive defensive items and eye-catching weapons could be found here. There were so many items that could be bought with gold. It was pretty obvious, but the more expensive an item was, the better its options got. One of the best items available even cost as much as 10 billion gold. Well, 10 billion, is it? His current gold was just over 112,000. It was way too short to buy anything truly useful. But there was no need for him to fret here. Why? Because he had plenty of time on hand. I can buy any of these, as long as I have enough gold, right? Jinwoo hummed to himself and continued to browse through the list of really expensive items. Already, he couldn't wait to receive the prize of the daily quest for tomorrow, the random box. Part 11. Arrangement. 3 days passed by since the incident of the C-rank gate. Jinna came home early from school as it was Saturday today. As soon as entering the apartment, she began sniffing the air and hurriedly removed her shoes. Appa, what's going on here? Did you order fried chicken? Yeah, I ordered some takeaway to make sure it'd get here just in time for you. Wow, really? Jinwoo beckoned her while sitting by the dining table, causing Jinna's eyes to open wider. She immediately ran towards him. Hiya, what's going on here? And you're a serial Scrooge, too. Did something good happen lately? Hey now. Put down your school bag first, will you? Why is a girl so hot-headed? It's fine. This bag ain't that heavy, you know. And she was complaining not too long ago about her bag being too heavy and that she didn't want to carry an umbrella around. Jinwoo, but couldn't really hide the smile creeping up on his face. Asking me if there was anything good happening lately. Of course, there was. The family's bank balance had swelled up from 800,000 won all the way to 180,300,000 earlier today. TL, just under $160,000. 180 million was from the sale of the magic crystals, and 500 grand was used for the month's rent. Still, 180 million, just one raid, and he was able to get his hands on an absurd amount of money, totaling 180 million. He had been one for a while now, but this was the first time he felt like a real hunter. Well, this was the era where a casual mention of hunters instantly brought up the images of wealth, so that couldn't be helped. Also, the face of the employee at the Magic Crystal Exchange when Jinwoo went there with his stash was still so vivid in his memories too. Did you hunt all these monsters? Things happened, and so, it's something like that. Holy moly, how incredible. 49 C-rank magic crystals. The initial estimated price for the whole lot was just over 300 million won. But who knew that taxation would be so heartless? I gotta pay 40% as tax. Yes, when an individual is selling the crystals, 40% is taken as tax. However, when a guild is selling them, it's only 10%. Is there a reason why there's a reduction in tax for the guilds? Well, unlike freelancers and their teams, guilds must cooperate without question when they are ordered to mobilize, you see. Indeed, when he searched through his memories, he remembered hearing about both the agents from the monitoring division of the association and the White Tiger Guild coming to the location of the dual dungeon incident. Because they were receiving special treatments, guilds had to cooperate with the government and the association when they asked for help. The high tax rates caused Jinwoo to ponder his choices for a little bit. Should I just hold onto the crystals and sell them off after I enter a guild? But he made up his mind soon afterwards. By the time he entered a guild and started working for them, the main objects of conquest would be gates raided, and the magic crystals coming out from those gates would incomparably be more valuable than those from a gate ranked C. And right now, he needed every cent he could get his hands. Besides, I can't just sign on with any old guild out there just to decrease tax, now can I? Okay, fine, I will sell them. That's how he got his hands on 180 million. Just as Jinna had implied with her question, the chicken and beer meal was to celebrate the big earnings sitting pretty in the family bank account right at this moment. Thank you for this meal. Jinna sneakily reached towards the beer can, but then Jinwoo's finger powerfully flicked her forehead. Ouch, for you. This. He then placed a can of cola in front of her. I was only joking, you know. Double quotes. Not minding Jinna and her hands busy rubbing her reddened forehead, Jinwoo popped the lid open on the refreshingly cold can of beer and poured the contents down his throat. But then, this happened. Teetering. Jinwoo couldn't help but react nervously when he heard the familiar beep. Why a system message, all of a sudden? Harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff, detox will now commence. 3, 2, 1, detoxification has been completed. You detoxed harmful substances. Are you talking about alcohol? Jinwoo drank up the remaining beer in the can and popped open another just to make sure. Gulp, gulp, harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff, detox will now commence. 3, 2, 1, detoxification has been completed. And the exact same messages appeared again. He had drank up 2 cans of beer in one go, but he couldn't feel one hint of drunkenness come over. Whatever this buff thing was, it was definitely working as intended. What's this? Jinwoo tilted his head. He had yet to meet a single hunter capable of throwing buffs around. Most of the hunters possessing such specialized skill sets all worked for large guilds. As he was affiliated with the association, there hadn't been a single opportunity for him to meet one so far. Even if someone sneaked a buff on me, surely the system would have notified me of it. In that case, there could only be 2 possibilities. Either he received the buff while he was unconscious, or got it before the system was active. Personally, he was more inclined towards the latter. Appa, what's wrong? Is it indigestion? You should have been more careful, you know. When Jinwoo's expression became serious, Jinna asked him with a worried voice. No, it's just that I remembered something pretty urgent. That's all. Eat without me while I take care of this, okay? Jinwoo headed back into his room. He then began rummaging through every nook and cranny of his memories, trying to figure out if he had missed anything, even if it was small. Suddenly, he recalled something. Every quest has rewards, even penalty quests. But there was one quest that I never got around to confirming the rewards, no. Jinwoo hurriedly opened the mailbox. At the time, he had no clue what the system was nor what rewards could mean, so glossed over them. But he definitely remembered reading the message that said he had met the conditions to clear the quest. His heart began beating faster and faster. Jinwoo eventually discovered the messages sitting right at the bottom of the mailbox. Congratulations on becoming a player. Read. Jinwoo's voice trembled as he spoke softly. Confirm, teetering. This system will support the growth of the player. Failing to comply with the system's instructions will result in potential penalties. Your rewards have been delivered. As he thought, there was the mention of rewards. The voice he heard back inside the underground temple clearly said these words. Completion requirements for the secret quest, the courage of the powerless has been met. A secret quest or not, it was still a quest, wasn't it? However, he hadn't checked what kind of rewards he had received until now. Back then, he thought that it was all a hallucination, didn't he? Will result in potential penalties. Your rewards have been delivered. Would you like to confirm your rewards, yes or no? Yes. Teetering. Rewards for the secret quest, the courage of the powerless. The blessings from the Grand Sorcerer, Kandiaru. The Grand Sorcerer Kandiaru has been deeply moved by your courage and has gifted you with a special spell. When accompanied by the blessings of Kandiaru, you'll get to enjoy a healthy and fulfilling life every day. Let there be a bright future laying in wait for the challenger. One-time effect will to recover, all your damaged body parts will be recovered to their original state. Continuous effect good health and long life. You'll be immune to all types of diseases, poisonous substances, as well as all forms of status debuffs. During sleep, your recovery rate will increase exponentially. Only now puzzle pieces fell to their places. That's why my leg was. It was all due to the quest reward that his sliced-off leg had reverted back to how it was before. Same thing for why he couldn't get drunk from a couple of cans of beer. Hang on. I'm immune to all types of poison, too. Jinwoo's eyes abruptly shot open real wide. If that was the case, then could it be? Jinwoo hurriedly extracted a certain item out from his inventory. Item: poison sac of Kasaka. Rarity A-type medicine. A pouch containing the refined poison of the Kasaka. Can be found very rarely when hunting Kasakas. Drinking this poison will give you strong skin, but the toxicity will permanently damage your muscles. Affect the iron scales of Kasaka, 20% reduction in physical damage. Side effect: damaged muscles, strength -35. My muscles are supposed to get damaged because of the toxin, but wouldn't this detox buff resist that? There was only one way to find out. Jinwoo squeezed his eyes shut and drank the liquid contained within the pouch. Gulp, gulp, sticky, yucky liquid slid down his throat. The taste was oily and terrible, but he endured it. And they say what's good for you usually tastes bitter. When he finished drinking all of the poison liquid, messages popped up in his view. Harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff, detox will now commence. 3, 2, 1, detoxification has been completed. Side effect: damaged muscles has been nullified. Yes, Jinwoo clenched his fists real tightly. Still, he couldn't celebrate just yet, so he quickly summoned his status window. Stats: Strength 53. Stamina 30. Agility 53. Intelligence 30. Perception 36. Available points to distribute 0. Reduction in physical damage 20%. As he expected, there was no decrease in his strength stat. It still remained as 53 points, and then he saw the new stat called reduction in physical damage. Sure, it might be limited in the category, but it still was a marvelous stat that reduced all physical damage by 20%. Nice. Just as Jinwoo began celebrating the emergence of this new stat, Jinho called out to him from the living room. Appa, you know a guy called Yu Jinho. He's looking for you. No way. He can't be the same Yu Jinho. Jinwoo quickly went to the living room and snatched the phone's receiver off his little sister. Hello, Hyungnim, it's me. Yu Jinho. Really now? The voice coming from the other side sounded way too familiar. How did you get this number? There was a person I know working for the association, you see. You didn't want to answer your smartphone, so I had no choice but to call you at home like this. Details only. Oh, oops, my bad, Hyungnim. But it's not something we can discuss over the phone. May we meet up somewhere so I can tell you in person? Jinwoo tilted his head slightly. He still wants to meet me after going through such an ordeal. Hyungnim, I really gotta ask you for this favor, please. What a weird kid this guy was. Jinwoo eventually agreed to spare 1 hour after Yu Jinho earnestly pleaded with him. The meeting place was a franchise cafe located not too far from Jinwoo's home. Even though it was a weekday, there were quite a few people inside the cafe, perhaps because they chose to meet right after the lunch hour. Hyungnim, over here, Yu Jinho greeted him rather enthusiastically. Before entering the cafe, Jinwoo focused his perception to the max, but he couldn't sense any other hunters inside the shop. At the bare minimum, this meeting wasn't for the purpose of revenge, it seemed. Although Jinwoo couldn't really remember doing anything that warranted such an ill will towards him and requiring a swift retribution. Jinwoo sat down on the other side of the table. Didn't think we'd meet again. There was a half-eaten ice cream on top of the table belonging to Yu Jinho. Yu Jinho spoke as he stood up. What would you like to order? Should I go and get you some coffee? No, it's fine. Yu Jinho looked a bit crestfallen for some reason as he sat back down. Jinwoo opened his mouth first. So, what do you want? It was then. I'm telling you, this guy did it for real back then. It was so crazy, really. Jinwoo shifted his gaze over to his side. The table next to his was occupied by 3 burly students with rather thuggish faces hailing from some local athletic club or the other, and they were busy chatting to 3 girls. Jinwoo tried to get back to his own conversation. As I was saying, what do you... ... double quotes. And when did I ever do that? Will you listen to this bastard, busy inventing rubbish because we're in front of girls? Want from me? But, you said it, didn't you? Well, should I show you the pics, man? Should I release the evidence to the rest of the world or something. The voices of the male students got louder and louder, and the laughter of the girls was just as loud as well. When the noise became too loud to carry on his own conversation, Jinwoo was left with no choice but to stand up and silently walk over to the table next to his. The eyes of the male students all focused on Jinwoo. "Will you please keep it down? There are other people in here, too." One of the male students scratched the back of his head and pretended to apologize a couple of times. Yes, we'll keep it down. Very sorry about this." Girls began giggling hoarsely from that sight. Jinwoo quietly stared at them for a while, before turning around. But when he did, something flew in and tapped him in the back of his head. A rolled-up paper serviette fell to the floor. "Puhahaha, Kakaki, hey, you shouldn't do that." Male students began guffawing real hard, while girls pretended to scold the boys, even though mocking grins formed on their faces. Witnessing this scene, Yoo Jin-ho's expression gradually froze up. "Hyungnim." Jinwoo picked up one of the unused spoons next to Yoo Jin-woo's ice cream and walked over to the counter. "Oh, look, he's going to tell on his mommy." "Mommy, they are making noise. Stop them, please. Fuh. In the meantime, those kids kept running their mouths off. Jinwoo asked the nervous-looking female employee behind the counter with a deadpan face. "How much for this spoon? And my apologies, dear customer. We don't sell spoons separately, you see. It's not more than 10,000 won, yes." "Pardon, I guess so." Jinwoo placed a 10,000 won bill on the counter and turned around. "Dear customer. Excuse me, customer." Jinwoo ignored the calls of the female employee and headed straight to the table where the male students from some athletic club were. When they noticed that Jinwoo was displaying a suspicious behavior, the three students slowly stood up from their seats. "What you want now? What?" The attention of everyone inside the cafe was now focused on this table. Jinwoo showed the students his spoon. Just as question marks floated on the expressions of these hapless kids, Jinwoo began squashing the spoon in his hand. And the poor thing easily lost its shape right in front of their eyes. The complexions of the male students grew paler and paler. Jinwoo then placed the spoon on their table. But what was left there could no longer be called a spoon anymore. No, it was just a piece of folded metal, roughly shaped like a ball. "Hyuk." The male students nervously swallowed their saliva. That's not a human strength. This guy, he's a hunter." The male students signaled to each other before the kid who threw the serviette at him bowed and apologized for real. "I'm really sorry." The rest of his friends then started apologizing as well. "I'm sorry. It was our fault. Forgive us." The male students bowed several times with pale complexions, before making their hasty retreat from the cafe while dragging the girls out as well. Hooray! The customers surrounding that noisy table sent gazes filled with appreciation towards Jinwoo. Meanwhile, Jinwoo returned to his seat and settled back down. Yoo Jin-ho's eyes sparkled as he spoke up. "As expected of you, Hyungnim." "Enough." Jinwoo got back on topic at hand. "Why did you ask me for a meeting?" "Well, that." "Hyungnim, I gave this matter a lot of thought. I mean, lots and lots of thought, you know. But I think I really, seriously, must ask you." Jinwoo tilted his head. "What are you talking about now?" "Hyungnim, actually." Yoo Jin-ho's face reddened as if he was embarrassed about something, before he summoned up his courage and spoke up. "Actually, I was thinking of forming my own tea."